Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Digital Marketing Full Course by Intellipaat. In this session, we will be covering all the topics of digital marketing from scratch to advanced level. But before that, do subscribe to our Intellipaat channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now let's see the agenda. Firstly, we will see Introduction to Digital Marketing. Then after that, we will see the benefits of digital marketing certification. Then later on, we'll see email marketing. Then after that, we will see social media marketing. Then later on, we'll see SEO. Then after that, we will see what is SEM. Post that, we will learn about influencer marketing. Then after that, we will see what is online reputation management. Then after that, we will see how to earn through digital marketing. And lastly, we will be covering digital marketing interview questions and answers. Now let's begin the session.
Now let's go ahead and start off with the first topic, which is what is marketing? So guys, marketing basically is a promotion of a company's product to their prospect buyers, which is basically called a market. Now, what does that mean? So let's say I have a company which builds motorcycles, right? So I have just opened a company and I create world-class motorcycles. So how will you get to know about it? You will only get to know about it when I basically tell the world that I have a company and I create motorcycles, and these are the things which make my motorcycles different from the rest of the world or rest of the companies who create motorcycles or motorbikes as well, right? So this, in a way, when I tell to my customer that this is what my product is and this is a very exciting and new product and these are the features of this product, this is basically marketing, right? And any company which basically has been built till date, there is no sort of way that they would have not done marketing. Every company does marketing, and every day you encounter marketing, different ways of marketing of different companies, right? So if I were to give you an example, if you read newspapers, you will notice that newspapers also have advertisements. If you hear the radio, you will notice that in between the songs you do get advertisements of various products. If you have ever been walking on a footpath or you went somewhere, there would have been someone who would have handed out to you a pamphlet which would have been promoting a product, right? Or if you are going on roads or if you're going on highways, on the sides of the highways, you would have noticed that there are a lot of banners or hoardings which are put across which promote a certain product. What are these? These are all different ways of marketing a product, right? And these are all physical forms of marketing, right? Now let's go ahead and understand what are the four pillars which govern the concepts about marketing. So marketing is not as simple as creating a hoarding and putting it somewhere. It involves a lot of research, it involves a lot of thinking before they can approach towards a marketing technique. So let's go ahead and understand how someone creates an advertisement or creates a marketing plan for a certain product. So there are four pillars which govern marketing. Okay, there are four things which make which make any marketing plan a success. So you have to take care of four things, or you can also call these the four C's of marketing. The first C is customer value, the second thing is cost, the third C is convenience, and the fourth C is communication, right? If you take care of these four things, your marketing plan can be a success. Okay, so let's understand what these four things are one by one. So first, let's understand what is customer value. The first pillar of marketing, guys, is customer value, which basically starts from the time when you are creating your product. So when you're creating the product, the first thing which should come in your mind is how will it add value to the customer who's going to buy it. Now, if you have thought about it when you're creating a product, even your marketing strategy will make use of that same thought which you involved while you were creating that product, that how this product is going to add value to your customer. So whatever marketing campaign that you're creating, it should highlight that point which talks about what that value is when that customer is buying a product. What is that value or what is that addition which the customer is going to get, or what is that feature which the customer is going to get when he or she buys that product, right? So your marketing campaign should be able to basically put across the customer value of the product when it's basically portrayed. The second pillar of marketing is cost. So your marketing campaign will be governed across a cost, right? So any kind of marketing campaign that you run, it will involve some costs, be it organic marketing or inorganic marketing. So inorganic marketing basically means when you are basically making use of ads, such as when you put hoardings on the highways, it basically incurs some cost. The cost of printing, the cost of the hoarding which is there. So every day, if I were to talk about how hoardings work, the hoardings cost is basically devised on a per day manner. So every single day that the ad is up on the highway, on the hoarding, right? That per day cost has to be paid by the company which has put up their banner over there, right? So that's how hoardings work. And imagine how expensive it will be to put hoardings like that. That is, every day you have to pay the company who owns that particular hoarding about the campaign that you have posted over there, right? So marketing campaigns are not inexpensive, they're very expensive, right? And that's why cost is a factor that you have to take care while you are designing your marketing campaign, right? So let's say if you're a new company which is bootstrapped, which is not funded, in that case probably hoardings will not be a good idea to promote your product, right? Similarly, television ads are also very expensive, right? So you will have to think about what your budget is, and accordingly you will have to market your product. The third pillar which governs marketing is convenience. How convenient it is for the customer to use your product and at the same time see the marketing campaign of your product, right? So first of all, the convenience starts from the point when you're developing the product. So when you're developing the product, the product has to be very convenient and easy to use for the customer, right? And that same value adds to your marketing campaign as well. When you are basically putting out the marketing campaign, it is should be very convenient for the customer to see your marketing campaign. For example, uh, earlier, most of the advertisements were on newspaper. Why were they on newspaper? Because most of the adult population used to read newspaper every morning, right? And every morning, if the first thing that you see is the newspaper, and when you're reading it, you see the ad, right? See how convenient it was, right? But when the times are now, with the times changing, people have started reading news probably on their mobile phones, and that's why you see that you even on the mobile phones, when you're reading news, you will see some kind of ad here or there on your screen, right? So it should be very convenient for the customer to see your ad. It should not be like you put an advertisement in a spot where it is very difficult for a customer to reach and to get that particular service and then see your advertisement. So the third pillar for marketing is that it should be very convenient for him or her to read about your ad, right? And the fourth thing is communication. So whatever your marketing strategy is, it should be very well communicated. Whatever your point, the features, whatever is your product, it should be clearly communicated to the customer via your marketing campaign. It should not be like your marketing campaign is at the end of your marketing campaign, your customer is confused with respect to what did you try to convey, right? So communication is also very important, and the medium for the communication is also very important, which again is highlighted in the convenience pillar that we discussed for marketing, right guys? So these are the four pillars of marketing that you have to take care of while you are designing your marketing plan or your campaign strategy, right? And there are a lot more things to consider as well with respect to each pillar. For example, how can you reduce your cost, or how can you effectively spend the money that has been allotted to you, right? how can you communicate to the maximum amount of people who are out there? How do you identify your prospect buyers? All these are things which we will understand as we move along. But whatever we are going to move, or whatever we are going to discuss, in the following slides, are going to be governed by these four pillars. So it is very important for you to understand these four pillars. So if it is clear now, let's go ahead and understand how marketing has basically evolutionized in the past years. Let's go ahead and understand that. All right, guys. So, if we talk about how marketing has evolutionized over the years, let's look at the timeline. So, in the year 1731, the first news or the first magazine was published, which had a very good audience, and it became very convenient for the people who wanted to promote their products to put their advertisements in this magazine. Why? Because a lot of people were reading this magazine, right? Then the second thing which became a milestone in marketing were posters. So posters became popular in 1839 for events which were probably happening in the city, and when they wanted to promote or tell the citizens of that city that, you know what, an event is happening over here, you must come and watch, right? So these were particularly circuses which used to happen, and circuses, as you know, they happen from cities to cities. So if you are in a city and you want people to know that there is a circus happening, you paste the posters of it on walls. You must have noticed also sometimes that there are a lot of circus posters on the walls, through which people get to know that there is a circus happening, and then they visit it, right? Then in 1922, the first radio advertisement was basically broadcasted, right, which changed how advertisements are basically perceived. Now, every time, the milestone is basically increasing over the years, you will notice the target audience is increasing, right? For example, when the magazine is basically read, it is read by, let's say, an X number of people. When you post posters on the wall, and every person who is passing by that wall sees that posters, so he's not buying the magazine in this case, he's just passing by and he's able to see that poster, so the target audience again increased. Then in the third option, you see the first radio ads were basically broadcasted. Now radios are also free, right? And radios are heard. So if there is one radio which is basically playing, four or five or people around it, all of them can hear what is being played on that radio, right? So again, the target audience increased in this case. Then came the first TV ads. So all of the people who basically owned televisions. So each television can again be seen by a lot of people, right? So again, the target audience, it changed over here. And as you can see, this time they could see visual advertisements or motion advertisements in place. Why? Because it was on the television. And this happened in the year 1941. And now in this age when we are sitting, in 2004, social media basically took off, which basically means that you see Facebook, you see Twitter, you see Instagram today, and all of them, along with your favorite posts from the people that you follow, along with them you also see a lot of advertisements on these on these mediums. So advertisements or marketing has changed over time. So when it was first published in magazines, till the time that you could see it on your phone, it has become a lot more convenient. It is targeting a lot more people, and it has a lot become a lot more personalized as well, right? Which we will be discussing how ads or marketing can be personalized, which can also affect costs. We are going to discuss that in a few moments. But this is how marketing has evolutionized over the years. And now let's go ahead and discuss a very important aspect, which is why traditional marketing and digital marketing are something to compare, and why is there a difference between printed media and media which is printed marketing and marketing which is done on the digital platform, right? So let's go ahead and understand what is the difference between the two. But before that, you should have an idea about what is digital marketing. So let me give you a brief about what digital marketing is. So guys, digital marketing basically means any kind of marketing which is done over the internet, right? Now, it is not related to televisions, it is not related to radio. Anything which is done on the internet is called digital marketing. Okay, now let's compare the traditional marketing practices and the digital marketing practices, and let's understand what is the difference between the two. Alright, guys. So when we compare digital marketing with traditional marketing, these are the drawbacks of traditional marketing. So traditional marketing basically has very little or no interaction with your audience, and that is 50% of the problem with traditional marketing. And we'll discuss more as we move along, right? Second thing with digital or with traditional marketing is that it has a very poor conversion ratio. The third problem is that it is very difficult to receive feedbacks in traditional marketing. Now, what this means is, let's say you put an advertisement on television, right? Let's say your television ad is about motorbikes. Now, how will you know whether the customer who watched this television ad of yours was convinced that yes, this bike is good or not? You do not have any kind of feedback in that case, right? Similarly, if you talk about poor conversion ratio, you do not know like whether if a person bought a motorbike, you do not know whether that person bought that motorbike by seeing your advertisement on television, or he got it basically he got the inspiration from somewhere else, right? So all these things are something which you cannot measure when you're doing traditional marketing, right? Let's say you put a hoarding on the highway. Now, how will you know the customer who has came to you to buy a certain product of yours has came by seeing that hoarding on the highway? Obviously, you will not ask your customer, how did you get to know about my product? Which people sometimes do when they are taking the feedbacks from, right? But on all these cases, you will notice that there is no feedback from the customer that you get when you do traditional marketing, right? There is, even if there is conversion ratio, you will never know whether that advertisement actually worked or not, right? Third thing is there is no interaction with your audience, because the audience, if they have some questions, they cannot ask you back when you're doing traditional marketing, right? And fourth thing it is very costly as well, because this is a mass audience type marketing. Because when you do marketing on, let's say, a certain channel on television, anyone and everyone who's seeing that channel will be able to see your ad. You have no control over which specific section of the audience you want your ad to be seen, right? So that filter is not there, and hence it is very costly, because the number of people or the number of impressions that are basically that you basically get when you put an advertisement out there on a channel are high, but at the same time you do not know how many of them are actually your potential customers, right? So that's a drawback of traditional marketing. Let's discuss all these problems in a little more detail. So the first problem when you discuss traditional marketing versus digital marketing is that traditional marketing is like a one-way street, which basically means there is no interaction with the customer can do, right? For example, you tell them that you have developed, let's say, you have developed a waterproof phone, right? And this phone is only for 9,000 rupees, right? Now, a customer might have questions. Okay, so if I am a deep diver, if I dive in seas, is your phone also not going to get corroded by the salts that are present in the ocean, right? Or I might have a question. Okay, you showed me a red phone. Is there an option of blue phone as well? So all these questions will never get answered, right? So this is where it says that there is very less interaction when you're doing traditional marketing. Second thing is there is very non-existent feedback system, right? So when you're doing digital marketing, you can know how many of people watched your ad fully, right? How many minutes or how many seconds they were there on your ad. All this can be tracked in digital marketing. But when you talk about traditional marketing, this kind of feedback system is not at all there. You do not know how many people actually watched your ad or were they paying attention or not, right? So to summarize, traditional marketing basically it hopes that a lot of people saw the ad, and it hopes then the conversion ratio will be there. However, in digital marketing, this kind of feedback is very concrete. You know how many people saw your ad, and with the amount of attention span that which you can also measure in digital marketing, that people have seen your ads, you also get to know how effective your marketing strategy is. That is also a feedback that you get. Second thing is low versus high time sensitivity. Now what this means is there are a lot of things that put an advertisement out there. There might be some things that you have noticed which you probably want to change once you get a feedback, right? So first problem that we already discussed with traditional marketing is you don't get any feedback. But let's say you got some feedback in some sort of way and now you want to change it. So when you want to do that with traditional marketing, it is a lot difficult because it is not in your hands. You will have to contact the company will change the advertisement. I mean, there's a whole thing that you have to follow, right? But when you talk about digital marketing, first of all, you will immediately get to know the feedback whichever advertisement you are running. And if you want to change it and if you want to put it down, let's say you do not want to continue your marketing, you want to change it and then you want to continue. So if that is the kind of plan that you want to do, you can do that in digital marketing. But when you do that in traditional marketing, that is not actually allowed. Let's say you want to did a deal with a channel that you want to show your ad probably 20 times in a cricket match while it is happening. So if you noticed a problem in the first time, now it is not in your hands to tell that company to pull out your ads. It is very, I don't think that is possible at all, because once the deal is done, it's done. So the ad will be shown 20 times throughout the cricket match now and you cannot do anything about it. But similarly, when you talk about digital marketing, everything is in your hands. After 1 minute, if you feel the advertisement is not working out, you can pull out the ad after 1 minute, right? Everything is in your hands. So time is of the essence. And when you talk about time sensitivity in traditional marketing, it was not there. While it is highly there in digital marketing. Third thing is high cost versus low cost. And this thing I think we have already discussed, that whenever you do a traditional kind of marketing, you're broadcasting your ad, right? If you're printed an ad on a newspaper, it has actually reached out to millions of people who read that newspaper. Now you cannot do anything about it, right? Now the problem over there is you do not know what kind of people read the newspaper, right? There could be age groups of 60 plus also who read the newspaper. There could be age groups of 30 plus also who read that newspaper. There might also be kids who read that newspaper. And obviously a product is not for everyone, right? If you have developed, let's say, a wallet is not useful for kids, for 10 or 12-year olds or a 15-year-old. That wallet will not be useful. But for a person who is probably earning, that wallet will be very useful. Or let's say if you are giving a bank's ad, right? Now a bank's ad will not be useful for a teenager or a kid, right? It will only be useful for people who are earning, or who are salaried, or own a business, right? So you need to know your audience when you do marketing. But when you do traditional marketing, that is seldom the case, because sometimes, or most of the times actually, you will not know your audience, because it's a broadcasted kind of a medium that you're dealing with. However, when you deal with digital marketing, you can concise on the target audience that you want to deal with. You can tell them this should only be shown to people who are between the age group of 10 to 15 years old. This should only be shown to people who probably have searched for buying a wallet on the internet. Only show ad of buying a wallet to those people. So these kind of nitty gritties that you can play with, and along with this, you also can control to whom is your ad being shown, and hence you can control your costs as well. So with minimum cost of advertisement, you are basically targeting the right set of people who are actually interested in buying your product, right? So that's what digital marketing is known for, and that's why it is so powerful. And for the popularity of it is increasing as we talk about today. Third thing is low versus high customization. I think that I've already told you this, that once an advertisement has been locked, let's say it was published in the newspaper, now you cannot do anything about it, right? But in terms of digital marketing, you can change it whenever you want, and at the same time you have an option of doing a lot of customer. You can make it interactive as well. You can gamify your advertisements if it's being shown on a smartphone, right? You can you must have seen a lot of games which are embedded in ads, which you can play while that ad is being played, right? You can have video kind of advertisements if you want, but these kind of things are not available when you do traditional marketing. Let's say you have the budget of broadcasting your ad on a radio, right? But over there you do not have this option, right, to customize your ad in a way you want, because the only thing that can be heard to the to the audience is the audio. That's it. They cannot interact with your ad, they cannot do anything. So hence low versus high customization problem is also there when you talk about traditional versus digital marketing. And price disclosure, I mean, this is not much relevant, but yes, price disclosure can also be a problem, because when you're doing a digital marketing campaign, you exactly know how much amount of money will be spent. You can also put a cap on how much money you want to spend. Let's say you do not want to spend more than 5,000 rupees. So you put a cap on 5,000 rupees, and now as the moment the 5,000 rupees cap is reached, your ads will stop, right? But this kind of price disclosure cannot happen in traditional marketing. Let's say you tell the channel that, okay, based on your viewership, we will pay you at what time they are seeing, at a certain time, whatever amount of people are seeing the ads, accordingly we'll pay you, right? So in that case, there is no price disclosure which is happening. It is on the fly. It might be that a lot of people watch the particular channel, or it might be a less number of people are watching. So price disclosure is also a problem. Alright guys, so these were the differences between traditional and digital marketing. And now that we understand that digital marketing has so many benefits, let's dive a little more deeper in understanding digital marketing in a lot more detail, and hence now discuss the different types of digital marketing possibilities which are out there. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand the different types of digital marketing techniques which are out there. So guys, these are the major digital marketing techniques which are prevalent these days. The first one is search engine optimization. Then you have something called as content marketing, social media marketing, pay-per-click, affiliate marketing, native advertisements, marketing automation, email marketing, online PR, and inbound marketing. So what are these exactly? Let's discuss one by one. So let's first talk about search engine optimization. So guys, search engine optimization is a technique wherein all of us, whenever we want to search for something, we know we go on Google or any other search engine, right? Now these search engines have criterias based on which they rank certain content. For example, let's say I search for what is digital marketing. Now the search engine will try and put on top the most relevant and the most read article on the top of the search engine. Now how does it know that? For example, let's say you go to intellipaat.com, and let's say you go to some other website, let's say competitor.com. Now let's say on intellipaat.com you went and you spent around a minute, you clicked three or four things, and you checked out probably three or four more things. So these are all events which happen, which are recorded by the search engine, right? Similarly, let's say you went to competitor.com and you did the same things, but let's say you do not spend around a minute, you spent around 30 or 40 seconds, you did not click on much, and then you came out of that website. So this way search engine basically keeps a record of how much time each person is spending on the website, and then it generally ranks the websites according to the time spent by the customers. And that's how search engine optimization basically works. So when, if you want your website to basically rank on a search engine, so you will have to make sure that your website is very engaging, it has the right content, and it is basically pointing to the correct keyword which the user is basically searching. So that's what search engine optimization. There are a lot of other things also to take care of, but that is exactly what you do when you're dealing with search engine optimization, and that's a digital marketing technique. Similarly, you have something called as content marketing, right? So search engine optimization is about making your page more relevant to the keyword being searched. Content marketing, on the other hand, is all about creating content around the product that you want to market. Right now, this content could be in terms of blogs, it could be papers, it could be infographics, videos, and publish it on various platforms, which basically is about, let's say somebody searches for a certain thing, and if your word video comes over there saying that, let's say you search for waterproof mobile phones, right? So let's say you made a video where you are explaining about your product, and you also included the keyword waterproof phones. So when somebody is searching for waterproof phones, that video will also come, and when somebody watches that video, not only he is understanding the features of a waterproof phone, what it is, but he's also understanding the product that you have to offer, right? So that's in a gist what content marketing is all about. It's about creating engaging content which people consume, which not only imparts the knowledge which the customer is looking for, but at the same time, markets the product that you have at hand as well. That is what content marketing is. Then the third thing is social media marketing. Now, social media marketing is all about making use of social media apps such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., to put your advertisement out there, right? Now, it can be in terms of various things. It could be in terms of interactive quizzes that you put out there. It could be in terms of infographics that you put on your channel, which are interesting to know, and because of which people start following you, right? So like for example, if you scroll on Instagram, you will see a lot of funny pages which keep on putting the content over there, right? Now in between the content, they also put some paid ads. Like for example, they would put some Netflix subscription available at a lower rate, swipe up to know more, right? These kind of things you will have heard. So these are all social media marketing, right? Because they're using the social media platform to basically earn money. All right. Next thing is about pay per click. So pay per click is basically the main source of income for Google, right? So you would have noticed whenever you do a Google search, on top of the Google results, you see three or four ads which resemble the search results which are also there. They're also blue in color. They also have a green link. They also have black text below them. But in front of them, they have ad written, right? So people, when they search for something and when they click on the ad thinking it's a search result, on that one click Google earns some amount, right? Now what is the amount which is decided on the click is basically decided on what is the volume of the keyword which is being searched and how many people want to put their ad on that keyword, right? So similar platforms such as Facebook ads, Twitter campaigns, these also work on the similar way, that whenever you have a post which people click on, the platform on which this ad is hosted, they basically charge you based on the number of clicks that your post has basically driven. So that's what pay per click basically means. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand what is affiliate marketing. So guys, affiliate marketing is a marketing strategy wherein you do not promote your products, but there is a third party which promotes your product, and based on how well they market your product, how well they convert your leads, or how well they give you leads, you basically pay them the commission, right? So this is what affiliate marketing is. So you're not doing anything, you're basically giving your work to a third party agency who will do the work, and if they give you leads, you pay them based on how good quality the leads are, right? So this is what affiliate marketing is. Moving on, then we have something called as native advertising, right? So what is native advertising? Advertising basically refers to the fact that you would have seen a lot of blogs that you read online. They usually have some ads on the left and the right hand side, right? So this is what native advertising basically means, that you write your content which basically people are interested in, and while they're reading your content, they see some ads on the right and left hand side or somewhere else on the screen, with which you earn money out of by if somebody clicks on those ads. So that's what native advertising basically means, right? So this is also, native is also referred when you basically do any Facebook or Instagram advertising. That is also called native advertisement, because in that case also you have some content, and while you have that content, in between you do the advertisements that or for the sponsors who have paid you for that money, right? Then you have something called as marketing automation. Now marketing automation basically refers to a marketing strategy wherein you plan whatever you have to send out to your customers, right? It could be on a certain date, it could be on a certain action, that if a user performs this action, then this is the email which has to be sent to him, or this is a notification which has to be sent to him. So when you automate all these actions, in that case the workload for your marketing team becomes very less, because then they can basically plan out other things that they have to do in order to basically make your product a success, right? And marketing automation is a core of any marketing team which basically is working across the globe, because it is not possible to cater to each and every customer's action, right? And that's why you create email drips, you create notification drips. In the case when some user does a certain action, this is what has to be triggered, etc., right? Next, we will be discussing email marketing. So, email marketing basically refers to the marketing technique in which you just use email, right? Now, when you use email, there are a lot of things that you can do. Either you can promote your product, or you can send out newsletters, or you can send out infographics. So, when basically only email is involved in the marketing technique that you're working with, it's called email marketing. When you compare it with marketing automation that we just discussed, in market automation also email marketing plays a role, but apart from email marketing you can have a lot of other things as well, right? For example, there are a lot of apps that we see these days. So apps notification can also be automated with respect to what has to be sent when, right? Then you have something called as online PR. Now online PR is basically where you try to create brand awareness. For example, my company has been awarded the best 100 is among the best 100 startups in India, let's say for the year 2019 or 2020. So now what I can do is I can contact a PR agency which can publish an article for me in some good newspaper, right? So this is about me telling my achievements to a PR agency, which can then ask a newspaper to publish an article on it. So this is what online PR is. And you will see a lot of people, even celebrities, do online PR just to create a good brand image of themselves. Then you have something called as inbound marketing. Now, inbound marketing, guys, is all about you interacting with the user at every stage of his product journey. Now, what does this mean? Let's say there is a customer who is not, or let's say there's a person who has not become a customer yet. He's a lead. He has not bought your services yet, but he is going around all the free content that you have to offer. For example, your content marketing content, or he is looking at your product pages, etc., right? Now at each and every action that he is doing, or each and every touch point that he's touching on your website, you can decide how you want to interact with that user. For example, let's say he came to your product page, he saw it for some 2 3 minutes, and after that he left. So at this point, probably the customer is convinced that he wants to buy a product, but he is hesitating for some reason. So at this point, what you can do is you can trigger an email to him that we saw that you were looking at our product. Here's a 25% discount coupon for you if you feel the price is too uh, high. Right. Similarly, there are many more techniques or many more ways in which you can lure a customer into buying your product. So this is what inbound marketing is, right? So guys, these were some of the digital marketing techniques that we are going to talk about when we move on the course, and how you can basically plan your strategy around them. When you are into digital marketing domain space. Now let's move on and talk about a very important tool, which is Google Analytics. Alright, guys. So Google Analytics is basically a dashboard through which you can monitor your website's performance, right? So there are a lot of parameters which are offered by this dashboard, and you can use them to monitor different things about your website, through which you can also get to know about whether your website will rank or not, or how you can improve your website by looking at some certain metrics, right? So let's go ahead and understand how Google Analytics basically looks like. So Google Analytics was basically created by a company called Urkin, which was later acquired by Google in the year 2005, and it is one of the most preferred analytical tool by companies throughout the world, because it is offered by Google, and most of the Google searches on the internet basically happen on Google, right? So this is how Google Analytics tool looks like, and it basically gives you a lot of parameters or metrics to look at, right? For example, this basically tells you in which countries how much time did your website take to load, right? This is also an important metric when you are basically looking at whether your website will rank or not, as to how user friendly your website is, how much time is it taking to load on the user's website. And a very good thing, or a very good parameter to talk about when you talk about a website, is that websites are hosted on servers, right? And obviously when you are hosting servers, they will only be at one location. Now, obviously, there are ways in which you can have servers at multiple locations, and based on the request which is being originated, let's say a guy from US is trying to access your website. So, in the most ideal case, what should happen is a server in the US should be present through which he should be, given his request. This will significantly reduce the load time of your website, right? And this is exactly what this metric is all about. So if you see you have two important countries where your business comes from, you will try to reduce the load time to the minimum in those two countries, right? But if you see the load time is more, you can take a call as to what has to be changed in your infrastructure in order to reduce this load time. Now load time also takes or also basically plays a key role in making your website rank on Google, right? So if a website is not performing well, Google will make sure that it is not at least ranking on the first or the second page. Why? Because Google will always want websites which are user friendly, website which can be opened, website which are actually giving the customer the relevant information to rank first than other websites, right? So that is why this is again a good metric to look at. Then you have something called as bounce rates. Bounce rates basically means when a user comes onto your website, how soon is he leaving your website if he found it irrelevant, right? So that's what the bounce rate is all about. And here you can basically see which pages are basically performing how on your website, right? Then top three average time on page. So this will basically tell you which three pages on your website are taking more time to load. Then this will also tell you which browsers are basically causing a problem. Let's say on the Chrome browser you notice that your website is taking a lot of time to basically load. So then you can tell your development team that what this is happening, and they can sort it out for you, right? Similarly, if on a certain browser you want to have a look at some details, you can also do that on Google Analytics dashboard, right? You can also have a look at the other things on your website, like for example, top 10 viewed page, top 3 viewed page, top 3 viewed page according to the gender, and many more filters, even according to age group. You can have a look at how the traffic is behaving on your website, right? Now we talked about how the dashboard looks like. We will discuss more about it in detail as we move along, but let's basically understand the fact that what will happen when you use this dashboard. Why is it more important? So guys, this will basically tell you a lot more information. It can tell you how many people visit your website, where do your visitors basically live, are your websites mobile friendly or not, what websites send traffic to your website, right? So if you want to see which traffic sources you're getting the most data from or most customers from, probably you will invest your energy more over there. So even that this tool can tell you, right? Then which pages on your website are most popular, so that that you would want to create more pages like that, which are popular on your website. Then how many visitors got converted to customers from leads. This can also your Google Analytics dashboard can tell you, right? And a lot more things. So with this, what happens is you get to know your audience first of all, right? Because when you start a website, obviously it's a blank slate. From there, you have to build how you can improve your business. And to do that, you will first have to know your audience, where you are dealing the audience most from, etc. Right? So you get to know your audience by using the Google Analytics dashboard. You can also see how successful a campaign has been, right? Because it will never be the case that you plan a marketing campaign and it will be successful. It's a trial and error thing. You see what things work out for you and what do not, right? So with the Google Analytics dashboard, you can also have a look at how successful your campaigns are, right? You can also have a look at what customizations you have to make on your website to make it even better. So all these metrics are available in your Google Analytics dashboard, and you use that to make it more successful.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so this was about a brief about what Google Analytics can do for you guys, and more on this, how you can exactly use it, will be discussed as we move along in the course. Now, let's understand one more important concept, which is sales funnel. So, what is a sales funnel? So, guys, this is how a sales funnel basically looks like. Right now, you will have a question in mind. Why is it called a funnel? So, let me first tell you what a sales funnel exactly is, right? So a sales funnel is a diagram like this, which when it goes down, it becomes more narrow in size, right? And what this depicts is basically that you get an X amount of traffic on your website. Now this X amount of traffic reduces to a certain number and becomes leads. For example, when you go on a website, not on every website do you register. Or if I were to give you one more example, when you go on YouTube, you might be following a lot of people, you might be seeing a lot of videos, but you do not follow everyone, you follow only your favorite content creators, right? So once you start following a content creator, you become his lead, because in future it could be that you buy his merchandise, or let's say, if he has a product to sell, probably you will buy his product. So when you basically subscribe to a service on YouTube, you become their lead. Similarly, let's say you are on my website and I am in Intellipaat and I sell courses, right? So if you visit on my website and you do not sign up, you have not become a lead yet. But the moment you sign up for something, let's say I have a blog for, and I say if you want to read this blog, you will have to sign up. And the moment you sign up, you become a lead, because now you are in my ecosystem, and I can start my marketing automation on you to make you a customer of mine, right? So that's what marketing automation is all about, and that's how you basically convert your traffic into leads. But whenever that is happening, obviously all the traffic which is coming on your website cannot be converted to the number of leads, right? So you have a certain amount of traffic which you get on your website, you convert that into a certain number of leads, that reduces. And obviously the amount of leads that you get, not all of them will buy your service, right? Some people out of your leads will buy your service. So that's how the number further decreases down, and that's how you get the sales part of the funnel. So as you're progressing on the funnel, the number is decreasing, and this is what the sales funnel is, right? So the most important marketing pillar about sales funnel is that if you want to increase sales, let's assume, how can you increase sales? If you want to increase sales, you will have to increase the circumference of the traffic, or the top part of the funnel, right? So for that understanding, you basically imagine a funnel, right? So if I want to increase my sales, I will have to increase my traffic, which will basically increase my leads, and which is basically increase my sales proportionally. That's what the sales funnel is all about, right? So at the top of the funnel, you have traffic. And let's take an example to understand it. So let's say a person is browsing on your website, and he basically is what you call a traffic. He's at the top of the funnel right now. Now the person looks interested in some course and he signs up on your website, and now he becomes a lead. He is not purchased the course yet, or he has not purchased the product yet. Remember that, right? Now when he's become a lead, the salesperson further helps by providing attractive discounts and offers, or you send out some marketing emails to him, you give him some content to consume, free content to consume, and after that he basically makes up his mind and he decides, okay, yes, I feel this company is good, I like their services which are free, let me also see what is there in their premium section. And now he has become a customer of yours, and from the lead he basically gets transitioned to a sale, right? So this is how basically a sales funnel basically works, guys. Now there are more fundas like this that you will probably learn when we move along, but right now this is just to make you introduced to concepts like these, which will make your life easier to imagine how marketing basically happens in a company, right? Now let's understand why sales funnel is important. We have understood this concept of what sales funnel is, but let's now understand why is it important. So it is basically helps you to understand, where exactly is a problem. Let's say you're getting a huge amount of traffic, but you're not getting the right number of sales. So now you can understand, okay, so probably there is some problem whether either in transitioning of traffic to leads or either from leads to sales, right? So there has to be a problem somewhere, because according to the funnel, uh, the funnel problem that we discussed, or the funnel concept that we discussed, if I increase the traffic on my websites, automatically the sales number should increase, right? And when I say the sales number should increase, obviously when you are dealing with a sales funnel, every company has a conversion ratio, and according to that ratio they can calculate, if I get this much amount of traffic, this is the amount of sales that I should get. But if your numbers are not matching, then you can decide, okay, so there might be a leak in the funnel. It could be that my traffic to lead conversion is not happening, or my lead to sales conversion is not happening, and then you further drill down as to what the problem is, right? So a sales funnel is a very good tool to understand where exactly the problem is happening and accordingly fix it.
Introduction to digital marketing. Well, we already know what digital marketing can do because of all of the applications that we've been using, all of the trends we see, all the advertisement we see, but then we wouldn't know the details of how a digital marketing might work, right? So basically, here's an introduction to digital marketing. Digital marketing, the first thing we need to know about it is we need to know what digital marketing is. So digital marketing is nothing but the process which involves promoting a lot of products, or it basically promotes your brand as well by making use of a variety of electronic media, guys. It is as simple as that. And coming to where digital marketing is thriving, or what's the fuel for digital marketing, well, I think I have to say it's the internet, because again, internet as the platform, it is the playground where digital marketing can go on and flourish, guys. So coming to the electronic media thing, basically what we're trying to say is that the electronic media which we're using, various forms of electronic media, basically is nothing but the mobile phones. You have digital banners, basically the digital advertisement boards you see on the streets or on top of buildings, and it can be tablets, it can be your computer, it can be on a laptop, it can be on a website, and so much more. So all of these include the digital medium through which digital marketing is pretty much making its way into our life. But then when you think about the older ways of how marketing previously used to happen, so people used to go about, business owners and enthusiasts used to go out and hire people for marketing, or they used to do it themselves as well. So what they basically used to do was they used to have print media. Print media is basically like printing an advertisement in a newspaper, or getting some announcements done on the radio or on the television as well. I mean, sure, we do see all of these even today, but then they do not have the impact that digital marketing has. There are many other physical forms of advertising as well. So it came to hoardings, business cards. Again, it is still in use today, but then people love a virtual business card. People love a website rather than just a business card, right? So when you come to think about that, all of these forms which were once very good have been replaced by something much, much better, which is digital marketing. And coming to using internets and social media. Basically, these were sort of non-existent back in the day. But if we have to talk about the earlier part of the 21st century, sure. We had Facebook, we had YouTube. We had all these networking sites, but then no one actually went about to do any marketing or to exploit the marketing aspect of using these online networking sites. But then we already know today we have Instagram marketing, we have Facebook marketing, LinkedIn marketing, YouTube marketing, you name it, and pretty much you can go on to market it there as well. So you need to understand how pretty much these traditional marketing strategies failed, right? Because the first thing through which it failed, in my opinion, is that it couldn't reach the customers as quickly, and basically it couldn't reach the customers in a rapid way, and it couldn't reach out to all of the people that initially was sought after. And this brings us to the next point, which is basically telling them that having a, because each having a pattern is very important, because each customer will have some sort of patterns where they go on to buy things. So let's say you're going clothes shopping, you might go on to buy a shirt first and then a pant, and then you might pick up a tie, shoes in that order, or whatever your pattern is of pretty much buying stuff. So this is just one customer view that I gave to you, but then when you think about thousands and millions of people to whom you're catering to, then you have to take this very seriously. And traditional marketing sort of failed to assess the purchasing patterns of customers. And then pretty much we already know that even these days we can feel it. The results you get from legacy marketing methods can be extremely slow, and usually they don't even get accounted for, because at the end of the day it's become a negligible entity in many of the fields, guys. I mean, sure, traditional marketing has its own advantages, online marketing has its bigger advantages in my opinion, but then when you have to juxtapose it and compare it with what digital marketing does today, then I do have to say that digital marketing is one pitch ahead, guys. So coming on to the benefits of a digital marketing certification, the first important thing we're going to have to talk about, you have to understand that you will earn up to 30% or more when you compare yourselves to non-certified professionals. Of course, there are going to be exceptions where people are exceptionally good at digital marketing and everything, and they might be earning a little bit more. But then, of course, when you look at the general demographic, it has been said, it has been sorted that you will be earning 30% more than a non-certified professional, and this is a very high-paying job as well. As we'll be checking out the average salaries in the next couple of sections, you will understand that having that 30% edge over non-certified professionals, you will realize the value, guys. So it is a lot, trust me on that. So coming to the second benefit, I think it's all about understanding another section where you will have the upper hand, is that number one, you'll have verified skills. Experimentation is good when you're learning, but then having verified skills and knowing that if you do this is the outcome, and your outcome is going to be good, and it's going to be better, it's going to be best, whatever it is, that is very important. And the second thing is that, of course, with learning comes education, right? So you guys will know at the end of the day what needs to be done for what particular campaign, on how to take it from point A to point B to eventual success. So that is very important. And third thing, of course, experience. In the field of digital marketing, freshers are of course very much welcome, but then with a certification, you will bring with you a lot of experience, which is extremely handy, because see, this is a field where you can track every single thing with numbers, and if you have the capability to show people that you can bring new growth and bring down the costs, bring up the revenue, whatever it is that the goal is of your campaign, and if you can prove it with numbers, then of course you are adding a lot of value to that company, guys. So take a second and do think about that. And then if you have to talk about another benefit, a personal benefit, all towards the company itself, you will be operating a lot more efficient with a certification, because you understand the things thoroughly. And people who are certified, majority of the people who are certified are actually the ones who are leading the industry of digital marketing, and there's a fine reason for that, right? So when you think about it on a whole, being certified, be either you're a fresher, you can be a person moving from another, you can be a person moving from a programming language aspect as well. Again, we're going to discuss on that, but at this point of time, you do have to understand that you will be operating on a next level if you are certified, because that will help you. It's not like you're seeing or running for the first time in your life. You're already trained to do it, and now you'll be doing it very well. So that's the point there, guys. So this is a section which will intrigue a lot of people, is the average salary of a digital marketing certified associate, guys. The numbers are actually great. The average salary in the USA per annum is somewhere around $80,000. It's around 8 lakhs per annum in India, and 41,000 pounds in the United Kingdom as well. So as a fresher, as a person who's getting into digital marketing, these numbers to me sound very attractive. These are very much attainable in the respective countries as shown below. All you need to do is you have to be trained, you have to have the right skill set, the interest and the drive and passion for digital marketing at the same time. So with this, we can come towards checking out all the job roles that you will be extending for, to commonalize everything and just say digital marketing associate might be okay, it might be fine, it might be right, but then there's more to it. Because look at your screen right now, I've mentioned over 10 different job roles, and I couldn't fit more on the screen, to be honest with you guys, because there is a lot more. If you're into the world of digital marketing, you can become an SEO analyst, a content specialist, social media expert, pay-per-click expert, affiliate marketing executive. You can become an ad expert, an automation specialist. Yes, a marketing automation specialist, email marketing lead, online PR manager, inbound marketing lead, a sales funnel expert. Guys, I can go on and on. So if you see this, the potential is really there. All you have to do is at this point of time, do not be overwhelmed overwhelmed thinking, okay, oh wow, I do not know any of these, can I still do it? Yes, you can. Stick with me for a minute, you will understand how. Just the point here is to tell you guys that you will have a lot of scope, a lot of domain, a lot of choices, in case if you guys are confused about not knowing where to go from wherever you are right now. So instead of just having the title of one job role, you've been given the freedom to choose from all of these, and not a lot of fields give you this kind of flexibility, right? So when you think about it, this makes a lot of sense. I am sure you knew this, but if you didn't, there's 300 billion emails that get sent every single day. 300 billion. Yes. When you think about the world population, we are sending a lot more emails to people, right? So when you think about email marketing, there's two ways you can go about doing it. One is the paid approach and one is the free approach. But when you talk to expert marketers, everyone believes that setting up a good pipeline for email marketing will involve a little bit of costs, because you'll be shooting back and forth emails to your customers, you'll be acquiring lists and so much more, right? So it is very important that when you think about this strategy, you have to keep the prices a little low. See, for example, you'll have to start with the purchase of email marketing tool. There's so many tools which will give you a plethora of analytics, right? So to do all of these tasks, to perform some in-depth analysis, you do have to invest in tools. And then you simply do not have to buy all the tools, but then make sure that you plan out your campaign in a way where you understand what the requirement is and then spend the budget. So planning is a very good part here as well. And then there are and then one very important thing we have to talk about is how good content will drive your email marketing campaign, right? Well, all the 5 strategies that we are discussing about, let me just put it out there. For all the 5 strategies, creation of good content, catchy content and attractive content is gonna be the prime thing, guys. So no matter how good your marketing skills are, if your content is not up to the mark, then of course it will not hit. To generate good content, you either have to find an expert who creates good content and then work with it, or you have to find other methodologies, and of course this has a bit of cost to it as well. And then there's something called as email contacts and email lists that you might tend to invest in, which is basically a list of all the people who might be looking for the product that you're pretty much offering, or the service that you're offering as well. I mean, you can get all these details if you have an established website where you ask the people coming onto your website via a form or something to give you their email IDs, such that you can leave them mails, give them discounts, offers and whatnot. But then if that is not the case, if you're starting out, then you will have to invest in a email list and then work with that as well. And of course that costs a little bit of time and money. And then when we have to talk about setting up a standard pipeline to sending out your mails, see, mails are either viewed as very useful or generic or spam. You have to make sure that your mails go to the very good section and not the spam. So it is very vital that you understand how you can send out very attractive mails and not spam everyone on your list, because once you enter that spam box, right, then there is a good chance no one even checks out the spam box in all seriousness. So you'll be wasting a lot of time and effort, and you won't be driving a lot of things. So it's very vital that you set up a good pipeline as well. The next thing I'm always asked when talking about email marketing is, okay, so if I'm investing something, what is my return on investment? You know what? Let me give you a very elegant example, a very practical example. Let's say you or your business, be it a startup or a multinational company, are investing $5 in each of the departments that I've put up on the screen there. Let's say you're investing $5 in banner advertisements, $5 in mobile marketing, $5 in keyword advertisement, and so on. So think about the return on investment right now. So for every $5 spent, what can you gain back, right? So with banner advertisements, for every 5 you can make 10. With mobile marketing, for every 5 you can make 55. For keyword advertisements, it's 90. For SEM or search engine marketing, it's 115, which is again very, very good numbers for $5 that you invest. And check out email marketing, it is leagues above anything else, right? So it's $200 on an investment of just $5 if you do it right, if you're trained to do it, and if your campaign is going on well. Think about that for a second, guys. I thought I'm going to save the best for the last, but then this was very attractive to keep you guys waiting, so I had to put it in the first as well. So, after checking this out, what is a good email marketing campaign? What is a good structured way to approach an email marketing campaign, right? See, the first step, let me just walk you through all the steps that you see on your screen right now. Firstly, you always have to identify your goals. Make sure your goals are reachable. First, make sure you walk one step, then walk quarter mile, then walk a mile. Just don't set a goal which is very meaningless, or a goal which you cannot achieve at this point of time. So make sure your goals are very important. Identify it, see what customers that you have to cater to and whatnot, and that will bring us straight into step 2, which will discuss about how you should build your contact list. See, building your contact list and understanding the email list is very important, because let's say if you're a local business, who's offering groceries or something, you will require the contact of the people around you, probably in your neighborhood or in your city, right? It wouldn't make sense if you're selling groceries in one part of, let's say, America, and all of your contacts are sitting in Europe. I mean, of course, you can export your groceries, but at the end of the day, the market that you're tapping for, right, that is very important. And then writing attractive email titles and creating high quality content, well, this is something you're going to see a lot on this session, because high quality content is something I always stand by, be it digital marketing, be it programming, or be it in any other field as well. Keep the content to the highest standard as much as possible, and that itself is enough to drive people at the end of the day. And then when you're talking about sending emails at the right time, this is very key, guys. So you can choose to send emails early in the morning, say at 8 a.m. or probably at 7 p.m. as well, or a little late, at 9 p.m., where people are in a point of relaxation. They're not working at their day job maybe, so your email should be reachable to them, where they're probably relaxing on their phone or checking their emails, checking their social media and whatnot. But then to understand how you can send your emails right, there is a trick here. Let me tell you. First, you begin with experimentation. For a couple of days, you can send your emails at a variety of times and then see how the response is like. Because there you will understand what your customer base, is checking their phones, checking their emails and whatnot, and at what time are they doing it. With that, of course, you have a win-win. So this covers the right time and the testing part. Now, if you have to talk about an unsubscription part, guys, this is very important. You might be thinking, why are we even talking about unsubscription, right? So our campaign is to make sure we get subscriptions. Yes, if they're already in your email list, that means that they're already subscribed to you guys. But then you have to give them an unsubscription option, because if they have to choose out of it, or if they want to opt out of your campaign, then you must give them an option there to make sure that you seem trustworthy. Then of course, after they unsubscribe, you can leave them a mail saying you miss them, you'd want them back, give them an exclusive offer to see them come back and whatnot. But then it is very vital that you give them the option, guys. So the unsubscription option, putting it out there, is very, very important. Now, after email marketing comes another very, very big form of marketing, which is social media marketing. This has taken this particular decade and the last decade, right? The 21st century has been taken and swept across its knees because of social media, in my opinion. Why do I say this? Well, I am sure I really do not have to explain social media marketing a lot, because you already know that there's billions of people online even as we speak right now. So it's the biggest pool of people, or let's say the biggest pool of customers you will find anywhere in the world. You can walk in and sell your product to the entire city, but then now with social media marketing, you have an entire globe that you can cater to if you do things right, correct? So people come online for a variety of things, be it entertainment, be it a little session of online watching TV shows, movies and whatnot for entertainment. They come for shopping, and they come for, let's say, training videos as well. I mean, everyone is working from home right now, studying from home, upskilling from home, so of course everyone's into fitness and whatnot, so even they'll be looking at that, right? So if you're a company who sells any fitness products or fitness services, well, this is a very, very good time for you guys to jump on it, because everyone wants to get fit in this particular work from home cycle, and working on that as well. So it's not just that, it's a variety of things. With just entertainment, shopping and training on your screen, I'm sure you can open up a lot of doors. So, one very important thing we have to talk about social marketing, if you have to talk about numbers, because guys, I am a numbers person. To me, analytics drives everything. So, think about this. Almost 90% of the professional marketers say that their social media campaigns have completely revolutionized and increased the exposure for their products, brands, services, and whatnot. 90%. So if we have, let's say, 1,000 people watching this live session right now, it means 900 of you guys say yes, social media marketing has done wonders for my brand. If there are 10 people, it means 9 of them agree, guys. So think about that particular thing for a second, correct? Now, you will have a question saying, what is a good social media marketing strategy? What can I work with? Well, let me tell you this. We begin with again another section of setting your campaign goals, seeing what customer base you have to tap into, seeing what social medias you can use to get there as well. And then community engagement and target audience. See, if you are a startup, then you would be hunting for people to actually understand, find your brand, and then make some sort of communication with you. So this part of it is very important, and it is vital that you reply back to your learner base, users, customers, prospects even, or let's say someone who's interested in your brand as well. This will give you a very keen idea on what your target audience are, how you should work with them, and how you can take your brand further as well. Coming to business analytics and competitive analytics, of course, guys, this marketing cycle, what we call as social media marketing, is trackable. Everything has powerful analytics, be it Facebook, be it YouTube, Twitter. You can perform amazing amount of analytics, and you can just use your analytics to drive entire campaigns. That's how powerful it is. And with the world of competition that we live in today, you can find out from your competitors what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and of course you can make use of that as well to your advantage. That's a win, right, guys? So when you think about creation of good content, again, so I don't think I have to stress on this, because you already know the value of good content by now, correct? And then it's not only just creation of good content, it's about delivering this good content. You can bake, let's say, a very, very good pizza or some biscuit or something. But then if this doesn't reach your customers in time, if this doesn't reach your customer at all, then it just goes to waste, right? So it is very important that you deliver this to your customers. So that again is very important too. What's more important is to understand where you're going wrong, what you're doing right, and how you can better your campaign. And that can be done with campaign evaluation. So these are some of the very good points that you can use to create a very good social media marketing strategy, guys. With that, we have to check out some of the social media out there, right? So there's so many popular social media, there's billions of users for each of these, and when you think about it, these are the top that are out there, guys. Think about Twitter for a second. If you're willing to have your brand trending very quickly and bring about an awareness among people where they want to talk about your brand, they want to see you exist and probably take you from 0 to 100 really quick, well, Twitter should be your goal. But then if you have a product which you think is going to impress a lot of people and it's going to be a little attractive, catchy, and into the millennial kind of a marketing exposure that we're talking about, then Pinterest is what you should be looking at. Then Instagram. Do I even have to talk about Instagram, guys? Your content is going to reach people very rapidly if you run advertisements there, or even if you just put up good content generally as well. If you keep it attractive and catchy, it generally is going to work for all of these social media. But then for Instagram, keeping it catchy is the bare requirement to make sure people get your attention. And then of course, if we talk about LinkedIn has a very formal user base which is very different from the other social media, right? So here, to formally launch your brand, to garner attention from competitors, from your users, from people who want to invest in your company as well. So this is another place where you have to tap into and understand that it is quite different from everything else too. And then do I have to talk about YouTube? Guys, Facebook, YouTube, all of these will drive your business to success. If you know how to work with analytics, if you can understand data, if you can understand numbers, then of course you can drive your entire marketing campaign, as I just mentioned a couple of slides ago, with just numbers and detailed analytics with this, guys. So be it Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is, all of these social media have driven billions of dollars worth of business in just 1 or 2 years in the past, and that number is exponentially growing and going up. So I would suggest you guys work on your social media marketing strategies as well. Now with that, we come to the third strategy, which is search engine optimization. This is a very, very important thing, and if I am not wrong, I'm sure you guys will agree here, this is probably the most used digital marketing term, right? So whenever you talk to a person who's an expert in digital marketing, whenever you talk to a friend who's into digital marketing, they're going to be using this term very often: SEO, search engine marketing, search engine optimization, and whatnot. So these couple of acronyms in this world, right? So it's PPC, SEO, SEM, all of these are fancy terms, and not just fancy terms, they have very fancy goals, and they will drive your performance to the next level too. Now anyway, coming back to search engine optimization, whenever we talk about SEO, it's all about optimizing your content delivery. See, once you create good content, you have to make sure that this content is delivered to the people who search for it. See, for example, if you go to Google and if you type your favorite phone brand or whatever it is, if you want to buy a Samsung phone, an iPhone, or whatever it is, as soon as you type that, you're going to get a couple of listings there, right? So let's say you want to read a review on those phones. So you can choose to go to the e-commerce sites, or you can read very good blogs where people review that as well. Now, how many of you will actually go to the Google's second page, third page, fourth page, fifth page to actually read any of these, right? I don't think so, even if it's news also. So you want everything at least in the top 5 or the top 10, or let's say worst case in the first page of your Google search result. And SEO is used just for this. It's going to make sure that if your content is good, if you follow all the protocols, and if you have a very nice trustable brand, it brings your website up into the first page organically. So you do not have to pay in the world of SEO as well. I mean, of course there are tools which you can pay for analytics and whatnot, but then you can do a lot for organic, guys. So whenever we talk about this term organic or organic traffic, it means we are not paying to actually drive any of these. So these are coming on their own just because of the efforts that you have put in and the optimizations that you have done. Now, talking about everything that is related to SEO and what makes the biggest impact on your SEO campaign, it's of course the design of your website, the design of your products, services, and everything, and how your marketing campaign is as well. If you're spamming your marketing campaigns throughout, be it on Google, be it on social media, or whatever there is, then you will not shine through, guys. So be very careful when you're marketing. Then of course, good content, I don't have to talk about that. The usage of links, keywords, very good HTML optimization, the usage of blogs is very important, because these terms are everything that drive your SEO marketing, guys. Be it backlinks, be it the use of long tail keywords, short tail keywords, catering to a lot of people. A short tail keyword is when people go on Google and search for something like running shoes. Now, a long tail keyword is something like what people would search for: women's Nike running shoes, all weather, waterproof, right? So you understand that. So that's the quick difference between the short and the long tail keywords. And if you're a person who's selling women's shoes, running shoes for that matter, you have to work on making sure your content ranks for both as well, because there's a good chance that the person is looking for a very detailed item, and if you can provide it for that person, you'll make a sale. But then if someone is looking for something generic and you can still cater to them, well, you've just driven another sale. That's good for you, right? Correct. So now with this, we can check out a question which we get a lot is it very difficult? Is it very complicated to work with SEO? Well, the answer is yes and no. If you are a beginner, if you are coming from a non-IT background, if you're coming from a very different background which has nothing to do with digital marketing, let me tell you this. Do not be overwhelmed by any of these strategies. With a good certification program, or in fact with good knowledge base, if you put in good amount of time, effort and learning, you can all become experts in digital marketing. Make sure to stick till the end of this video. I'll be guiding you on the quickest way that you guys can become experts in digital marketing and begin your career. Okay, coming back. See, there's three very important things that you have to work with whenever you think about SEO. It's about how you can create a website, optimize it, and cater it to a bigger audience. Firstly, any SEO campaign will begin with you already having a website, or if you do not have a website, create a base website, create a very attractive UI, create a catchy UX and whatnot. After your good content is put up on your website, then optimize it. See, once you understand what pages rank on Google, that is what pages show up, what on the first page of the Google search engine, what pages don't show up, what doesn't show up and what does not. So what does show up and what does not show up, you will get to know. So now you have an idea to work on these web pages that do not rank. So optimize it using all of the SEO strategies. And then the third most important thing is you have to cater to a bigger client base. See, if you started out with the goal of, let's say, I want to cater to 100 clients right now, but then now you're realizing that let's say 1,000 people are interested in what you're doing, then you have to have the ability to scale up to that extent, and then to make sure that you have the ability, the manpower, the strength and the capability to actually cater to these big guys, right? You started out with 100, but now you're extremely popular. 1,000 people are interested, 10,000 people are interested. So you have to understand on how you can scale up in this strategy and in fact in all of the other strategies as well. Now with that, if we have to talk about some of the top tools that you should consider learning, well guys, we already have a blog on this. It's called Top SEO Tools. Make sure to read that after this particular video to understand what are the top SEO tools that you can make use of. The top tools that come into my mind is Google Analytics, SEMrush and Mozebar. These three will get you started very quick. You can of course choose free versions, you can pay for it, but either way, to get you started with SEO, most of them are free, and in fact you can work with them right after this video as well, guys. Okay, after search engine optimization, one very important thing you have to check out is search engine marketing. So that's SEO, that's done. Now we're coming to SEM. Well, what is SEM? Guys, you might have heard of terms such as PPC, PSA, paid search advertisements, pay-per-click and all of these, right? So all of these actually are the same thing to search engine marketing. As we spoke about, the biggest user base is online that we discussed previously. But then with this comes the highest amount of competition that the world has ever seen as well. So how can you work on strategies? How can you work on your campaign if you have the highest amount of competition in the world in the online space? This is where SEM comes into the picture. See, search engine organization, SEO, is all about organically bringing up your websites to rank on Google. Now, SEM is about paying a small amount of money to rank on a keyword. So whenever someone searches for women's running shoe, let's say, you can pay Google a small amount to make sure your website comes on the first one or two slots that's meant for advertisements and people can click on it. So paying to make sure in a certain term that your website will come on the first will rapidly take you from 0 to 100 in terms of customer exposure, in terms of sales and a lot of other things as well. But since this is a paid form of marketing, the first thing you have to do is you have to avoid overbidding on these keywords. See, every keyword and the duration that your ad is going to stay up there is going to have an amount. And you have to make sure that you just don't spend all your money on one particular keyword. Spread it out, put a good campaign, work on it. And then focusing on the right keywords and then putting money on it is the good way to go. And of course, we have something called as the Google's quality score that's given to your website in general, your brand in general, your products in general. So this is very important to get your website to rank organically as well. So the Google's quality score is something that you have to check out. And then researching and planning for your customer base will ensure that your campaign will work well, because you're catering to the right people. If a person wants an apple, you're giving them an apple. You're not trying to sell them an orange, correct? So this is where research and planning comes into the picture. Then working on a good campaign management, working on optimizing the user experience is everything, guys. You might be providing an amazing product or a service, but then if you have issues with the user experience that you provide, then it's not going to make a lot of sense, right? So your product is amazing, but the experience where the user comes and buys your product, if it's subpar, then that person might move away because someone else, your competitor, might be giving them a better user experience, keeping them happy through their purchase. So you want your customers to be happy as soon as they make their purchase rather than sad that they had to put money down for this, right? Of course, SEM is again something that's going to help you here, alongside good content, alongside good user experience, and giving your users a guarantee chance that they're going to click on your particular website or web page because it's ranking number one on the Google spot, right? So what are the factors that influence your ranking? So what are the things that are very important? Believe it or not, good content is number one, of course. I have stopped listing that because I know you guys understand it by now. Second thing is something a little bit into technical SEO, what we call as the page load time. If your website takes a lot of time to load, one thing is for sure, your customers are not going to be interested to wait and then use a slow website in general. Secondly, Google is very intelligent to see that your website takes a lot of time to load and it will work against you. And then analyzing based on the users clicking on the website, of course you will have a lot of things to track. You have something called as the click-through rate and many other terms which will guide the metrics on what the customers are doing on your website. Did they just visit your website and leave? How long did they stay? Did they interact with your website? Where are they even stopping? Are they adding the products to the cart and then not buying them? Why are they doing that? Or are they finding it a little bit of trouble to add it to the cart or getting details on the product as well? A lot of that is in this particular step, guys. And then when you think about the interaction of customers and how long people stay on your website as well, all of these are metrics that you can track. All of these are metrics, of course, the search engine crawlers and bots can track as well. One very important thing is, are you completely catering to the search, guys? If a person is searching for a woman running shoes, if you're showing men's casual shoes out there, or let's say a formal shoe, do you think it's going to make sense? Well, yeah, exactly my point. If someone's searching for a particular keyword, make sure you're catering exactly to that keyword. You can of course keep it a little bit generic, you can suggest other things, but then your main focus should be that. So guys, it is very important that you do that. And then Google is a very brilliant, very intelligent search engine. It's not just Google, all the search engines are very brilliant out there. They have ways to even check if you are trustable or not even before your customers make a payment to you. So make sure that your trust ratings are high, your quality ranking numbers are high, and generally guys, be trustable. That's very important, because if you're doing something shady out there, your search engine is going to find out about it even before your customers find out, probably, and then start deranking, down ranking, and then probably even blacklisting you from ever ranking on Google as well. So it's very important that you work on a campaign which works towards your goal and not against your goal. Now with this, you'll be wondering, okay, so if I'm putting down money on search engine marketing, what are the benefits that I'm getting, right? If you're ranking on the number one spot always, people will know you exist. If you are a person who has not been on the map before and now there's billions of people online, they're searching for something and you're put up in the number one spot there, people will want to check you out. So immediate brand awareness is everything there. And then with brand awareness, if 100 people click on the link that is ranking, even if 10 people make a purchase, right, just 10%, then you have instant revenue that got generated than you working for months together, working on SEO, getting your page to rank organically. You just spent a little amount of money and then you have a guaranteed revenue generation, considering of course your product or service is good enough as well. So that is very important. And then good reachability, and not just good reachability, it's good reachability quick in caps, guys, because you can choose to run ads and make sure that you have a good SEM campaign for a certain amount of time, without overspending, and then if you can see it if it works or not. Experimentation has a lot to do with SEM and with reachability, of course. As I spoke about in brand awareness, your reachability is going to skyrocket. One thing, you must have a trustable campaign. Second thing, you must have the campaign to make sure you're capable to handle this kind of a surge. As I told you, if you're willing to sell for 10 users and now you have 10,000 users at your doorstep who want to buy your product, well, you need to have the ability to scale. So make sure you plan your campaigns correct, and in fact your overall architecture as well, guys. So SEM does wonders to your business or your marketing goals, as you just saw. Now, here is one of my favorite marketing campaigns or marketing strategies that has been taking over the world, guys. It's influencer marketing. I'm sure you've heard of this. You've made a product purchase because someone, an influencer online told you to buy it, a reviewer of sorts or whatever, right? Now, here is a metric that all the other four strategies could not beat. 95% of expert professional marketers say that they had huge benefits whenever they made use of influencer marketing campaign. See, an influencer marketing campaign is something like you paying a popular person to showcase your products on their social media pipeline. And then they will go to their social media, they're going to post something about your product and talk about it in general, which will catch the attention of their customer base. All the celebrities usually tend to do this. If it's fashion, then influencer marketing is number one, and then it's not just fashion anymore. It's trickled down to the world of electronics, personal items and whatnot as well. So if you find a popular person and make sure that you can get your product across to them, and if they are willing to actually put it up on their social media either for free or of course this involves a bit of money as well, but then when you do that, if it hits, the money that you pay to these influencers will be negligible considering the amount of profits you will drive, because even small scale influence marketers will have somewhere around 10,000 to 25,000 followers, and the big guns, the big guys that we're talking about, they'll have millions of followers, guys. Yes, millions. And you might have seen a lot of celebrities with millions of followers, right? So now if they say, hey, I can vouch for this brand is trustable, I like it, then that's good enough. So why should you even consider influencer marketing apart from all the general reasons of it being the best marketing strategy out there? Let me tell you this. People are tired of regular marketing. This is me being very honest with you guys as a marketer, guys, because people are immune to traditional marketing when you think about it. For example, just think about your own situation. How many times have you seen an advertisement and you're like, you know what, I'm not interested, it's an advertisement? But do you think about it that way, or do you say, hey, here's an advertisement, I want to click on it? Yes, right. You're coming on to the train of thought that I am in right now. So to move people away even from modern marketing methodologies, influencer marketing is something that's gaining a lot of traction and taking its place. So it's very important. Customer engagement, of course. If you have an influencer who posted something about your brand and you've got 3,000 comments on that social media handle, then you have 3,000 people who are very interested into it. Right? Most of the time it's thousands of comments, hundreds of comments that I've always seen on whenever someone promoting a product as well. And it's pretty easy to implement. All you have to do is have a good product, have a good service, or have a good brand name in general. And then it's either free or paid, where you pay a person, an influencer, to be very precise, and that person is going to take it from there. That person is going to put their honest review, unbiased review about your product and tell their customer base about it, right? So it's not, you are not putting a lot of time and effort into this marketing campaign, but then it is still driving a lot of sales. So that's one thing. And then the last thing we have to talk about is word of mouth, because even though we are in the world of digital marketing right now, sometimes a traditional word of mouth where one person talks about your product to another person is something that's gonna hit, right? So if you impressed, in fact, you know what? Let me just step back and tell you this amazing quote that I read a couple of years ago. If you do a good job, a person will tell it to, let's say, 10 other customers. But if you do a bad job, that same person can tell it to 100 different customers as well. So think about that. If you do good, it's going to go to 10 people. If you do bad, then it's going to go to 100 different people and they'll know about it. So it's very vital, that you build this trust rating, be a good, be a good provider, and make sure to use your marketing skills for your brands very well, guys. So that is very important.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, if you talk about the popular social media out there, again, I do not have to stress on any of these. You would know these already. Think about this. There are 40% of daily US Instagram users that have bought something because an influencer recommended it. Think they might either need the product, not need the product. Is it their immediate requirement? Is it a necessary? All of that will take a backstage when their favorite people come online and say, hey, you know what? I checked this out. It's beautiful. I think you should check it out as well. And they'll be like, you know what? I'm going to check it out. That's how it happens. And if you are talking about numbers, 40% is very attractive. If you're thinking about 4 out of 10 people, then of course, if 4 out of 10 people buy something off of you, then that's gonna start impacting your business, right? Now think about the billions of active users on Instagram, not millions, billions. Now think about 40% of that number, correct? Even though it sounds like it's all too far-fetched, if you do your campaign right, you can start a huge inflow of cash with this, guys. Instagram, you have to keep it very catchy. Facebook is where community engagement means a lot. If there are groups for your brand, or let's say if there are discussion groups where people are talking about your brand, you can understand the sentiment from it. You can understand either are they talking good about your brand, bad, are they suggesting something, or are they talking about your brand in general, or are they comparing it. With this, you'll get a lot of insight. They'll even talk about your competitors and tell how they're doing something better, through which of course you can learn and implement that as well. So you're not paying people to tell you a lot on Facebook. I mean, of course, if you're talking about the influencer marketing thing, you will be paying people. Now I'm talking a little bit about social media marketing. You do not have to pay for someone to comment on your product, on how it is and what they think about it, right? So reviews are 99% free, and using this, then you know it, guys. You've already understood. You might have been a person who went on Facebook, commented about a product, good or bad. Either you liked it or you didn't. So you've already been there. You've already done this, but you're on the other side of the bridge right now. Now you're the provider and someone else is the customer, right? Think about that. And then Twitter is going to take your brand from 0 to 100 real quick, because Twitter is for trends. That's one thing that's been working for the last couple of years. If anything is trendy, there's a very good chance it's going to hit Twitter first, Instagram next, Facebook, and every other social media thereafter. So getting your brand up and going, well, with Twitter, I really don't think how you can go wrong, guys. Now, what are some of the very important factors that you have to put in to understand a good, successful social influencer campaign as well? When you think about it, the number one aspect is relevance. You have to keep it very relevant. You can be a fashion brand. You can be a person who's selling all custom designed clothes and whatnot. But then if you approach an electronics reviewer and pay that person to influence their audience based on this, it will not work, right? Because his audience are watching his or her channel because they want electronic items. So if that person has started promoting clothes, then there's a good chance it might not hit. So relevance is very important. And then outreach is a very important factor, because you might be paying an influencer a lot of money, but then if that is not working out for you, you should pull out of that campaign. You can be paying a huge sum of money, and of course you'll be driving a lot of profits if it's working well. But then if you are paying a lot of money and if it's not driving it, then it means that the user base of your influencers might not be in line or in the same frequency as what you're providing. So that's very important, and you have to think about this. And resonance is all about you understanding what's going on with people regarding your brand. Are they genuinely happy? Are they spreading good about your brand? Are they talking bad things about your brand? And everything you can check out in the comment section of any social media where you have influencers work for you as well. This is one of the biggest things, understanding your audience directly. There's a direct link between the provider and the person whose requirement is set. And in the world of digital marketing, I don't think nothing has added more value than this, guys. And on that note, we'll have a quick introduction to something called as Google Analytics. Have you guys heard of Google Analytics? Guys, head to the comment section and do let me know, because Google Analytics is an amazing creation in my opinion. It's basically a free web analytics service which will provide you with a plethora of tools that you can use to perform very concise and in-depth analytics of your particular website, of your product, of your brand, and so much more. So this at the end of the day is used to measure how successful your website is, how successful your blog is when it comes to marketing, when it comes to how optimized the content you are putting is, or when it comes to e-commerce where you directly have to sell sales, after sales support and whatnot, guys. So Google Analytics actually came into the picture by this web analytics firm called as Urchin, but then Urchin was actually acquired by Google in the year 2005, and that's when pretty much Google Analytics came into establishment, guys. It was late 2005. So how can you go about accessing Google Analytics? Well, guys, it is actually extremely simple. The web address that you need to go to is www.google.com/analytics. To use analytics, there are certain prerequisites. And the first thing is that you're going to need a Google account to use analytics. But then most of us these days do use Gmail accounts, right? So that would be sufficient, since that is a Google provided account, to basically use analytics, guys. If you do not have a Gmail account, well, you can actually create yourself a new Google account, become a member of the Google products, and pretty much you can go on to later using the Google Analytics, and you can do it very easily. And that is the best part about Google Analytics in my opinion, guys. And the fun fact is that it is extremely vital that you guys know this, is that Google Analytics is one of the most preferred analytical tool by many companies throughout the world, guys. So again, read it again. It's one of the most preferred analytics tools by many companies throughout the world, and you can pretty much exploit this. You can get very good jobs out of it, and since it's a Google Analytics tool, you can be paid very well if you know what you're doing with respect to Google Analytics as well, guys. So this should bring us to the question of why we should actually use Google Analytics. I mean, sure, there are n number of possible reasons that you can get hundreds of advantages that you can get, but what are the particular questions that need answering when you can pretty much use Google Analytics to get the answers for? See, here are some of the questions that people will ask, through which you can get the answers to using Google Analytics. The first question is, how many people actually visit my website? Where do my visitors live? Do I need a mobile friendly website? Again, as I told you the example earlier, what websites send traffic to my website pretty much, what marketing tactic is helping my website the most, what pages are the most popular ones on my web page, what pages are not popular, how many visitors do I have which are basically converted into leads or customers, where are my converting visitors coming from, and where do they go on the website, how can I improve my website's speed, what content are my visitors liking the most. And guys, basically there are n number of questions that you can ask, and through all of these questions, to get a better clarity of what's happening around, you can pretty much use Google Analytics, and this will give you all the answers to those questions as well. And the first thing is the important aspect that you need to know about is getting to know your audience. Google Analytics provides a very good and an easy way where you can track all the people who come through your website and interact with your website as well. You can get so many fine print details, such as how many people actually come to your website, how long they stay for, what they do on your website, and so much more using Google Analytics, guys. So let's say they're particularly in search for a keyword, or they just happen to bump onto your website in Google. Well, basically it wouldn't mean bump on you. It means your content might be ranking, and there's a good chance they clicked on that. But then you can find out the reason why it's ranking and how your customer landed on your website as well, guys. So what this does for you as a business person is that this knowledge will help you create a very good marketing campaign in the future, to know how your customers are coming through and to provide them the easiest way to go about accessing your site. And the next reason why Google Analytics is required is pretty much to understand the measurement of success that your campaign has been through, because Google Analytics is one of the most amazing methodologies, amazing ways that you can go about using to measure the efficiency of all of your marketing campaigns, guys. So at the end of the day, we know it might get difficult to analyze a campaign which has been done in the traditional ways, but then when it comes to online marketing, you can find out answers to so many questions. Again, how many users did the campaign actually help in bringing to your website? What was the bounce rate? Bounce rate is basically when people just land on your website, they come to your website, but they don't do anything, they just leave. So that's bounce rate. And then did the visitors pretty much come to your site, and did they actually go on to donate some money for your site and whatnot? So the most important thing that you need to know is that analytics can give you the results to a particular product. So before doing any sort of analytics, you need to set very specific goals before you actually launch your marketing campaign, because all of these goals can be verified if they're obtained or not by using analytics, guys. And then this brings us to the next point, which is basically website customization, because Google Analytics, again, as I've been stressing, is amazing. It's amazingly easy to provide very good information for you, valuable information that you can actually use to customize your website to your particular customer's needs. And then you can actually see these results numerically and visually, and you can use these results to actually do some changes to the websites, attract more visitors, and attract many prospects as well, guys. So to help you understand this a little better, here's a quote for you guys. So pretty much the world has sold more products on a website which is extremely concise and helps the customer with their requirement. So when you think about it, the entire world agrees with this statement. If your website is very concise, it is very sharp, and people can understand what you're doing, this will help your customers immensely, guys. And then coming to what a Google Analytics output looks like. So what we basically call it as Google Analytics dashboard, guys. So this dashboard is a plethora of information where you can customize this as per your requirement, basically. So this is basically a content drill down dashboard where you can go on to analyze all the users who have come to your website, all the male users, all the female users, what is the top rated blog that's being viewed by the male users, by the female users. Guys, you can do any sort of customization. You can view with respect to age as well. You can get the unique viewers, bounce rates, session duration, where what is the amount of time that people spent on your particular website, what is the time people spent on that particular web page of that website, and so much more, guys. So this is basically a website content dashboard, and it would look something like this. And then coming to a page tracking dashboard, well, again, we already know what the bounce rate is. So pretty much the 67.5% is the average bounce rate, and there are 2 pages being created per session. People are spending 74 seconds on each particular page. People are spending 5 seconds is the actual load time of your particular website, and so much more. When you look about the time spent on each page, as like based on the color coding, you can check out that the power of big data has the biggest gap. And guys, this is basically a very simple dashboard, but then it looks so elegant, and it can give you all the beautiful results as well. You can even get to know the bounce rate by which the browsers they use. So the 69% of the people who use Safari actually don't do anything on your website. 67 people Mozilla. You have again Google Chrome, Firefox, and so much more as well. You can even find out what is the loading time by country, guys. So in this country, this is the amount of time it takes for your page to load. At that level of detail can be figured out as well. And then you can find out the new users who came, how many sessions got created that day, what is the bounce rate, what is the browser version.
SEO stands for search engine optimization, and it's very like it's being mentioned, it's a process of taking measures to gain organic traffic. What exactly organic traffic is, let me help you with a specific example by going onto a browser. Let's say this is Google search engine, guys, and who all use Google search engines? I would say everybody uses search engine these days. Provided if you are looking into this video, you are into the internet space, and you would be using search engines, I believe. Let's say I am one of the search engine users, and I want to buy in something. I want to buy an iPhone, right? I want to buy an iPhone 6. I have decided that I need a new iPhone or a new phone. I know that what phone I need, what phone do I want to buy. This query of mine in my head, I translate that into the search box, right? I type that across, that query of mine into the search box. I press enter, right? So this query you can see, which I've mentioned in the Google search box and pressed enter. When that's being done, the search engine has given me a lot of search results. You can see these search results are there, right? You have search results on the top, on the bottom, second, third, and then fourth and fifth. And then you have on the right hand side certain image search results, and then there are again certain text search results. Now I would like to tell you this. First of all, the query which I put in internet marketing language, that is called a keyword. I know most of you might be knowing it, but it's very important for me to let you know right from the basics. This specific query is called keyword. I repeat again, a keyword is the same thing which is written across, submitted across by the search engine user in the search box. When the keyword is being pressed across, entered by the search user, and enter button has been pressed across, the search results come in. These all are search results. Now, what exactly SEO is? SEO is all about getting a website on the organic results which you saw. This is an organic result. Now, what is an organic result? The very first search result, which is not an advertisement. You can see the very first search result which you can see is this one, but this is actually a paid search result. You can see a yellow icon with an ad being there. This is something which we'll cover in the Google AdWords module, guys, right? So paid ads, we cover that in detail also. So just to let you know, this is not SEO, guys. This is a paid ad, which is any advertiser. So advertiser Amazon is trying to advertise their website over here, and they have got their website on the top. The reason why they've run this ad, they've got this advertisement on the top, so that the customer or the search engine user who's placing in a keyword, who is looking to buy a specific phone, can get in touch with Amazon very easily. The chances of the very first search result getting maximum traffic is the most. Whosoever will type in this particular keyword will definitely try to open the very first search result. This is a human tendency, that we generally try to open the very first search result, followed by second preference to the second search result, then the third, then the fourth. If I talk about these search results, the ones with yellow icon, these are the paid search results, guys. The first one, the second one, they come up with the help of Google AdWords. So we are not going to cover these in the search engine optimization module. That'll be covered in the Google AdWords. The one which comes on the bottom of the ad, this is what an organic result is, guys. There are three names which are given to a specific, there are 3 to 4 names which are given to the specific search result, guys. I would repeat, you can probably note them down. One is an organic result. It is an organic result, or a natural result, or a SEO, search engine optimization SEO result, right? Or an unpaid result. So you are not paying to Google to get your website on the top. You are just optimizing. You would be doing on page and off page. That's what we will study. How can I get my website on the top in the organic listings? No matter how many people come, type in a keyword and click on my website 1,000 times or 2,000 times, I am not going to get charged. Apple is not getting charged for whatever number of people come and click on this. But with Amazon being on the top, if 10 people type in a keyword, and these 10 people get to see the Amazon ad, and all these 10 people click on the Amazon ad, 10 clicks, on the basis of clicks, they would have to pay. Amazon would have to pay to Google for every click which happens on their advertisement. But over here, with Apple or with Snapdeal being there in the SEO result, they're not paying in anything. That's the difference between the organic listings and the paid listings. I repeat, these are the paid listings or the Google AdWords listing. And I repeat again, these are the organic, natural, or the unpaid, or the SEO listings. So 4 names I've already given you, right? The search results which are there on the right hand side, that is basically a shopping ad, guys. A shopping ad, a Google shopping ad. This is also a paid advertisement. The difference between this top paid ad and this paid ad is that the shopping ad comes always with an image. The text ad, the text paid ad is just a simple text altogether, content, right? On an average, guys, maximum what you can see, maximum you would see top 3 results are paid, not more than that. Google has a strict policy that maximum 3 results on the top can be the paid ones. And on the right hand side, maximum 8 results can be the shopping ads, not more than that. So maximum 3 on the top, maximum 8 shopping ads. And even on the right hand side, if you would see, the paid ads are still there, the content, the text paid ads. There is a restriction for that also, maximum 8 paid ads on the right hand side. That is with one SERP. Now I would tell you what SERP is. So if you would see, when the keyword was being typed across, this is one SERP, which is search engine result page, guys. This is one SERP, and then you have the second SERP. I'm clicking on that, right? You can see there are advertisement on the second SERP also, which is the second page, search engine result page. You have the Amazon, Apple, Flipkart, and then you have certain shopping ads again. If I go further, scroll further down, you would get to see that there is one, two, and then another third SERP, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on and so forth. That's what an SERP is. And with every SERP, which is every search engine result page, SERP stands for search engine result page, maximum 3 top paid ads. I repeat, maximum 3 top paid ads are given across. So since the maximum is 3, so it can be minimum 0 also. At present, in this particular example, there are only just 2 on the top, and on the right hand side you have maximum 8 these product listing ads or the shopping ads. Shopping ads are also called PLA ads, which are product listing ads. On the right hand side we have maximum 8 paid results, 8 paid ads. So 8 paid ads, text ads on the right, and 3 on the top. Maximum 11 in a SERP. In every search engine result page, you can have maximum 8 plus 3, 11 search paid results, search paid results, and maximum 10 unpaid or natural or organic. So you can see 1, 2, 3, I mean, you go so forth and so on. These are maximum 10 in the organic. We would study how can we get our website on the top for the unpaid listings, right? That's what overall search engine is. So search engine optimization, guys, I repeat again, it's an overall science, a process of getting your website on the top of the search results, right? So these are the search results for a specific keyword. You want your website to be on the top of the search results organically in the organic listings, not in the paid one. So that Apple has done it perfectly. Snapdeal has done it perfectly. Best Buy has done it perfectly. The higher you are, the better chances are that you're going to get maximum traffic, maximum relevant traffic, and ultimately traffic would result into sales, which is the end objective of every business. I hope you would agree that every business needs sales, revenue, and profits, nothing more than that. I mean, definitely other things does get attached to it. I mean, customer experience, satisfaction, all these things are needed, but every business is there to earn money, and I hope everybody is over here to learn SEO to make money out of it, right? So that's the objective. I'll move back to my slide again. All right. So, like I said, SEO is the process of taking measures, which is taking all these corrective actions and measures to gain organic traffic from search engines. Your ranking and placement on a search engine website depends on user queries. So, the user query which I had used in that particular example was buy iPhone 6. If my end customer is typing in buy iPhone 6 and I sell across iPhone 6, it's a perfect thing. I should get my website optimized for those specific queries which my end audience would type in while looking for a kind of product which I also sell, right? So which in turn rely on what your web page have done for SEO. So we would do a lot of things on the web pages which we have for websites. It's very important to have a website to run the search engine optimization. So there are multiple ways to optimize a website, which include things like putting in a lot of content, and also ranging from using the front end user oriented content. So content is one thing, getting backlinks, and working out on the website layout altogether, right? So that's in brief, guys. I mean, not in brief, I would say in very much depth what SEO stands for, what SERP stands for, right? Search engine result page, and how is the overall categorization there. All right, another basics. So we are understanding the basics within search engine landscape. What exactly a search is, why people search. Give me an let me give you an example. Let's say 20 years back or 25 years back, when there was no internet, hardly any internet. And the way we used to read books was like, I mean, we used to enter into a library, and let's say, just imagine a situation: you are in your school library or your college library, you enter inside the library and you're looking for a particular book. Now, when you're looking for a particular book, what are you trying to do? You're going to search for it, right? There's a huge database of books. There are huge towers of these books which are lying in your library. And out of those lakhs of books, or maybe thousands of books, you're just looking for one single book. How would you get to know that the book which you're looking at, where is that placed? Earlier, we used to ask our librarian that where can I get a such and such book with such and such author. He or she, the librarian, used to tell us that, or even now this happens in the other libraries, some of the old-fashioned libraries, the librarian tells us that please go to the tower number A or tower B or the overall this particular rack, and within that rack, then in tower A you have a certain section which is A uh, 1.1. So the librarian was helping you do the search part very easily. So we always do a search to find a lot of information. We always keep on hunting for various information. Now today I decide that I want to go to a restaurant for a dinner or for breakfast, whatever the time of whatever time you are looking at this video. So let's say I decide to go for dinner in a very good fine dining Chinese restaurant. What would I do? These days, we always keep a check on search engines. We always ask search engines. I need to buy a phone. I need to buy a car. I need to go for with any sort of online shopping. I need to complete. I'm a college student. I need to complete my project. I'm a small kid. I want to watch cartoons, or I am again a school going kid who is looking to look for certain movies or what all things. We always, every sort of individual is searching in something or the other. So on the internet, searching is just all about finding and stuff. We all know that, right? So but it's very much important for me to let you know, even if you know that. So somewhere in a location, in a collection of huge database documents or web pages, also in the internet space, there are huge web pages which are stored across by search engines. Search engine stores a hell lot of web pages, a lot of web pages which gets constructed on day-to-day basis. They are being taken into consideration. They're being read and saved by search engines in their database. So all these search engines have their huge data centers, guys. Now consider, imagine one more thing. I'll ask you to imagine one more thing. Imagine you are in a particular corporate office which is way too tall, as in when the it's a taller building, and it's a cold storage unit, and it has a huge, I mean, very tall towers also, and these tall towers are data centers of these search engines. You would find, I mean, there are plenty of data centers which Google owns in various countries. So they have a good number of data centers in United States, some of them in India as well. So within their data centers, these cold storage units, which you have imagined just now, they've got heaps of web pages being stored. Now the search engines keep on searching for lot many new web pages in the internet, and the search engines keep on scanning, reading, and then saving all these data in their data center, so that whenever the end customer of the search engine puts in a query or the keyword, whatever you call it, the query or the keyword, the search engine algorithm works again and showcases only those search results which they find to be best and relevant, right? So all in all, it's a collection of documents or collection of web pages and other things. There is a lot of information which you would want to find. You look like we were looking for the iPhone 6 and we were being given search results of Apple, Amazon, and Snapdeal, and other websites. So you don't have a web idea where exactly they are. So you perform a search activity, right? All right. So what exactly a search engine is? Now consider, I mean, there are various names, guys, for search engines, which I would like to tell you. One, you can write that down. It's people call search engine as a robot or a bot. Robot, bot, which is BOT, or a robot, 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 bot, or a crawler. Robot, bot, crawler, or a search engine. These are same names given to a specific program, guys. A search engine is nothing but just a program which is being devised and created by these companies, by these organizations like Google, Bing, Yahoo. They have created these overall program which they have sort of automated in a fashion that they run on their own. And when they run, what they do, they keep running, they keep jumping from one web page to another web page. Let's say today I create a new website, guys. If I create a new website today and I permit search engine to come onto my website, so there is a permission which has to be given. I'll talk about that in detail in a later stage, which is called robots.txt. So I permit search engines to come onto my website. Search engines are always hungry for new web pages. They'll come onto my web page, they'll start looking into my web page and start scanning the content. So let's say there is something written on my website, the written content that would be scanned from left to right and top to bottom. And after scanning, the scanning process, first of all, the scanning of the content or the reading of the content is called crawling, guys. In internet marketing language, scanning or reading of the content by search engine on a specific web page is called crawling. I repeat, crawling is a process of scanning or reading text or content on a specific web page by the search engine. So crawling is that process. Once the Google or any search engine has done the crawling part, they would, after scanning, they would go ahead and take all that content and deposit all that, save all that in their repository or in their data center, and that saving across of that content is termed as indexing, right? Indexing is the term which is being used for saving across the content, right? So I repeat, search engine is actually a program which helps in doing the crawling and indexing part very easily. And this program searches for new web pages and reads, scans or that entire new set of database which is present, and also then categorize these search engines, these programs list down certain keywords for a specific web page. If my web page is talking about buy iPhone 6, while submitting my web page into the data center, they will also mention that these are certain keywords which are associated to a specific web page. So characterization would be done, categorization and characterization would be done for each one of my websites, web pages. And they are used, these search engines are actually used for finding particular sites on the World Wide Web. So today I'm trying to find a specific thing on the World Wide Web. So I would use a search engine to actually find that, right? I've already spoken about SERP, but I'll still go ahead and let you know. So the search results are generally presented in a line of results. I have shown you the line of results which have the paid and the unpaid. They're often termed as search engine results pages. So one page is one of the SERP, the second page is the second SERPs, third page is the third SERPs, so on and so forth. So search results are presented with the help of SERPs, and the information would be a mix of web page, image, and other type of files also, guys. So you would see these days it's not just the websites which rank. There are plenty of images, local maps files or local maps also. Then you have social media sites also which rank. So not just the web pages, but also images and other types of files you would get to see within search engines. What SEO is, what is search, what is search engine. So it's very important to know all that. I've already made you understand what SERP, what crawling and indexing also. I'll talk about that in detail when I'll move forward, right? So I have certain slides for that also. So why search engines use people use search engines, or why search engines are used by people? I mean, we have already spoken about that. No matter whatever kind of audience it is, whether it's an individual working in a corporate, a businessman, or a small kid, a school-going kid, or a college-going kid, or an adolescent, or a housewife, or an elderly men or women, whosoever may be, they are using internet for their own purpose, either for finding information, whatever piece of information, for completing a project, for finding information about their day-to-day activities, for doing any sort of research. So everybody has different objectives to be met. Uh, for entertainment purpose, whether it's for playing games or watching movies or for listening songs or whatnot. And the most important thing which have come up recently, which is like in past 6 7 years, the e-commerce boom has really begun, and the shopping part. So I'm talking about India in particular. So in the past 6 7 years only, we have seen these so many e-commerce players coming up and taking over the internet industry to a next level. So shopping is another thing, right? So I'll move forward. Okay, why now SEO is used by business? So we have understood the search part, what search is, what search engines are. So what search engines actually do, they do the crawling, indexing part, provide SERPs, all the search results in an SERP. We have also understood why they are being used, why search engines are being used, right? And what SEO stands for. So after getting to know all that, let's change our hats, guys. Now, instead of being search engine users, let's try to think ourselves as business owners or advertisers. Now, think yourself as business owners and understand why would you use SEO. The SEO is the entire process of making a business website come on the top for the related and relevant keywords. Do you think it's going to make sense for your business to use SEO and get much more value out of this particular? I mean, you can promote your business with the help of SEO. Just try to answer that question within yourself. What does it make sense for you as a business owner to use SEO? So we would try to analyze and understand some of these points, why businesses should use search engine optimization as one of the activity. Like I did mention earlier on also, SEO should be used by businesses before by first of all understanding the end audience. If my end audience is looking for the kind of product I also sell, if they're looking for that product over the internet which I also sell, then my job is done. If they look this end audience is looking for that kind of product over the search engine, then definitely it's a yes. Because if my prospective audience is searching for the related product which I also sell on the search engine, then I have to make sure that I also stay there and meet the prospective customer on the search space, on the search engine results space. So it's all about getting connected with the buyers. I am a seller, I am a business owner, I'm selling iPhone 6, then I should get in touch with those people who are looking to buy iPhone 6. I'm selling, so I have to connect with the buyers. So that's why search engine optimization is needed. So the very first reason why it's being said that SEO is important for every sort of business or most of the business, that the very first reason is SEO makes your business more visible in the search engines. So if your end audience is present in search engines and you do search engine optimization, you're at least making sure on the very popular search engines like Google, Yahoo, Bing, you are being present, right? So Google, Yahoo, Bing, your product is being present on these search engines, and the end customer will, whenever they would type in related search queries on any of these search results, your business is going to be visible, present, and somehow or the other you would start getting inquiries, leads, and that will ultimately turn into a sale if things go really well, the product is strong, your sales team is convincing, or whatnot. So for many people to find your site, it's SEO is very much important. It must be optimized and must be in tune with the algorithm. So I hope I have already spoken about algorithm. Algorithms are the way Google or any other search engine identifies which web page would be on the top and which web page would be on the second or the third or the fifth position. So without SEO, your site will be lost in a big jungle. You can try to visualize that. So let's say a world wide web is a big jungle, and you don't know the way out, right? So if you want to know the way out, SEO is the thing. Because when you know the way out, it's very similar to meeting the end customer, right? So that's reason one why SEO is needed for your business. SEO, the reason two, SEO offers passive traffic. So why what we say as a passive traffic? So PPC, in other hand, which is Google AdWords, offers it's a costly affair sometimes, but everything has its own pros and cons. But SEO is a bit cheaper affair. But PPC marketing, actually you have to pay to Google, and when someone clicks on your ad, they would the advertiser would be incurring certain amount of money. With SEO, it's all about making your website rank on the targeted keyword, right? And once your site is optimized, you don't have to pay the search engines at all. Even a single penny is not supposed to be paid. It is free, it is targeted, and you keep on reaping on benefits when it comes to SEO, right? As compared to PPC. So both have their own pros and cons. This is one of the positives which I can let you know SEO has over PPC. It's free. You don't have to pay to Google, right? Number 3 point, why SEO is needed for your business. I tell you again, don't forget that you are business owners and you're thinking like a business owner. So if you are a business owner, I'm letting you know why SEO is important. So SEO helps you improve your site also. So if you have a website, which I mean, definitely you need a website for the SEO. If you have a website which needs change on ongoing basis and you want to stay abreast with the other competitors also and make sure that you are performing much better than your competitors, customers are liking your product more than your competitors. So SEO will also help, will keep pushing you to make changes on your website and keep on improving it to make it much more relevant, pleasing to the eyes, pleasing not to the end audience but also to the search engines. So that's number 3 benefit, or I would say a reason for any specific business to run an SEO campaign. All right. Number four point why a business needs an SEO is that SEO is useful for any type of business, whatever kind of, whether it's a small business, small scale business, or a big or a large scale business. It's being needed by any sort of business. Whether you are a big billionaire, business tycoon, then also you need SEO. Or even if you are a local businessman, a businessman with a local business, with a small set of audience to cater to, still it's being needed. So that's a beauty of SEO. So every sort of business needs that, right? Number 6 is SEO will give you money's worth. So much better ROI is always needed, guys. When we look at performing any campaign, till the time we don't get a positive ROI, we uh, make a decision in terms of don't make a decision in terms of investing into it. So you can do SEO for free by doing all the hard work by yourself, or you can hire a freelancer or someone else to make it work for you. In many cases, you will definitely get back what you have invested and receive more for your business, right? So SEO should not be considered as a cost. It should be rather considered as an investment, guys, which I always tell all my trainees in which whatever sessions I take. It's more of an investment, guys, right? That's the number 6 point. So SEO will always give you much better ROI. That's what I've been seen so far. It's cost effective as compared to the other platforms. All right, number 7 being SEO can leverage social media. So when we study the off-page optimization, I'll talk a lot about social media also. So with SEO, you're just not working on the site improvement. You're just not working on making your website ranking on the top. But the number third is that you're also going to work on your social media presence, because a huge amount of importance is being laid out by Google search engine algorithm, that until and unless you don't have good engagement, good presence on social media sites, your SEO campaign is not going to work perfectly. So all in all, SEO helps you in leveraging and getting ROI from your social media channels too. Social media channels, just to name few, like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Pinterest, and whatnot. Right. So all in all, it's all about connecting social media with SEO. Right. And the last one, I believe. All right, so SEO can't beat paid traffic. Now, there is one thing, guys, which many people feel that if they are running PPC campaigns, they don't need SEO. But that's not really the fact. In very specific markets or specific niche, SEO drives more or less 50% of the traffic from the search engines. You won't believe but that's a fact. For some of the organizations, some of the industries, I've seen more than 50% of the traffic is coming through SEO despite of running the PPC campaigns, because people generally tend to click after the PPC ads also, the top paid ads also. there is a very much tendency that they go ahead and click on the fourth, fifth, sixth, and the seventh search results also, and these are the organic ones. So PPC has its own perspective, has its own advantages, and SEO has its own advantage. A bigger chunk of traffic always comes from the SEO perspective. So you cannot really rely on PPC and forget SEO. That's another reason why one should look at SEO for the business, right? Another reason why business should look at SEO, guys, is that a lot of trust and credibility can be built. So when we once we'll study that, once we'll study the online reputation management, you would see good amount of testimonials or good amount of reviews, much positive reviews, always leads to positive search engine optimization campaigns also. So it works in two-way. Much better reviews will help in building trust and credibility and also help in the SEO campaign. So like I said, with social media campaigns also, they work individually as a social media campaign, but also helps in the overall SEO process also. Similarly, online reputation management, once it's being taken, they help in building trust and credibility. On the other hand, parallelly, it helps in the SEO process also, right? And everybody goes and wants to buy in those brands which are trustworthy. Till the time you yourself as a customer don't trust a particular brand, you will never ever buy stuff from them, right? So that's very much important. So studies have shown that consumers are more likely to go with brands and companies that they think are trustworthy. Otherwise, they don't make a decision of going with them, right? So another point why a business actually should look for SEO is because that offers unlimited opportunities. So it's not just a one-time activity, guys. So it's a continuous process, and it's something that must be changed, tweaked. Strategies should be improved as per the overall Google algorithm. It should be improved once in a while to make sure that it keeps up with the ever-changing, algorithms of search engines. So SEO allows you to be more flexible and become responsive to change. So it's all about, meeting all these opportunities. SEO offers a lot of opportunities with the algorithm changes, right?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
The next come SERP, guys, which I've already spoken about. What are the paid and the natural or the organic ones? So once you enter a specific keyword, then the overall search results which come in, they are divided into the paid and the natural organic results. And the web page where all these search results are listed is in search engine result, SERP. So it's a web page that the search engine returns within the results of its search. And the paid part being on the right hand side, paid search ads being on the top uh, portion, and the ones which are underneath the top paid ones are the natural or the organic or the unpaid or the search engine optimization. So there are four names which I've already given to you for that, right? So this is another categorization where I've already told you about the PLA, product listing, or the shopping ads also, right? So these are the PLA ads, guys. I've already shown you live. So that's with the help of my presentation. I'm letting you know PLA ads are like this with the images. Right. Now comes crawling, indexing, and ranking, guys. I've already explained it to you, but I would go ahead and showcase that to you with the help of this picture, which you can see right up here. So I did tell you whenever search engine comes to know that there is a new web page which is being launched in the internet space, or any existing web page which has made changes to its entire content or any specific change, Google keep crawling them. Google keeps scanning them, right? So the search engine, Google search engine is actually also called a Google bot. It says crawling is the process by which Googlebot, which is a Google search engine, discovers new and updated. The old pages which have been updated, when they are being discovered by Google, that process is actually called crawling. So that crawling happens, and with the crawling, the indexation part also happens. When these pages are being crawled, they're being added, or they're being saved, or they're being indexed, means the same. Saving or indexing means the same stuff, guys. It says indexing is a process where each of the web pages which are being crawled, they are being saved in order to compile a massive index, a massive database, or an index, whatever you want to call it, of the words which it sees. So if you look at this specific picture, guys, search engine, Google, Yahoo, etc., they're at one place, right? And once the crawl happens, the search engine crawls these multiple web pages included in search engine sitemaps. So we'll talk about sitemaps also. So the crawling happens on various search engines, and pages which are not permitted by the website owners to be read across, they are not read and they're not indexed. So let's say out of 30 pages, 10 pages were being asked not to be indexed. So 10 pages were not being indexed and 20 were being indexed. Who give this instruction? The website owner or the SEO professional gives the instruction that out of 30 pages, only 20 should be indexed. I can also do that for my website. We'll talk about that in detail, guys. So these 10 pages are not getting indexed. They are de-indexed, and 20 are being indexed, and they're being kept in the overall repository of search engines. Once that's being done, the ranking process happens after that. So let's say a keyword, like we also did, we typed in the keyword buy iPhone 6. When we did that, me as the user, once I inserted the keyword in the search box, the search engines will actually check for various web pages which they have already stored in their index, in their data center. And they would first start looking at all those web pages of which is a sort of a closest match. Which page is a closest match, that will be taken, and a score will be assigned. The algorithm will work. An algorithm of the search engine is again a sort of a process or a logic or a formula which Google will run after looking into these index page. It would run and give a score to all these pages which are closest match, and will judge and identify out of all these web pages which are a closest match, which one goes on the top, which one will go on the second position, and which one will go on the third. The web page which would have done good, better SEO would be on the first page, and the one which is after that, a bit lower on the performance as compared to the first one, will be on the second, so forth and so on, right? So a score will be assigned by the algorithms, and judgment would be done by them, and they would rank these pages based on the algorithm, consisting of hundreds of thousands of ranking signals. So there are certain parameters which Google algorithm takes into consideration. These parameters are these ranking signals only, and that's what we'll talk about in the on-page and off-page. When we do proper on-page, these are their on-page activities are the ranking signals only, which algorithms take into consideration. The overall off-page activity which we'll do, they are the ranking signals. If we are doing good on-page, good off-page, then better ranking signals would be given and better ranking would be achieved for our website. So all in all, if you're doing good on-page, off-page in a nutshell for your website, you would tend to achieve much better crawling, indexing, and ranking for the keywords. And your end audience, number of your prospective audience would be able to reach you, and more traffic would result into more leads would result into more revenue and profit afterwards, right? So that's about crawling and indexing. The other part being how search works, guys. So how the overall search engine process works, you would see the search query, the end customer who's making a search query is residing up over here, right? The lady with the flower over here, the flower with over here. She makes a search query. Let's say she makes a search query of whatever, looking for salons in Mumbai, or maybe in Linking Road, Mumbai, whatever, any sort of search query. She types in across that query into Google. Google actually sees its entire database, which I've already told you. It would check its entire database of those web pages which matches to that specific keyword, that search query which she has done. All those pages, let's say out of 1 lakh pages in that database, only 50 pages matches to the search query, right? The search engine would actually take it from its entire indexing, take out those 50 pages, and out of those 50 pages, then the algorithm will work and will provide the results in the ranking, in a much better ranking fashion, that which web page will rank on the first position, then which one would be on the second. Algorithm is going to make a decision on which web page would be on the first, second, and third. That's a straight function, a straight process of how the search query will work. From the search person who's making the search query goes to the search engine. Search engines on the back end looks at the entire database, and within the database, search engine pulls out the related web pages, and those related web pages are being diagnosed, accessed, analyzed by the algorithm will look into those 50 web pages and give the rankings of the search results accordingly to the end customer. That's a simple straight process. Along with that, Google parallelly, or the search engine will parallelly have its crawler working on crawling and indexing part. The crawler or the search engine will parallelly also keep on identifying new web pages and existing web pages which are being updated. So all those web pages which are being updated and created new, they would be put across into the database, right? So that's all about indexing and crawling, and the overall search process works. So search engines work by sending out these are automated crawlers or spiders or bots, whatever you call that, that index websites through links. This is how new and updated pages are found, guys. And in the search engine database, there are plenty of websites, images and whatnot, right? The very first being search engine landscape. If you have already seen the video, you would have understood a lot of basics about search engine, what search engine is, how the search works. So, how the crawling and indexing. So these are certain terms which are very important to be known before we move ahead with the other modules, whether it's SEO audit, which we're going to talk about right now. So before doing SEO audit, it's very important to understand these basics, the crawling part, the indexing, the ranking, and also some of the other aspects like how search engines take data, read that stuff, and also get that implemented in their data center, right? So that's all was being covered in search engine landscape. The topic for today for this video is SEO audit, search engine audit. So what do we understand by audit? We'll have a assignment followed with by this module, guys. So this is something which I would recommend each one of you to please do it and do submit it across to us so that we can evaluate and let you also know how you have really performed. Your overall performance will also be measured by that. Audit, the term audit in itself means how am I performing? How am I doing? What is the present situation? If I have to really optimize my website, the audit part has to come in first. I have to first of all know where do I stand? Where does my website stand in front of other competition I have, right? So if my competitors are doing really well and I am not, then it makes a lot of sense to analyze my website from the SEO perspective. Where is my website standing as compared to my competitors? So we'll take that in detail. I hope everybody's, or you can actually relate what SEO audit is going to be all about. So the audit in itself means where am I standing? When I have the goals in front of me, I know that my website needs traffic, and with traffic, I need uh, much better leads, much relevant leads, and sales in the end. If that's the objective, then with end objective being known, at least I have to know where do I stand so that I can judge how much distance I have to cover. And with that being known, it's the journey, the overall activity, the overall procedure is going to be very easy for me, right? We would be able to make my overall our SEO strategy in a very perfect fashion. All right, so these are the overall topics which we're going to talk about in this entire video, guys. The second module, what is an audit? We would understand that stuff. Reasons and benefit of doing an SEO audit. So once we know all that, then only we'll be able to move ahead, which would be again the third point, followed by the reasons and benefit. Knowing the reasons and benefit, it would be followed by search engine commands. Now these are some commands, guys, which we as search engine optimizers would be using to go ahead and seed certain data about our website. So I would be talking about that in detail. And these commands are always used when we type them across in the Google search bar. Why I say Google search bar, I did mention in the last video also, because it's just Google where everybody wants to rank their website. Provided you're not very keen on getting your website ranked for other smaller search engines. I mean, so Google is the biggest one. That's why I keep saying Google search engine, right? So once these commands are being known, we'll also talk about how do you gather information about your domain and what exactly a domain is. A domain is the very foremost thing which is needed for making a website. Something like www.google.com. Now that's the domain, right? www.google.com, that's a domain. Then, followed by that, I'll make you understand one of the thing. It would sound very new to you if you haven't heard of it before. Then probably the pronunciation part can also be a problem. It says domain canonicalization. If you read that, it says domain canonicalization. What exactly that means and why is this something which we have to really look at while doing SEO audit? We'll explain and we'll understand all that. All right. After that, it's going to be about sitemap.xml. This is one of the file guys which Google or any other search engine recommends for having on our website. There are certain files which helps in success of our SEO campaign. For making a campaign successful, for making a campaign in shape, it's very much important to have these things in place. But while doing SEO audit, we are not going to create it, we are not going to implement it. We'll be just checking whether it's in place or not for our website or not. So while doing the SEO audit, we won't be creating the sitemap.xml file or we won't be uploading it to our website. We'll just be checking whether it's present on our website or not. What are the advantages and what exactly it is? That's something also which I'm going to explain as we'll move further. Right. So that's the overall index, guys. After sitemap file, there is a file called robots.txt. Now, robots.txt is another file, guys, which is very much important and which is actually needed by search engines to get the search engine optimization campaign successful. In short, I can tell you about robots.txt that it's a file which is created on a notepad. You can see it says .txt, and we take a notepad file and we write certain commands in it. And that command, you don't need to be a techie to actually create this file and write certain commands. Those commands are pretty easy. I'll explain it to you how this is being done. And the reason behind taking a notepad file and writing these commands is to actually instruct the search engine as in what all pages should be indexed on my website and what all pages should be not at all indexed, right? Why would I like to not index some of my web pages? Can you think of a reason? If I am trying to learn, if we all are trying to learn search engine optimization, we are trying to make our website rank higher in the search results, then we want each and every web page of our website to rank higher. Then why on the earth would robots.txt come in and give a command to the search engine that please index these many pages and don't index a certain set of pages? Giving you an example, let's say I have a website which is 20 pages strong. There are 20 web pages in my website. Out of 20 pages, with the help of robots.txt, I can instruct the search engines, whether it's Google, Bing, Yahoo, Amazon, whatnot. I can instruct them that please index only 15 pages. Please consider only 15 pages of my website and rest of the 5 pages of my total 20 pages, don't ever index them. What could be the reason? There are several reasons to it. Let's say if I have a website which is in construction, I've got 15 pages properly shaped out, but the other 5 pages are not. I'm still writing content for it. I'm writing good stuff. Or maybe the images are not set up. This is number one reason. I don't want to portray a bad image to the search engines uh, or to the end customer also if it starts ranking. It's always better to first of all get your website in shape first and then only make it indexable. Then only allow search engines. Till the time your website is live and doesn't have proper content, that is one situation where you can ask search engines to not to index. This is situation one. Situation two can be if you are having a website which is having a payment gateway. All the payment gateway pages, most of the times you would never see that they are ranked. Payment related pages, these are secured pages. No websites make them ranked up on the search results, right? This is situation number two. Situation three, where you would also want some of your web pages not to be ranked, is the backend of your backend of your website. So all the admin panel these days of the websites are online and they also can be indexed by Google search engine. But you have to instruct Google or in all the search engines, whichever you want to, or maybe just choose pick up some of them. So majorly it's done for all the search engines. You can tell all the search engines not to index the backend of your website. Why would you want somebody to look at your website's backend and by just indexing them? If those pages, if those backend pages gets indexed, they might somehow rank for any keyword, and that can be harmful for your website. So that was number three. Number four, let's say if I am some security agency, and I don't want to be vocal about a lot of stuff of my business. Let's say if I am into FBI or CID or whatnot, CBI, I have a website, and these guys do have a website. They do tell across, pass on information, but they don't want to be vocal about it, to be saying quite a lot of stuff about themselves. They don't want to promote themselves over the internet, over the search engine. That's how robots.txt comes into place. That's the overall objective, why we would be needing it. And while doing an SEO audit, we would be checking whether this particular file is present or not. So I did tell you a lot about what exactly it is, what it does. There are certain commands, and why would we actually try to get certain web pages de-indexed. Similarly, I would like to tell you about sitemap.xml. I'm moving a step back. Sitemap.xml is a file where you can automatically know the extension is XML. I would give you certain tools when we'll do on-page optimization. I'll tell you certain tools through which you can create the XML file. But why are we creating this and what exactly it is? A sitemap is like a sort of a hierarchy or a list of all the URLs, a small map of our website. Giving you the same example where I had 20 pages on my website, all the 20 pages will have their own respective URLs. When I say URLs, those are the same www dot google.com/AdSense, google.com/AdWords. These are two different URLs. For one website, there can be 20 different URLs, the example which I was taking. And out of those 20 pages, I want every web page to be indexed. So sitemap helps in that. When we are creating the sitemap, all the web pages of my website will get included into it. We as search engine optimizers will upload that onto our website. And the reason why we would be doing that, so that Google can easily find the sitemap, and within one source, within one sitemap, they would get the access to all the web pages of my website. So it acts as a great mechanism for indexing all the web pages which I want of my website. And it can simply be done by creating the sitemap with the help of certain tools, which I'll be taking. But while doing SEO audit, like I told you, sitemap.xml and robots.txt's presence has to be checked, right? And the third last point while we're doing SEO audit is to actually check for the 404 page. Now, what exactly 404 page is, how it should be set up, and why it should be set up in a certain fashion, what are the benefits, and how is it going to help with the overall SEO? I'm going to talk all about that in detail as we'll move further, right? So, but in short, 404 pages, guys, is something where a end customer lands onto your website, which is never being on a web page of a website, which is not being created by you. The domain is set up right, but the overall URL, the URL is not correct. So it's a sort of a page not found. I'll show you with the help of example. I'll move this screens and then I'll go to the search engine and I'll show you. Second last point we have to check while doing an SEO audit is to check for the search engine friendliness of the URLs. So the URLs which are there on the website, are they very much friendly to the search engines? Now, what is the definition of a search engine friendly URL? How do they look like? What kind of a search engine URL, what kind of a URL would not be a search engine friendly URL? So I'll tell you all that, and how can you form up a search engine friendly URL in the right effective fashion. That is also we are going to take in this session and also in this video and also in the upcoming video of on-page optimization. So stay tuned for that. The last point while checking the SEO audit is to look for broken links. Now, what broken links are? There are certain links which we create on our website. We give it to third-party websites. When we give external links to other websites, they sometimes can get broken up. Why would that happen? Let's say if I have given a link, backlink to a third-party website, after a couple of weeks, that website sort of vanishes, or that website decides that they're going to discontinue that URL and the same URL I have given a backlink, then it would actually make uh, a negative effect in my website because I have given a backlink to a page which is not existing now. Search engine will find this that I have got a lot of broken links on my website, so it's going to affect negatively on my SEO, right? So this is something which we have to check. How do we check that? I'll talk all that in detail. All right. What is an audit? I did speak about that. So what exactly audit is? Audit is all about evaluating and assessing where do I stand. In SEO terminology, I would say it's a process of evaluating the healthiness of a website. Is it suffering from something or is it very healthy? It's doing very well. I mean, all the areas which pertains from the parameters, which pertains from the SEO industry point of view, they are being looked at, right? So that's an audit part, an SEO audit. In short, reasons. Why do we want to do SEO audit? Can you think logically why exactly are we looking at doing SEO audit? I mean, we have decided that yes, my audience is there on search engine. I want to connect with my audience over the search engine because they use search engines while making a decision, while making a buying decision. So if my audience is using the search engine for looking for products and services, which I also serve, I'm an advertiser, right? So then I, as an advertiser, should try to get my website also onto the same places where they are trying to search for. If I'm selling an iPhone 6 and my end audience, which is looking to buy iPhone 6, they do make a decision by going onto these search engines by typing in certain keywords. I need to make sure that I have to connect with that audience who is looking to buy iPhone 6 and I'm selling iPhone 6. I have to connect with them with the help of my website, and my website should come on the top for those keywords which they're typing in, because only those websites which rank on the top, they get the maximum traffic, and as a result of maximum traffics, the leads, the signups, and the end sale come in, right? That's the way to actually build up your overall business. Now, once we have decided that yes, SEO is the perfect thing to do, and we have understood the search engine landscape, how the search engines work in the back end, the crawling indexing, it makes a lot of sense to first of all analyze how is my website doing, even if I have not done anything on for my website from the SEO perspective. I've got it made it myself, I've made it myself, whatever the case may be. It's important to actually look at the website from, I mean, do an analysis or audit of my website from the overall SEO perspective. So benefit is that I can also learn about my competition and I can really may take actions accordingly to stay ahead of them. So it's not important to only just do an audit of your website, guys. It's also important to take an overview of how your competition's website is performing. Because if your competitors are doing really great stuff, then it would act as a sort of a benchmark for you, right? It would act as a benchmark for you. You can really take lessons from there, make things work according to that. So if some website is really ranking high, definitely they would have done something better than our website, because of which, or other websites also, they would have done something better because of which they're on the top. What makes them be on the top is something which we have to analyze. So we can do that by also doing an audit for our competitors. So I say that again, an SEO audit just not needs to be done for our own website, but also for the competitors or for those websites which are ranking really high, right? So the other point, the other reason for doing an SEO audit is to know the current health status of your website. And while checking the overall current health status of your website, you can also look at those issues which really hinders the business online visibility, right? So there are certain stuff which can really lead to a dent in your SEO campaign. You can look into that and take corrective actions. Number 3 point increases the overall authority of the domain by applying the right SEO strategy. So if you're applying in right SEO strategy, the SEO, while doing the SEO audit, it'll help you to improve the overall authority, not just in the business perspective, but in also the domain perspective. The web domain which you have, it does carry certain credibility in the eyes of the search engines, right? And that credibility or the authority gets built up when you perform an SEO audit, right? And do an overall SEO. The fourth point being the reason on benefit of doing an SEO audit is that it gives you an opportunity to optimize your websites for search engines and fix the overall on-page issues, right? So the opportunity is there to get your website much more optimized and get it fixed. So audit gives you that overall gap which has to be fixed up, which has to be filled up, right? Number fifth being it helps you devise a plan to improve sales, conversions, and lead. If you have much better SEO strategy with the help of SEO audit, you can further improvise that, you can further nourish that, you can further plan it accordingly and twist it and turn it around as per the present situation. If you can mold it uh, as per the SEO audit, it will help you always to stay ahead of the competition. And as a result, you can improve sales, conversions, leads, and that's what the end objective is. So if you're meeting the end objective by doing all these stuff, which is part of the SEO audit, then it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile to always perform an SEO audit, not just in the beginning of the campaign, but also at frequent intervals. SEO audit, guys, we are taking this as a second module, but or maybe I'm letting you know that this has to be done in the very first go while starting the campaign, not just for your website, but also for your competition. But I would say do it for your competition and for your website, even at regular intervals. If, let's say, I mean, you have to decide on every month a sort of a SEO audit needs to be done just to keep an eye of how things are moving. Are we really on the right track? In the when we started, this was our the SEO audit gave us these results. After a month, the SEO audit gives us some more. I mean, these results. Are there any differences? We have to really map that by doing SEO audit on regular basis. All right. The third last point says the SEO audit helps us to maximize the prospect of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. Absolutely. So in case you're performing the SEO audit right, which is helping you to build up your SEO strategy perfectly, it can end result is that it would help you to maximize the prospects of generating volumes of targeted online traffic. You're looking at getting certain traffic onto your website, and that can happen. You can get much more traffic with the help of great SEO strategies. Second last point, which is another benefit and the reason of doing an SEO audit is that it helps you to get a better understanding of factors that could affect your website search engine ranking. So there are plenty of factors, guys. There can be factor A, factor B, factor C, which are really leading to overall search engine visibility, the overall optimization of your website. With SEO audit, you are getting to know each and every aspect which is affecting the website search engine ranking, right? And the last but not the least, it helps you to understand the overall weakness of your SEO campaign, right? Why wouldn't I be knowing that? It's always better to know your weaknesses so that you can very soon take a corrective action and strengthen the app. If you are really ignoring your weaknesses, no matter whatever sort of SEO campaign you do or paid campaign you do, it's not really going to help you, right? So these are some of the reasons and benefits. I hope all of you would agree to what I have just said. It is definitely a theoretical stuff, but it's always good to make your fundas clear on why are we doing an SEO audit and why is it worthwhile. All right, let's get the practical stuff up and start working on each and every activity. All right. So from the practical point of view, SEO audit, the very first thing is search engine commands. So I would be taking a website in as an example, and we'll start performing these activities. So the very first command is cache:/domain.com, guys. So I'm going what I would google.com and would run this particular command cache colon and then the URL. So there is no space in between, guys. What are we trying to do? We are just trying to collect certain data for performing the SEO audit. So cache colon intellipaat.in, and then I press enter. I have got this command entered into the Google search box, right? I enter this, and what it gives me, it tells me when was the last time when Google search engine came on to my website. So it was 15th of August at 1838 Greenwich Meridian Time, right? Makes sense. So that's what guys, is it's all about. It just gives me the idea in terms of when was the last time search engine came on my website and crawled my website. If the crawler is coming on my website at on regular intervals at very frequently, it is making my SEO campaign much more stronger. Now the next question is, how can we really can we instruct the crawler in terms of how soon they should get it, how soon they should come onto my website? The answer is you can make the crawler come onto your website at regular intervals by doing overall SEO campaign in a perfect fashion. But there is one funda through which you can get that very easily on regular frequent interval is by having a lot of content on your website. If you would have a lot of blog posts or articles or some of the other stuff being posted across on your website on regular intervals, that will help the crawling of your website being done at a faster pace. So it might happen to early morning, the search engine has come and crawled your website, and then after a couple of hours, and then after a couple of hours, I mean, even after a frequency of certain hours, not just days, but also hours, the search engine can come and crawl your website. The more crawling happens, the better it is from the SEO perspective. You will have much better rankings this way, right? So that's about cache colon command, guys. So you can check it for yourself, for your website. Keep on doing it and on regular intervals just to check how frequently uh, Google comes onto your website. Similarly, you can do it for your competitors. If your competitor's website is getting crawled at a much frequent rate, at a much faster pace, then this is something to worry about. This is something then you have to really go ahead and check with your overall content on your website. So you have to get this SEO campaign running properly. More content would help you with search engine optimization perfectly. All right. So the second command, guys, is site colon domain.com. I hope everybody is clear on the cache colon command. The second command says site colon domain.com. The site colon domain.com, let me show you how it works. So site colon intellipaat.in, I press enter. And what you get to see is that there are 412 results. This is something which you have to be checking at all the times. What is happening that Google, with the help of this particular command, tells us that how many web pages of our website have been indexed. So there are 412 pages which are being indexed. If you look at the very first command, very first search result, it says intellipaat.in. The second one is also intellipaat.in / the internal blog page. Then the business intelligence page. Then the fourth one is also, all of them are of the same domain, but these are all internal pages. These all pages are the ones which Google have got within their indexed data center. They have indexed it and they've got there in the data center. You can simply run this command also for your competitor and get to know whether your website has got more web pages or your competitor has got. So if your competitor is ranking on the top, is ranking for some of the keywords on the top, then it's something to worry about. And when you have to really worry about that, you have to get your website on the top. You have to also check not just for the cache colon command through cache colon command that how frequently the Google search engine has come into your website, but you also have to check the index pages. How many pages of your website have been indexed? If it's a very low number as compared to your competitor, you really need to gear up, because more the number of web pages on your website, better it is from the SEO perspective. Because Google or any other search engine is always hungry for uh, great content, and if you have great content being posted across on uh, higher frequency, and you keep doing that, your website goes bigger and stronger, much more web pages are there, then it will really boost up the ranking, right? So that's the second command, guys. And the third command is related colon domain.com. Now what it does, this particular command, let me show you that. So let me say if I do it, I take an example of snapdeal.com. So you can say related colon snapdeal.com. Now I'm looking for those websites which are very much related to Snapdeal. All right. So you can see Flipkart, Home Shop 18, Jabong, eBay, Yevi. I mean, these all are related e-commerce sites very much like Snapdeal.com, right? So you have Myntra, Jungly, Maidala, Shopcluse, and whatnot, right? So these all websites, guys, are sort of related to the website which I have mentioned over here. You can always do it for your website. This is just a great command to check for people within your industry, and uh, a great way to get some learning from out of the other websites too. All right. So that's with the third command, guys. The fourth command says info:/domain.com. Let me show you what exactly it does. So what it does, it helps us to first just understand. So if I do it for Intellipaat.in, it helps me understand the overall information I want to take from a particular for a website. So you can see only one search result being provided, only the main web page of my website where the major information of the website is present. The information, as the command says, info, that's something we get to know. You can also check for how other your competitors have really provided information, and you can see is your information, the way you are presenting information on your web page, is better as compared to your competitor or not. So that's in regards to getting information about your website, how people are actually looking into it. The last one is define. Now define:/domain.com. This is something to know about a specific uh, thing. If I need to know a definition, let's say define SEO, I'm not taking the domain.com. You can see the definition comes in, right? I can do the .com also, but I can also post across a specific word which I want to get defined, right? So search engine optimization is the process of affecting the visibility of a website or a web page in a search engine's unpaid result. We have already spoken about that. So often referred to as natural, organic, or earned results, right? So that's the overall way you can get to know. So this is more to do with playing across and getting to know about the meaning of a specific word, right? So information was all about getting to know info about your website. The related was all about getting to know those websites which are similar to our websites. Site colon gives us the overall index pages. And then we have the cache colon command. The cache colon command gives us the date and the time when Google search engine came onto our website last. Then there is another particular command, guys, which somehow works. I have the reason why I have not taken that on the PowerPoint is intentional, and because this command gives us half information, but it still helps us. It's called link:/domain.com. So when I press it, it's right now at present it's not giving me certain results. But let's say if I do it for link:/snapdeal.com, it gives me 48 results, and it's not that in total. These are certain backlinks which Snapdeal is actually receiving, right? So Snapdeal is getting backlinks from all these places. You can check it for yourself, and you can also check it for your competitors. How many backlinks are you receiving and how many backlinks your website is receiving. We'll have a detailed session, a detailed video in terms of off-page optimization. All right. And this is what I can tell you about link colon. It doesn't give us all the result. When we'll be studying about the overall tools, the paid tools which are there, they gives us the maximum results. They gives us some overall list of results which gives us backlinks, right? So that's in short about the search engine commands. The next comes in domain information. Now, what domain information is all about, if I have to see uh, the information about a domain of which I own and also the domain which my competitor owns. So why would we do that? So the most important aspect is to checking the age of the domain. Giving you an example, uh, you let me know the example which I'm going to give you. I'm going to ask you followed with that example. I'm going to ask you a question and let me know what thing would actually be right. Let's say you uh, are residing near a high street market or a market where you would all for the past 15 years you see a particular person having his shop for the past 15 years, and somehow a new entrant, a new competitor also comes in and it's been just a couple of weeks that they're there. So out of these two, who would have much more credibility? Obviously, the one which is there in the market for the past 15 years and have been staying and surviving there and have been selling across his product, he would have links, network, and more credibility with maximum number of people. So that's in similar fashion. And so if somebody has to really offer him credit, out of these two people, somebody has to offer credit to the any one out of these two. The person who has been there in the market for the past 15 years, he has a better chance. He has a better chance, right? Similarly, Google always gives importance to those websites which have been there in the internet space for good number of years. So older your domain, the better it is. It's always said in SEO campaigns, right? So if your website domain has been there for in the internet space for quite some time, then it's going to benefit you. One of the tool which is being used to check the domain information, the age, expiry, the owner details, and all that, that can be checked with this particular. So you can check it on whois.net or you can check it on whois.com also, whichever one. So let me show you both of them. Let's say if I do it, so if I do it for snapdeal.com, it will give me information about the domain.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
All right, so some of this one is in there perfectly. Let me, right, so whois.net, when I type in the keyword right up here, you can see the overall details being mentioned up. It does say the domain name is Snapdeal. It was being registered by with the help of GoDaddy panel. All right. The server details are there, the name server. So you don't really need to get into the depth of what server details uh, is exactly. It does tells us that this was being updated. The overall domain was being updated in on 5th of September 2012, and this particular domain was booked initially on 25th of September 2002, right? It's getting expired on 25th of September 2015, right? I hope it makes sense, guys. This is the expiry date and this is the creation date. So it's been quite some time. It's doing really well. The old the domain age is really helping them as well with respect to the SEO campaign. So that's with the domain age, guys. I mean, that's something which you check while doing an SEO audit. So you will check it for your website. You will check it also for your competitors. Similarly, you would also be running the search engine commands not just for your website, but also for your competitors. I hope it makes sense. And let's move further from search engine commands, domain information, and then comes in domain canonicalization. What exactly canonicalization says that there are two ways to open your websites, right? This is one way, which is www.example.com. You can see my cursor. This is one way of opening your website, and the other way is to open your website by example.com. All right. So if you're opening your website with www.example.com and example.com, and the end result is that your website is opening with both of them as different, when the same website opens with these two different URLs, and the URL doesn't change. Either this one becomes example.com or example.com ones would redirect to the www.example.com. Then there is no canonicalization. But if both of them, the end result remains same for both of them and the same website open, it's a canonicalization issue. Let me show you, let me tell you by the help of an example. So there are two ways to open, let's say, flipkart.com. All right, so one is these websites will never have an problem with their canonicalization. That's the reason why I'm taking that, and I'll tell you how they have resolved it also. So one way is Flipkart, www.flipkart.com, and the other way to open that website is scenario 2 is flipkart.com. So I repeat, the very first tab which I have taken www version, www.flipkart.com, scenario 1, and scenario 2 is without www, flipkart.com is the scenario 2. I've not pressed enter, so let's press enter for the scenario 1, www.flipkart.com, and see whether the end URL on which website will open, will it be same or it will differ. Let's press enter. All right, so it remains same, which is www.flipkart.com, and in the next one, scenario 2, if I open it, I press enter. Sorry, the spelling I have to. Right, so it's flipkart.com. You can see it automatically got redirected to www. I'll show it again so that you can relate to it. This was the scenario 2 where I had mentioned it, flipkart.com without the www. You just see how things will change right now, right? So I hope it's all clear, guys. So that's the way canonicalization thing works. All right, so I believe the canonicalization part is clear to you guys. Let me explain once more what happened just now, that I had taken example of opening a particular domain in two different ways. One was I type in www.flipkart.com. All right, I have not pressed enter, and the number two, scenario two, is without the www version. Flipkart.com. All right. So I enter flipkart.com. What you see, it got redirected automatically, right? It got redirected to the www version. So in the scenario one, when I pressed in www, I type in enter, and what's happening in both the scenarios, the end result is same, right? There is no canonicalization issue. Had it been something different, had it been like the website is opening as without www and the website is opening with www also, and it's not redirecting, had it not been redirecting, and the end URL would have been different, then Google would have considered, guys, this website as a duplicate website with duplicate content. Two different websites would have been considered by Google. Would have considered this website, Flipkart, as running on two different URLs. Same content on two different URLs, Google will penalize the website. Now, they have done it very well. In case your website is uh, uh, opening up with two different URLs, which is with www and without www URL, it means it has a canonical issue. In that case, what will happen? The overall way to get that resolved is with the help of 301 redirect. You can see that this particular image does say that with www and without www. These are the two ways to open a website. If the end URL in both the scenarios is same, there is no canonicalization issue. If the end URL in both the scenarios is different, then it's a canonicalization issue, and canonicalization issue will treat your websites, both your websites running on two different URLs, and a copied content issue will be there, and Google will not give you preference over other websites. Your SEO campaign can get hurt. The way you can get this issue resolved is by doing a 301 redirect. Now, if you are from the development background, you would relate to it very easily. If you're not, then you have to take assistance from your developer and would have to instruct your developer as a digital marketing consultant or an SEO consultant to please do a 301 redirect from a non-www version to the www version. Either way you can do it. You can do it from non-www to the www or www version to the non-www version. But the end URL has to be same, right? That's what has to be done. 301 redirect that's the permanent redirect. If you check the slide says the search engine friendly URL that you want the search engines to treat as the authoritative. In other words, a canonical URL is the URL that you want visitors to see. It's only one URL which you should make the visitors to see, or also the search engines also to treat as one of the authoritative. So I've given you example. The typical example used in most people treat the following URLs as same, which is not the case. We treat these two URLs as same, but search engines don't. Search engines treat these two URLs with www and without www as different, right? In canonicalization, in other words, it's a process of picking the best URL, whether it's the with www or without www, in order to present to the search engines when there are multiple choices available. So typically, a search engine such as Google will attempt to pick the best URL that they feel is authority for the web page, right? So I hope the canonicalization part is clear. So while doing the SEO audit, it's very important to actually check for the canonicalization part, right? Next thing being sitemap.xml. I did give you an understanding of sitemap, what sitemaps are. Sitemaps are sort of maps of your a small list of your entire URLs of your website. So if I go on to our website, which is intellipaat.in, the way I can check for sitemap is by having domain forward slash, typing in the domain forward slash sitemap.xml. That's the common way of checking sitemap. Many websites don't have it. When you're doing an SEO audit, you have to type in the domain forward slash sitemap.xml. If you press enter and you find something there, it means the sitemap file is present. Right, so you can see the sitemap files are present over here. If I click on very first sitemap, it will give me the results. It will give me the URLs which my website has got. So it gives me 27 URLs in this particular sitemap, which has been created, right? So all in all, it's all about telling the search engine that how many web pages are present on my website. When Google gets to know, or any other search engine gets to know that these all search engines are present on my website, they would give it a preference over others. When I say over others, over those websites which don't have a sitemap. It's always recommended to keep updating your sitemaps in our on-page optimization. It's a pretty easy way, pretty easy tool to actually run it and make it in a proper, make it and use it in a proper fashion. But all in all, sitemap, like I told you, when search engines will come on the website, they will analyze, they will index each and every web page. Let's say if we don't have a sitemap, what will happen when Google will come onto our website? They might not index every web page. They might just index out of 27 URLs, they might go ahead and index 20 web pages. But with the help of the sitemap, which we have created and uploaded, they will get to know that there were 7 URLs which they have not indexed. So they'll go ahead and index each and every URL, right? So that's with sitemap. We just have to check while doing an SEO audit whether the sitemaps are present or not. So that's a screenshot of what sitemaps look like. I've already shown you in the live example too. And these are the URLs, guys, of every web page which are present. So 27 URLs are there, right? How do we create the sitemap? Is with the help of this particular tool, guys. It's called xml-sitemaps.com. Now, if I have to create a sitemap for my website, I can simply go on, first of all, I can take the URL of my website, go to xml-sitemaps.com. I repeat, it's xml-sitemaps.com. This is a free tool, guys, which most of the renowned practitioners use it. It's http:// the website, and then change frequency none, and then by pressing in start, it should start working. All right, so you can see it has started working, and it shows that the time left is 2 minutes. It's taking a look at each and every web page which is present on my website. It's scanning, and it's going to include in the XML sitemap. What's going to happen once it comes across, once it's gets created, we would be able to download it from here. This particular tool will give us the opportunity to download this particular sitemap. Once we download it, we can upload it on the root folder of our website. So it's important to upload it on a website. And whenever there are new web pages being built across on a website, it's always important to keep on creating fresh sitemaps and getting it updated by replacing the old one and having the new one, right? So it'll keep moving. We'll come back to it once this is done in totality. It's 112 pages left, 110 pages left, right? So that's with sitemap XML. And why do we need a sitemap? Like I've already told you the reasons behind that. It's a, it gives a quick and easy way to the search engines also to refer to the entire structure of our website. It's an easy to follow overview of the website. So what all pages are there? You can see, whether it's MSN or Ask or Google or Yahoo, when they go onto the web sitemap page, they would get links to different URLs. Where exactly are they placed and where exactly they're not? Whenever the new sitemap comes in, they would analyze and index every web page which was present earlier also, but they would see that yes, there is a new page. So updation of sitemap is very much needed whenever there are new pages. If you are looking at indexing your new web pages very instantly, sitemap is the best way to do it. Update your sitemap and get your new web pages indexed in an easy fashion, right? Next thing, the reason why sitemaps are important or they should be used is that it provides a pathway to also to the search engines. It gives a particular way to be followed. It provides text links to every page of your site. It does help me to get to know what all are the text links of my website. It also not just helps the search engines, guys, it also helps the visitors to know how to get where they need to go. So if they want to go to a specific place, a specific web page, they can refer the sitemap and go directly there. Also, it utilizes the important keyword phrases. Sitemap helps in overall indexing from the keyword phrases also. When we'll do the keyword research part, you'll get to understand how it gets related. So there are certain keywords which get links to the overall URLs, right? And these URLs all are part of the sitemaps. Right. Next thing is robots.txt. I did give you an understanding of robots.txt is, what exactly it is, what is this file all about, and why one should actually create these files. Now, robots.txt, guys, is a file. It's not an HTML file. It's a notepad file. It helps you to put your site put to let search engine knows robots know which pages they should come and index and which pages they should not visit, crawl, or index. Whether it's visit, crawl, index, or read, I mean, they all are part of the overall process which search engine does. I don't want certain pages of my website to be crawled and indexed. I can let the search engines know with the help of robots.txt. So when we are doing an SEO audit, guys, we would keep a tab on, we would keep a check on whether the canonicalization issue is there for our website, or the sitemap is present on the website or not. Plus, we'll check for the domain age. We'll also check for other information about our website with the help of these commands which we have spoken about. The commands, the who is, the domain age part, the canonicalization. So we just have to check whether it's there or not. And once we know that the sitemap is also present, we would also look at whether the robots.txt is present on our website or not. How do we check that? So the way we checked our sitemap, that was an easy way. We checked that with the help of the domain.com / with the sitemap.xml, right? We press that and we got to know whether the sitemaps are present or not. Similarly, if you have to check for the robots part, the robots file is domain.com / robots.txt, right? I go ahead and press enter. You can see that it's very much visible. It's very much present. Now, what exactly is this? We're going to take this in detail once we'll do on-page optimization, but I'll give you certain more inputs on how this is being created in a while. You can see it does say user agent, and there are certain things which is disallow, 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 and disallow. So these are the pages, guys. These are certain sections of the website which are being not being indexed at all, right? So let me show you how this overall things work. All right. So this is the one of the command which really disallows every web page on the website. If we are creating the website right now and it's in the under construction phase, it's in the construction phase, it's not being built up properly at present, we can write in this command user agent colon asterisk and then disallow colon and then the forward slash. It will disallow the entire site. Let me show you how this is being created. I would take a notepad file. All right. So why we have to take a notepad file, guys, and if I want to block every web page, I would type in user hyphen agent colon and then the asterisk sign, which is shift and 8. All right. And the next thing in the second command. So what happens, right? So this is user agent colon, right? So what happens? User agent means all the search engines, right? All the search engines are right up here. If I have to give a command to a specific search engine, I can type in their name also over here. So let's say if I have to do it for Googlebot, I can mention the name Googlebot. The name for the Google search engine is Googlebot, right? So usually people do it for all the search engines, and all the search engines are referred as an asterisk symbol, user hyphen agent, and then the asterisk symbol. All right. I press an enter and then I do it disallow colon and then the forward slash. This is used, guys, when we have to disallow all the web pages. All right, when we have to disallow all the web pages. This is scenario one, guys. Now, scenario two, I would delete all that and would start fresh and tell you in the scenario two when I want all the web pages of my website to be indexed by the search engine. I would type in the same thing, user agent, and user agent means the search engines. So user agent colon the asterisk sign and then forward enter allow colon forward slash. That's what we have to do. And once that's being done, we can go to file, we can save it, and we can save it as robots.txt, right? We save it as robots.txt, save it and send that across to your developer to upload that in the root folder, right? So if you're not from the development background, you're a digital marketer, you don't need to have all the technical skill sets, which is perfectly fine. You need to be a marketer and not to be a developer. So, but if you have that skill set, which is good. So user agent colon, the asterisk sign, and then the allow. This was scenario two. Now comes in scenario three, which is user where we want certain pages to be indexed and certain pages not to be indexed. I can do that by typing in user agent colon and then the asterisk sign followed by disallow. Now why I'm typing disallow right now is because if I'm typing disallow forward slash, so it's forward slash followed by, let's say I don't want the back end of my website to be indexed at all. If I do this, what will happen? Only the backend will disallow, not the everything. If I would have done it this way, which was scenario one, then all the web pages of my website would have been disallowed. But if I want only the backend of my website not to be indexed, I can mention that wp-admin and then the forward slash. What is happening now that every page of my website is getting indexed, but only the backend of my website is not getting indexed. Similarly, let's say if I have a specific e-commerce site, I don't want to include a certain category of my website to be indexed. I can simply go ahead and write in the name of that category. So all the URLs which will have the mobile thing, it's very much a possibility that all the pages which carries the mobiles, they will have the word mobile in it, or there is a specific folder Either the folder can be disallowed or the URLs. Both the things can be disallowed. Right now, I am disallowing a specific folder which has got all the mobiles. A category, specific category, the mobile category gets disallowed in that case. Another thing, let's say if I want to type in a specific URL, which is not to be any one. So the first thing was the backend panel overall was being disallowed. The second thing is that overall category, the folder is being disallowed on the backend of my website. If I want a specific web page, let's say I want to name it as iPad Air 2, I can do that. So the URL which would have the domain is not to be written. The overall URL is not to be written. Only the last part of the URL has to be written after the domain. So that particular URL will get de-indexed. That particular web page won't be able to rank up till the time we would remove it from here, right? So that's all about creating a robots.txt, guys. And when we're doing the SEO audit, it's always important to keep a look at what all pages on my competitors' websites are getting indexed and what are not getting indexed. Similarly, we can check it for our website too, right? So it says to block the entire site, you can mention this, which I have already told you. This allow colon the forward slash. If I want to block a directory and everything in it, then I can do a disallow colon forward slash private underscore directory. So this one particular uh, folder which I'm disallowing. If I want to block a specific page, that's something also which I've told you. It can be done forward slash private underscore file. That's the end part of the URL, right? So all in all, these are the things with respect to robots. I've already told you about how can you allow indexing of everything, and which is this allow colon, disallow indexing of specific page, specific folder. That can be done, and you don't want spider to come on your website at all. De-indexing of each and every web page. It can be done it this way, right? So that's with robots.txt options. You can see that's how we have done it. We have got the WP admin that includes the PayPal part, the payment part. I did tell you this is something which we don't want to or ever get indexed across. And there are certain more things which we have indexed at de-indexed at present. All right. The next thing comes in 404 page. Now, what are 404 pages? I did tell you that these are the pages which have never been constructed. And never been created, but somehow people type in the URLs uh, with the right domain, but not the exact right URL, overall URL. So 404 page or 404 pages, which is being said in a most popular way, 404. 404 pages are what you see when you click on a broken link. Now, what is a broken link? I'll tell you that. They're oftenly spacely populated with little content other than a message as page not found. Many people just have a specific 404 page being created saying that no page found, page not found, which is really not the right way. 40 custom 404 pages needs to be designed in a proper fashion so that and it needs to have the links or resources where the search engines can actually click and also go to different segments of the website. So let me do one way I would click, I would show you the 404 page of one of the website and tell you the way they have done it. So let's say this is the website snapdeal.com and I try to open a specific internal page, which is snapdeal.com forward slash products, kids, toys. All right, somehow I go ahead and type in wrong spelling. Instead of toys, I type in toy. All right, what has happened just now? The 404 page, this page has not present. It's not present with Snapdeal. They have got a very great custom 404. Do you see? It's not that they have got a blank page which says that page not found. They've got a very interactive page. They have got these categories, these options. A custom 404 page is designed that if I'm looking at furniture, home and kitchen, if I'm looking at women's footwear, I mean I've got an option on a 404 page which is not present. What is happening if the end customer or the search engine, both of them somehow are able to land on a page which is not no more in existence, they would not actually leave the website very easily. It's not going to be a lose of the customer, a loss of the customer, or loss of the search engines who's coming onto my website, right? So what's happening? The end customer will have a lot of options right up over here, and also over here by clicking on the header. So all the categories are there. Plus, also with the footers, with the footer options, there are plenty of links. The wrong way of having a 404 page is that by just having a plain text saying 4 page not found, but and not having any links. This is a good custom 404 page. Search engine will also come onto this page by somehow because of any broken link. The broken links makes them land to the 404 page, and they for the search engines will have access to so many other things. Search engines and end customers will not straight away leave your website, and you will be at a losing end by losing the search engine or by losing the end customer. Both of them can be uh, kept on your website with the help of a custom 404 page. That's what custom 404 page are really meant for, a good design. There's another way of handling this 404 page, guys, which also the Snapdeal's competitor Flipkart actually does it. Let me show you. I don't recommend that, but it's also something which many people do, and it's not harmful. If I do flipkart.com forward slash maybe anything, a page which is not present, the domain is right, but the page which is not present, I write flipkart.com forward slash blah blah blah. You can see the 404 doesn't come, but they redirect it to the home page. So redirecting the end customer to the home page whenever there is a 404 is another way of dealing with the 404. It's up to you whichever way you want to do it, but I personally recommend the way Snapdeal has done it because it does gives a lot of options to the end customer and does tell them that the page which they have clicked on, they have I mean, that's no more there. That has been changed. So having a 404, a custom 404 is an important thing, and one needs to check it while doing an SEO audit. Another thing with SEO audit, guys, is checking for search engine friendly URL. Now, when we check for URLs, we have to see whether the URLs which are present are search engine friendly or not. Now, URL, how do we check whether a specific URL is search engine friendly or not? Let me show you. So let's say if I'm on the Flipkart site only, and or maybe on the Snapdeal, I would take that one as first. All right, so let's say I go into the internal page of my website, of this Snapdeal website. What's happening? You can see it is a plain, simple URL which doesn't have any special characters. Some people have a lot of very lengthy URL with a lot of special characters, just like @ symbol, dollar symbol, percentage symbol, and symbol, or some brackets or plus sign and whatnot. But these are something which are never ever recommended. Another thing which you can look and decide whether a specific URL is a search engine friendly URL is not or not, that the words within the URL, they need to pertain to the overall page which is there. So the keyword of the page is present right up here. It's mobile phones, right? So mobile phone is what is being targeted here, and the keyword is right present up here, right? So another thing which you can also check and decide whether a URL is friendly, search engine friendly or not. The first one was no special characters. The second thing was a very tidy thing, not a very long URL. And third thing being the keyword being there. Fourth thing, while you're checking whether a URL is search engine friendly or not, is that the two words, the space between two words, are depicted with the help of a hyphen and not a underscore or any other thing. So it's always recommended that you present the space between two words with the help of a hyphen. No underscore, no question mark, or no special character. Hyphen is the recommended thing what search engines really like about search, URLs. So that's with checking search engine friendly URLs. If you find all these things, you are good to go. You can say that your website has got search engine friendly URL, and you can also check for your competitors' search your URLs, right? And take some lessons from there if your URLs are not at all search engine friendly. It says that it's always better to have meaningful words and keywords. Like I told you, mobile phones was a word in that example which I've taken. So having meaningful words and keywords is something which is recommended. And also, like I told you, the space between two words has to be separated, has to be depicted with the help of an hyphen. So use hyphen to separate two words, right? The space has to be shown with the help of a hyphen. One should not ever use these underscores, spaces, or any other special characters to separate words, like I did tell you. And URLs must be shorter than 2083 characters, guys. So 2083 is quite a lot. And one of the ways through which you can you can say whether a specific URL is search engine friendly or not. This is one of the great ways you can check. So it says example.com, one of the website, / category hyphen keyword. So the main category forward hyphen the keyword associated to that category / subcategory hyphen the keyword related to the subcategory, and then / the primary keyword, primary product, the main product for which the overall web page URL is there, that product name / the keyword associated to that primary product. So if you have iPhone 6, let's say, then you would be like, and if it's a Snapdeal thing, snapdeal.com / mobile hyphen, the keyword would be mobile phones, and then the subcategory may be the Apple phones, and then the keyword would be Apple Apple mobile phones, and then / the product being iPhone 6 and the keyword being buy iPhone 6. So in this way, the overall example, if it's like this, the URL is crisp and cleaner like this, which does have a folder path, a proper folder path with category followed by the subcategory and then followed by the main primary product and all the keywords for every specific main category, subcategory being mentioned, then it definitely means that the URL is search engine friendly. All right, so that's with the overall search engine friendliness of the URL, which you can see and check while doing and performing an SEO audit. The other thing being check broken links. Checking of broken links is something which is very much important. How can this be done is with the help of a specific tool. Now, what exactly broken links are, guys? Let me show you this. Let's say I open a website, searchenginejournal.com, which is one of my favorite website. I keep a tab on it. So let's say I open the very first. All right, so I will open one of them. So one of the articles which I'm opening right now, what happens, you can see this is an hyperlink, right? They have created a hyperlink. If I click on this and open it in a new tab, this particular page opens up, right? When this particular page opens up, it becomes an internal link. But now the point which I'm trying to tell you, let's say tomorrow what happens, this link remains over here, but somehow the page which used to open, the link remains and the URL which is there, somehow these people decide that they're going to discontinue this URL, they're going to delete this overall stuff. What will happen? This will become a broken link for this website, for this particular page. More broken links you have, bad it is. If I uh, take a look and show you one of the external link, even for the external link, it works in this way. So you can see this one, this particular URL, this particular link founder at Quite Light Brokerage. This will actually open a third party website. Now tomorrow, now this is a broken link, guys. That's great. So this is a broken link. It's not opening up. This is an example of a broken link. This is going to affect search engine general websites ranking. How can we really check for the broken links of a website? We have to always reduce the number of broken links on a website. While doing an SEO audit, after checking the search engine friendliness search engine friendliness, we have to also check for the overall broken links on our website. So let's say if I do it for searchenginejournal.com, I just have to type in It's brokenlinkcheck.com, guys. I would take brokenlinkcheck.com, would enter the URL over here. I'll click on find broken links. It's X3QJJ, and I go ahead and click on find broken links. It'll start giving me, it'll start first of all analyzing all the web pages and start giving me the broken links which are present. Along with the broken links, it'll also tell me this particular tool where exactly these broken links are located on my website, so that I can easily get to know the source and reach that particular page and remove those broken links which are present on my website. So it will take some time, guys. You can simply go ahead and check it yourself. Let me show you. Okay, you can see the very first broken link has come up over here, right? And if you click on the source page, it'll tell you where exactly this page, this broken link is over there. It's a 404 page which is opening up when this is being clicked across, right? And so that's with the broken link, guys. That's overall, it will keep on performing its activity. I hope most of you are clear on that part. That's with, so when someone clicks on a page, what broken links, why should we check them? So when someone clicks on a page and it doesn't lead to a working page, I did show you with the example, it's called broken link. It's very important to diagnose this. The broken links actually breaks the journey of the search engines also, and also the end customer. Hence, they can't really lead to much better crawling and indexing. So it does adversely affects the health of the websites and lowers the potential of the website to rank, right? That's all I have, guys, in this video. I'll just do a recap of what we have done just now. So we started with understanding the overall SEO audit part and what exactly it is. We also understood the reasons and benefits of doing an SEO audit, right? We understood that in detail. We understood some of the commands, the cache colon site colon, the link colon command, related colon command, info colon command, define colon command. They're very important in terms of getting to know about our website and our competitors' website. Followed by who is stuff, whereas in we understood how can we get to know the domain age. It's very much important to know about the domain age. Then also about making sure that our website is not in the trap of canonicalization, right? So canonicalization of a particular domain happens when our website opens up with two different domains, right? So with www and without www version, right? XML sitemap, we also understood what exactly these are. These are the certain maps, and how should we go ahead and get them created. I did tell you about the tool XML sitemaps, and once that's get created, you can download and send it across your developer to upload it into the root folder. When you're doing an SEO audit, you can check whether the sitemap is present. How you do that? By entering domain.com/sitemap.xml. Similarly, you can also check for the robots.txt by typing in the domain.com/robots.txt, right? So we understood all that. We understood overall ways through which we can create the robots.txt file and get that uploaded across. All right. So these are certain ways through which we can, through commands in different scenarios. Robots was being followed by understanding of 404 page. How can we get the 404 pages working in favor of the overall SEO campaign? So a custom 404 page is something which is recommended, right? We also understood how can we really check whether the URLs of a website, while doing an SEO audit, we can check 404, we can check the search engine friendliness of the URLs as well. So there are certain ways to check that, which is a human intervention is needed. And the last one, we understood what broken links are and there is an adverse effect with respect to broken links, and how can we check that. So these are the topics which we are going to cover in this overall module, guys. The third module, which is on-page optimization. What exactly is on-page optimization? We first going to cover that up. Then the second part being reasons and benefits of doing on-page. So until and unless we don't know what is the benefit of performing a specific activity, there is no point in going ahead and doing that. So the overall basics needs to be clear. The what exactly are we trying to achieve with the specific activity? Then the all overall activities which are part of on-page optimizations are so forth and so on, starting with keyword analysis. Now, what is keyword analysis? In my first couple of videos, I've already told you what exactly the word keyword means. What is a keyword? It's a query which the end customer types in the Google search engine. Now, if I give you an example today that I'm an advertiser and I have got, for an hypothetical situation, I own a car garage and you guys are digital marketing consultants. Now, today I ask you, does it really make sense for me, as in the car garage owner, to spend on SEO? Then how would you get to know whether it is a great thing for the car garage owner as well? It would first need asking and asking the client. You as the digital marketers would really ask me, which is who's the client, that whether my end customer is actually present on the internet or not. So giving an example, if I am car garage owner and my audiences are those people who owns car and they want to get their car serviced, their car AC may be repaired or car wash kind of a thing, then the car wash services are basically bought by what kind of audience? And this audience which buy the car wash services, are they really present on the internet or not? If they are present on internet, then the second thing which we have to really look at is that within the internet, does the end audience really go on to search engines for finding in services like car wash? If the answer is yes, the search engines are used for car search, car wash services, then it is a good exercise to go ahead. It is a good investment to go ahead with SEO campaigns. So investing in
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
SEO campaigns only make sense if the client's end customer is using search engines for finding products and services which the client is serving. Once that's being known, once that is decided, then only the keyword analysis part comes in. If I select in wrong keywords, if I am the digital marketer or I'm the advertiser, let's say I'm the advertiser and I get any digital marketer to work on my website and rank my website on certain keywords, let's say 5 keywords. If those 5 keywords really don't match to what my end customer also types in while looking for products and services of mine, then there is no benefit, because my website should be up for those specific keyword which the potential audience is going to type in. So we take that in detail. We'll be using certain tool which is called Google Keyword Planner tool. That would be used, and I would show you how can we get to know about lots and lots of keywords which are used by end audience to type across in the search bar. And we'll also check the competition of a particular keyword. When I say competition, it means how many websites are trying to rank themselves on the top for a specific keyword. Plus, we'll also analyze, while doing keyword analysis, how many searches have happened for a particular keyword in the last 1 month. So Google gives us certain statistics, Google gives us certain data to analyze, and this data is actually captured by Google themselves when people actually come onto their platform on their search engine and do a lot of research. Once that's being done, let's say if we have finalized 50 odd keywords for by doing keyword analysis, that these are 50 good keywords which are good and should be targeted and they are relevant, and my end audience actually types in that keyword while looking for my products and services. If once that's been done, we will move ahead and start doing URL mapping. Now, what exactly URL is? URL are the pages, the inner pages of my website, right? So the inner web pages have to be mapped across to those keywords which I have taken out. Every URL needs to be focused on certain 2 to 3 keywords. If 2 to 3 keywords are being used for particular keyword for a particular URL, then it will add a lot of benefit to my SEO campaign. So we'll talk about that in detail, followed by, once the URL mapping is being done, then we'll start making changes to every web page. So let's say I have got 50 keywords and those 50 keywords are targeted for 20 URLs. Now those 20 inner web pages data needs to be checked and needs to be optimized perfectly. Every web page has got its own title tag, and every web page has got its own meta tag description, meta keywords, and there is another thing called focus keyword. So I'll explain all of that in detail, what exactly they are, and how do we go ahead and change them. That'll be in the fourth upcoming video, but in this particular video, we'll talk about what exactly these things are, right? And after that, there is an alt tag, guys. Now, what exactly alt tag is? It's also another tag which Google uses, right? Which Google uses in terms of looking at a particular image. Images are not at all seen by the search engines the way humans do. So humans look at the images in a very fine way, but Google or any other search engines cannot check them. They check it with the help of alt tags. So we'll specify certain tags for an images so that even the images gets searched, indexed, and crawled. We've understood these things, the crawling part and the indexing part. So the crawling and indexing of images only happens with the help of alt tags. So whatever images are there on every web page, they needs to be optimized as well. So along with the title tag, meta tag description, meta keywords, and focus keyword, we'll have the alt tags being optimized too, followed by certain header tags, guys. So I'll show you how these header tags looks like in every web page. These things have to be implemented at the back end also. So when we have a specific website, we'll be making changes to the header tags, and within the header tags, it's very much important that the keywords come in there. The keywords which we are trying to which we have mapped while during the URL mapping in the URL mapping phase, every keyword needs to be mapped across and to particular URLs, and these keywords needs to be part of the header tags, alt tags, and all the other tags which we are talking about, right? Next thing which we'll talk about is anchor text. So there is a process of creating backlinks from our website and also internal links. So within our web pages, there are internal links and external links both. While creating internal and external links, there is a particular text which is used to hyperlink. That text is called anchor text. I'll show you in practical way how does it really look like. In short, the text which is hyperlinked is called anchor text. So this is the overall objective, guys. These are the overall things which we're going to talk about, right? The other one being the third last point is internal links creation. So it's very essential for the success of every SEO campaign that internal links are built. What exactly internal links are? It's like linking one of the web page to the second page or the third page or the fourth page or the fifth page. Every web page would have links to the other web pages of my website. If there is a good amount of internal linking being done and relevant internal linking being done, then it will add quite a lot of value to my overall SEO campaign. So we'll talk about that, and I'll also make you understand how this is being done practically in the fourth video, right? The second last point within on-page optimization is creating search engine friendly URLs. Now, what URLs are? These are the uniform resource locators, which are on the top. So I'll show you what exactly they are and how can we make them search engine friendly. Search engines have got certain parameters on the basis of which they see URLs as well. If those URLs are not designed and created, are not shaped up as per those parameters, then Google is not going to give much value to that. So, but if in case there is a lot of great stuff being done with the URLs, they have been shaped up by keeping the search engine friendliness in mind, then it will add a lot of value and the website will rank higher. All these things with the on-page optimization, once they are being done in perfect way, it will help the overall SEO campaign to perform better and make our website rank higher, right? And the last thing about on-page optimization is all about removing broken links. Now, what exactly broken links are? Broken links are like when we are giving a particular external link to one of my website, let's say any other website. From one of my website, I give a backlink. I give a link to any other third-party website. Now, maybe tomorrow or day after, this particular third-party website tries to remove the backlink, tries to remove that URL from their website for which we were also giving a backlink. So once they remove that, it will become a broken link for us. I'll show you how it is being done. So it's just like, today I decide to give a backlink. Today I decide to give a vote to a particular website, which is Intellipaat, from my website. From my website, it goes to the Intellipaat website. Tomorrow, Intellipaat just finds that this web page is not doing that great stuff, and they remove that URL, and then they come up with a new URL. So the old URL to which I was giving a backlink would become a broken link, because search engines, when they will come onto my website and check this particular URL or this particular link which has been created, search engine will land onto a 404, a broken page, because that page doesn't exist anymore, right? If the page doesn't exist anymore, it becomes a broken link for my website, and it is harmful for my SEO campaign. So I'll tell you how do you find broken links for a particular website, and how can you edit and delete and make right steps for your successful SEO campaign, for making your campaign successful. All right, so let's get to all these pointers step by step, and in a very layman language, I'll make you understand each one of them. All right. So the first thing is, what is on-page optimization? Like I told you, on-page optimization is all about making changes on the web page, right? So what does a web page comprises of? Let's say today I open a particular website, which is intellipaat.in. All right, so this is my website. Now, what you can see, this is the URL of my website, right? This is called the URL, which is Uniform Resource Locator. If I'm on the home page, let's say I go on to any of my internal pages from here. If I go into Browse Courses and I go to the Big Data, or maybe the Salesforce one. Now, this is one of my internal web page, right? This is the internal web page URL, and within the internal web page URL, you can see, if I talk about on-page optimization, everything which is part of this page, whether it's this text, whether it's the image, whether it's this video, whether it's these tags, or the content underneath. These are the headers, guys. These are certain headings, the about heading, then certain text, then the learning heading, and then certain text. Playing around with all these things, there's another text which is a heading, recommended audience, and then you go further down. This is the paragraph content. Making changes to the content, making changes to the headings, making changes to further subheadings or the major headings or the images, all that becomes part of the on page. Besides that, there are certain tags which I told you. I'm going to show you. Every web page has its tag, guys. Right, so I'll talk about that. In brief, what exactly the on-page optimization is. In search engine optimization, on-page optimization refers to factors that have effect on your website or web page listing in the natural search results. I hope each one of you remember what natural search results are. So just to give you an example, again, if I go into google.com and type in something, when I type in something, there are various search results which come in. This is the first search result, the second one, the third one. But the first three ones are the paid ad ones, right? When I talk about the natural or the organic, where we are trying to get our website also with the help of SEO, this particular website is there on the top with the help of SEO. The top three ones are the paid ads. They're over there with the help of SEM activity. But the Snapdeal, Apple, Amazon, Flipkart, they all are there because they have done great amount of SEO on their website. So they definitely would have done good amount of SEO on page optimization. I'll show you by taking one of the example, let's say for Snapdeal, how they have done it perfectly and how they have shaped up things in the right effective fashion. Right. So that's the definition of on page, guys, right? So you have the internal linking, selection of the keywords, which we're going to do, meta description tags, which we are also going to understand, the header tags, we'll also check that, title tags, the content part, and the alt tags, which I've already briefed you on a bit. I'll make all those things clear to you as we'll move further. Now, why do we do on-page SEO? Why is it important to do the on-page SEO? So absolutely, for getting much better rankings, all of you would say that SEO is done in order to get much better organic rankings, and much better organic rankings would lead to good amount of relevant traffic coming onto my website, and traffic would ultimately convert or would actually lead to some more inquiries, and these inquiries would once would actually lead to end sale also, right? So this is all about on-page SEO, all about SEO, why we're doing it. But for on-page SEO, better search engine rankings achievement is definitely one of the objective. Also, on-page SEO leads to much better credibility. So search engines give good amount of credibility to those websites which have done a good amount of on-page SEO. So on-page with search engines, they look at various aspects while ranking a particular website. Now, in between all these various aspects, on-page SEO plays a vital role. Almost 50% of the SEO is dependent upon on-page search engine optimization. Once on-page search engine optimization is done perfectly, then the website would actually move up. Third important point, third reason why the on-page SEO is needed, it's beneficial, is that it also helps us to make our website set up perfectly. So no matter, let's say if we haven't really set up our website perfectly, but with SEO campaign, with SEO campaign, once on-page SEO would come into action, the website would shape up properly. The website would be looked at in much finer terms, in much perfect way from the search engine perspective and also from the end customer. If my website is not giving in that information which my end customer is looking in for, then there is no benefit of having that website, right? So website's purpose is to give in those information which the end customer is looking for. And SEO would actually help us to shape up our website in that way. All right. The fourth important point, the fourth important reasons for doing an on-page SEO, guys, along with search engine ranking being achieved, or the credibility part with search engines, or with setting up website properly, the fourth one is to is content creation and optimization. There is a lot of content which goes into the website, right? So today, let's say if I have launched my website, and I launch my website and get something or the other being written for the end customer, but that's not sufficient. I have to always look at the content of my website from two perspectives, guys. One is the particular content on my website giving in the information which my end customer is looking for? Number one. Number is one is for the end user. Number two is that is the content written on the web page really talking to the search engines? Are search engines able to understand what is this page all about? And if they're able to understand, then they will definitely make my web page rank higher for the targeted keyword. So let's say my targeted keyword is Salesforce architect training. If this keyword is being typed across in search engine, then Google or any other search engine will give certain benefits to me for doing things right. If I have selected, if I have got the URLs perfectly created right, if I've got the title tag correctly right, or if I've got the other alt tags and whatnot, which we are going to talk about. So if all those things are done perfectly, then the content creation is being refined and also being optimized, right? So that's about what on-page optimization is and what are the benefits of doing on-page SEO, right? Now let's move on to the keyword analysis part, which is the number one activity before we move ahead with doing on-page optimization. So this is when the overall SEO campaign starts. After doing the SEO audit, which we have covered in the last video, after doing the SEO audit, we try to start with the on-page SEO. And on-page SEO always starts with a good keyword research. And when we have spoken about SEO audit, it's not just our website which has to be audited, but it also our competitors' website which needs to be audited. If I've audited my competitor's website, if I audited my particular website, I've got to know what is the overall difference between the two websites. Where is the gap? Is my website lacking something as compared to my other website, my competitor's website? I would get to know that gap, right? So once that gap is known, I would start doing optimization for my website. And with the overall optimization, on page is number one. And with on page, keyword analysis is the number one activity. Right. So with keyword analysis, guys, I have listed one of the tool which is called adwords.google.co.in/keyword planner. So we'll be taking that. and I'll make you understand how this is being done. I'll take with the help of one of the examples. So, as it says, keyword research is a practice used by search engine optimization professionals. So, although search engine optimization professionals are using keyword research as one of their activity to find and research the actual search terms people are using on the search engines while conducting a search. Till the time I don't know those keywords which the end customers are using and typing in the search engines, then there is no benefit of doing SEO, because if we are assuming my audience would type in this, my audience would type in that, assumptions really lead to bad results. We have to be very sure of what people are typing in, what my end customers are typing in this Google search results. And Google Keyword Planner tool will actually help us with that. So SEO professionals research on the keywords part in order to achieve better rankings in search engine. So better ranking is needed also, plus better conversions are needed. So for that, keyword research is important. Let me first show you the keyword planner tool, guys. I'll just take that. So you'll have access to the your presentation as well. Okay, let me open that. So this is the tool, guys. All right, so what I need is a username and password of my Google account to be punched in. All right, so it's loading up. All right, so let's take an example of the similar web page which we have shown up here. For this particular web page, let's say one of the keyword which I feel is the base keyword my audience might type in, which is Salesforce Architect Training. I'm going to use this base keyword over here in Google Planner tool. I first of all would click on, after going into that Google Keyword Planner tool URL, this is the first thing which you would get to see. You would need to click on search for new keywords using a phrase, website, or category, and then type in that keyword, base keyword which you have. Let's say you get to know about this base keyword from your end audience also. So your end audience tells you that you probably need to ask them uh, in a sort of a face-to-face or over the phone or over the email. You need to really ask them if they're using search engines to find out about products and services which you offer. Then you really need to ask them what sort of keyword do they type in. Do they type in this or that? Take that keyword, use that as one of the base keyword. You can even type in your product or service name also, whichever way. So this is one of the product or service, one of the service which we are providing. And then the landing page. So I would use the URL over here as the landing page. All right. The third thing comes in is a product category. So I would be looking for the product category, and which is going to be, so it's internet and telecom, jobs and education, right? It's all about education, education and training. And within education and training, it's all about training and certification. And within training and certification, I can also see whether there's something else. So let's go with training and certification only. And that's the product category, training and certification. Now, do I want to do it for a particular region? Let's say I want to do it for India, or I also want to do it for United Kingdom. So as of now, let's say I want to just do it for India. I can go ahead and add that part. And once that being done, I go ahead and click on. So you can just ignore the other part because they're used for the SEM purpose. So this tool is majorly used for the SEM purpose for the Google AdWords paid tool. We're using it also for SEO because that's how you go ahead with your SEO campaign. Now you need to click on Get Ideas. It'll give you a lot of options of keywords which are used, which are typed in by end customers and users of search engines. So scroll further down, and instead of grad group ideas, you can ignore that part and look at keyword ideas. So keyword ideas is something which really needs to be looked at. All right. So now you can see plenty of permutation and combination which Google provides in terms of what people are typing in related to the landing page we have offered, related to the category, and related to the base keyword or the product and service which we have offered. First of all, you can see the data over here. It does have three major things which we have to look at. One is the keyword. We have to always categorize keyword or filter out keyword on the basis of relevancy first. If I have got a keyword, all these keywords I have to see first of all from the relevancy point of view. Does it really make sense for my business or not? Then the second thing is the monthly search, and third is being the competition. Let's give you an example. So it says TOGAF certification, it's not valid. SFDC certification, solution architect training. This is something which is relevant to my particular business. I would take that. I would choose that one. Salesforce online training in Hyderabad is again very much in sync with what I offer. Then architect trainings courses is also very much relevant. Project management courses is not in sync with what I'm talking about right now. But similarly, all those much more keywords. Salesforce training Chennai, I also provide training, Salesforce training in Chennai and Salesforce online training in Hyderabad. All these things. So once from the relevancy point of view, if I filter out, there are 224 keywords. Out of 224, I filter out, let's say 100 odd keywords. After taking 100 odd keywords, I have to see the keywords from the monthly searches and the competition part. The monthly searches always has to be higher and the competition has to be lesser. So this is all about how many people, monthly search is all about how many people are typing in this keyword in Google search bar uh, on month after month, right? So 210 people have typed in Java Architect solution certification, and the competition is less. When we say competition, it means very low number of people and less number of websites are really trying to get their website up on search engines with the help of either SEM or SEO. So less number of people are trying to get their website up for this particular keyword. So higher the number of searches and lower the competition, that's the best uh, uh, best combination to go with. First of all, it's a relevancy. I can go ahead and first of all download the list of overall certifications by clicking on add all 224 or download ideas. So let's say I click on download and it'll get exported into an Excel sheet. So it says Excel CSV. I go ahead and click on download. All right, somehow it did fail. Let me try once more. All right, so it says it's available right now. I would go ahead and click on save file. All right, so once I click on save file, I would go ahead and click on this. And these are the keywords. Here are the key overall list of keywords. We can start categorizing them on the basis of relevancy first. Once they have been diagnosed and checked in the relevancy part, let's say out of 100 odd keywords or 200 odd keywords, I've got 100 keywords which are relevant to it. The second thing is the competition, like I told you, and also the average monthly searches, right? So you have the average monthly searches. You have to look for those keywords after finding out the relevant ones. Within the relevant ones, you would have to see which keyword has more monthly searches and lesser competition. In the advert panel, you had seen only high, low, and medium, but over here you can get to see the competition detail in much more specific terms, which is on a scale of 0 to 1. On a scale of 0 to 1, if you can see 0.92 for project management courses, this is pretty high competitive. So 0.92 out of 1, and this is 0.08, which is SFDC certification. This is on a very lower end. So we would try to find out bunch of those keywords which have higher monthly searches and relevant and have got lower competitions. So we'll sort of segment them in a descending order. Descending order in the sense more monthly searches, lesser competition, and relevant ones. So we'll get that bunch of keywords. I would show you how I have done it for one of my client. I have got them and also show you the steps forward that. So Majorly, it's being said if your website is fairly new, then you should always try and look out for those keywords which are longer key phrases. Those longer key phrases are majorly the bottom funnel ones. What are these? The top of the funnel, middle funnel. So just to give you an example, let's say I type in a keyword, very generic one, iPhone. Okay. An iPhone is a very generic keyword. Even a small kid would type in to get to know what exactly an iPhone stands for. Or maybe somebody who doesn't have an iPhone also again wants to keep it look into the overall picture. So generic uh, word basically is the top of the funnel word. They are high traffic driven keywords, but they are not conversion related keywords. But let's say if you have got certain section of people coming into your website with the help of generic keywords, many would filter down and they would start typing in bit longer key phrases. Bit longer detailed search phrases would form part of mid funnel. This set of audiences, those audience which are trying to right now find out which particular product or service they should buy. Now, for an example, top of the funnel was about iPhone, and the middle funnel is all about buy iPhone. So somebody who wants to buy an iPhone would type in keyword like this, or where to buy iPhone for cheaper price. Now this kind of keyword, where to buy iPhone for cheaper price in New Delhi, is a bottom funnel where it's a longer key phrase and very specific. It's the exact word which the end customer is looking for. So maybe iPhone 6, buy iPhone 6 16 GB online. This is the bottom funnel because somebody who wants to buy that is typing in the word buy, is also typing in the overall product specification, whether it's 64 GB or 16 GB or whatnot. So I hope you have understood. Very generic keywords comes on the bottom, and then as we'll go further down, it becomes a bit longer key phrase, and the larger bottom funnel one is much more larger, right? And the most conversion related keywords are the bottom funnel one, guys. The bottom funnel ones are those who type in this bottom funnel one, they are ready to buy in instantly, right? So that's with keyword analysis. I'll show you a list of the keyword analysis of what being done for my client, 15 keywords which we have got from them. And this is some more information about keyword analysis. Like I did tell you, don't ever make assumptions. Always research, because assumptions would lead to a bad overall uh, campaign, right? So if you don't want bad results for your campaign, always make assumptions, guys. And as it's rightly said, researchers make money and assumptions cost money. So it's always scary to go with assumptions. So keywords are usually broken up into various groups, like I did tell you in the last slide, in the longer, middle, and the broad, very shorter key phrases. So the longer key phrases are the ones which have lesser traffic. The longer ones, which are the exact one, which they have lesser traffic, but they are more conversion related. This particular keywords are more traffic driven, but not the conversion related ones, right? So these are the major groupings. They're majorly broken up into groupings and based on the number of words within the query phrases, like I did tell you. Just to give an example, the word shoes is something which is generic and it's on the top of the funnel. It would have a lot of search volume, but it would not really lead to a lot of conversions. And another keyword which is men's shoes is the in medium one, which would have certain conversion related audience also and just generic audience also. But somebody who's very much specific, who what exactly they want, they would type in keyword like men's leather shoes or buy men's leather shoes in black color. These kind of keywords are very less number of people would type in, but these are long tail and conversion related keywords. So the more words in a keyword, more usually it is easier to rank them. It is easier to rank the keyword men's leather shoes, and it's difficult to rank the keyword shoes because there would be plenty of websites trying to rank themselves up. It's always recommended to target majorly the long tail, or if you're done with long tail, step two would be to go with the men shoes one, the medium ones. It's very much like levels. Level one is longer key phrases. Longer key phrases are easy to rank, lesser competition, and also conversion related keywords. It would fetch you lower traffic, but lesser traffic would also let you at least give you good amount of conversions, right? So the more words in a keyword phrase, usually it is easier to rank them, and since usually there is less relative competition also, right? So that's with keyword analysis, guys. The next stuff comes in with keyword mapping. I'll show you how keyword mapping is being done for one of my client along with the keyword analysis in a short while. And once the keyword, let's say we have come on to a conclusion that we have to take 15 keywords for which we want to get our website on the top. I have funneled down keywords on the basis of relevancy, on the basis of the average monthly searches, and also on the basis of the competition. Keywords with lesser competition, higher average monthly searches, and relevancy, they form part of my overall bunch of keywords which I'm going to target. And after that, every keyword has to map with a specific URL. So you cannot rank only your homepage for all the 15 or the 1500 keywords which you're targeting. Whatever the number of keywords which you're targeting to get your website on the top, it's never ever there that the home page will rank for the keywords which you have decided. Your internal pages will also rank. You cannot put a lot of pressure on the home page. You have to really divide it, dissect it on the basis of the URLs, right? So the very first one, just a sec. So keyword mapping and URL mapping, they both mean the same. So whatever keywords which we have got so far with the help of keyword analysis, they needs to be mapped across to relevant URLs. Like I said, you cannot put a lot of pressure on one single URL to be ranked across on multiple keywords. You cannot say that for 15 keywords, the homepage URL has to be ranking across, right? So let me show you how I have done it for one of my client. And before showing you that, also let me tell you that the minimum one and maximum three keywords is what I recommend for mapping across to a single particular URL. Every keyword, first of all, has to have a particular URL which has to be ranked up. Also, if I talk it in the other way, for how many, for every particular URL, how many keywords should be mapped across? Maximum three. Because if you'll have more than three, it will take a lot of time to get your particular web page ranked up higher. So more the number of keywords, it'll take more time, and lesser the number of keywords. So optimum is three, and so minimum one and maximum three. Out of those three keywords which we are trying to get for particular URL, we need to have one focus keyword out of those three keywords which we have defined for every URL. Let me show you how I have done it for one of my clients. That'll give you a much more idea. All right, so right now you can see that this for this particular client of mine, I've got the keywords in place. So out of, let's say, there were 100 keywords which I've identified. Maybe the keyword planner have given me 800 keywords. Out of 800 keywords, I got to know that there are just 100 keywords which are relevant, have got lesser competition and more search results. Out of those, I have just filtered down 15 keywords, and for those 15 keywords I have mapped them across to the internal web pages on my website. I have to manually check my website which particular URL will match to what particular keyword. You can see the Noida related keyword is very much related to the specific URL. The content which is present on the URL on the web page has to be in sync with the keyword, right? So you can do the other way also, where you can just list down all the URLs first and then list out the keywords which will map to it. How can that be? I'll just show you. But let me go ahead and let you make you see that the Gurgaon related keyword is focusing on the Gurgaon related URL. Similarly, that same Gurgaon related URL is also targeting one more keyword. There are two keywords for this particular URL. The Gurgaon related URL is targeting for two keywords. Similarly, the Noida related URL has got a couple of keywords which it is trying to target for. Similarly, the Bhopal one is matched to the Bhopal one. Indore one has matched with the Indore one. Now, this overall mechanism was by taking out the list of keywords, listing down those keywords, and after listing down the keywords, finding out what particular URL will match to what particular keyword. I can do it the other way also. I can take the URLs first and then get keywords for them. Let me show you. All right, so this is the Excel sheet which I generally use for doing the overall on-page optimization. All right, so you can see the home page URL being mentioned right up here. And for the home page, you can just ignore the title tag as of now. I'll show you what exactly that means. You can ignore the description part also, but just focus on the target keyword part. For the home page, it's these three keywords. Like I did tell you, focus keyword also has to be there. So out of those three keywords, one focus keyword. The very first keyword I have taken, out of three keywords, I have taken one of the keyword as the focus keyword, and there are three keywords being defined for every URL. So for the second URL, there are three keywords. For the third URL, there are three keywords. In this particular example, I have done the other way. I've got the URLs of my overall website listed here, which is 41 URLs of my website. For every web page URL, I have targeted three keywords. So all in all, what it means, for 120 keywords, I'm trying to get my website on the top. 3 into 40 keywords or 41. So 120 to 123 keywords, right? So almost 120, 123 keywords, I'm trying to get my website on the top, and which is very much possible. Now there is a reason why we take focus keyword. Out of every three keyword, we take a focus keyword. It's just like setting a priority, that if Google asks you out of these three keywords or out of the overall keywords which you're defining for a particular web page URL, there should be a specific focus keyword. And that's the one, that's the major priority one. And I'll tell you how to implement that. I'll tell you how do we go ahead and include these keywords within the content, within the other stuff, and from the backend also. So just stay tuned to what I'll cut. Right, so that's with the overall keyword mapping, which I believe most of you are okay with, which is the most easy stuff to do. Right, so you can also see in a geographical, in a pictorial format, way, it does tell you that keyword 1 is focusing the home page, keyword 2 is focusing one of the category page, keyword 3 focusing the other category page, keyword 4 focusing the third category page, right? So we have the keyword 5 focusing on one of the content page, then the second content page for keyword 6 for seventh content page focusing on the another content page, right? That's how you distribute. It's very much uh, uh, required to distribute keywords across all the web pages. If you don't do that, let's say had it been just all these 7 keywords focusing on the home page, you will never ever reach anywhere, right? These are the internal pages. These are the internal pages of my website, and I'm having keyword category set 1 for this particular internal page, keyword category set 2. So when these sets are there, it means those minimum 1 and maximum 3 keywords. So the set of those 3 keywords is targeting this particular page, set of another 3 keywords is targeting this particular page. So mapping is definitely needed, right? So you can see, so I have shown you one of the Excel sheet where I've shown you how things look like in the mapping part. This is another example for the major homepage. I've got keyword 1, I've got keyword 2 in place, right? So I have another keyword 3, and all these keywords which are there in keyword 1, they are the focus keywords, right? And you can see the kind of keywords I have taken for this particular client of mine. They are very much longer key phrases. How to send cargo to Australia. I mean, these are very much long tail keywords, and the chances of getting them converted is higher. This is very much needed, right? And you can also see the keywords pertain very specifically to what the web page is. The web page is vehicle shipping to New Zealand, and it says vehicle shipping New Zealand. It says vehicle shipping to Australia, and the URL says vehicle shipping Australia, right? So the content has to be matched with the keywords which we are trying to select. All right. Moving further, I would like to now tell you about the tags which are there on the websites, and which we as search engine optimizers would be making changes to it. Now, title tag is the most important factor, guys. Once we are done with the keyword analysis, we are done with the keyword mapping. Now we have to change things on these respective URLs as per the keywords which we have chosen for them. Now, where all these keywords would come in these respective URLs, we'll talk about this, and they will come first of all in the title tag. Now, if you see with this particular image, when we type in something, it's food poisoning which is being typed across, the very first content which comes on the top of search results, These are the title tag, guys. That's how the title tags of every web page appears on the search results. Let me show you with the live example. So if I go on to the same particular, let's say I type in google.com once more. All right, now I type in buy iPhone 6 as one of my keyword again. And these are the paid ads we all know, so we're not going to focus on that. Now, if we scroll further down, these are the organic listings, the store.apple, then the Snapdeal, then the Amazon. This particular wording, guys, on the top, which is in blue color or purple, whatever you call it, that's the title tag. Similarly, over here for the Amazon one, this is the title tag. Now, search engines uses title tags as one of the mechanism to know about a web page. If my web page has got a title tag which is also including the focus keyword, the focus keyword has to come in the particular page so that it can rank up. You can see the keyword I had typed in is buy iPhone 6, and that same keyword buy and then iPhone 6, maybe the continuation part is not there, but still it's very much there. So some or the other words will actually be part of the title tags, whatever keywords which we are typing. So this is the title tags, guys, in the top, and the wordings, the text which is there in the gray color. You can see the gray color text. This is very much their part of, this is very much a meta description, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So that's the title tag, and this is the meta description. The meta description is overall this. All right. So let me show you how title tag and meta tag looks like in the front end. Let's say I open this particular same search result in a new tab, and this is the home page. Sorry, this is the exact web page. There is no place where the title tag is going to appear. It doesn't appear on the top, it doesn't appear on the bottom, it doesn't appear in the content part. If I scroll further down, the title tag which was there, which said iPhone 6 16 GB by Apple iPhone 6, it's not presented over here, the same content. But if I take my cursor, guys, on the top, all right, now you can see that small rectangular, a pretty, a small rectangular thing which has the white background and black content. I'll show that again. It went, okay, I take my cursor again and you can see it says iPhone 6 16 GB colon buy Apple iPhone 6 16 GB online at low price in India colon snapdeal.com, right? That's the title tag, guys, which you can see on the front end of the web page. This is one. And when I talk about the meta description, which was over here, the meta description in the gray color text, this is something which is not visible over here. The meta description is not at all visible on the front end, no matter wherever I take my cursor. Now, how can I see it on the back end of my web page? I would first of all go to the source code of my web page. For this web page, if I have to check the source code, either I press Control U, guys, and then check it. So Control U is one way to check the source code, or you can do a right click by taking the cursor on the particular place which is not clickable. I would do a right click and then do view page source. Also, the short command is the shorter way to go over there is Control U. I click on this and the overall source code which forms up my web page comes up over here. This might look French to most of you. So you really don't need to get confused. If you don't get scared with so much of content, with so much of code being over here, you don't need to be a coder to do the on-page optimization. Let me show you how it looks like on the back end. On the back ends, the title tag and the meta description and the meta keywords, I'll show you all. So you can see the title part over here. Let me scroll down and then show you. All right. So if you can see, the title tag starts, and this was the title tag, same text, which was which was over here also when I took the cursor. Same text is on the source code, the same text, and the same text, which is iPhone 6 16 GB colon, is also there on the front, on the search result. iPhone 6 16 GB, right? So the title tag, guys, appears for every web page in the search results over here, and in the home, in the main page, you can see it by taking your cursor over here, and in the source code, you can check it where the title tag are starting and title tag ends. So the title tag ends like this, right? So that's with the title tag, and the meta description looks like this over here at the back end. Is that same gray color text, guys. That same gray color text. You can very much see the number of characters which are used in meta descriptions are more as compared to the number of characters which are there in the title tag. You would obviously see that there is a reason to it, because Google says with title tag minimum 55 characters and maximum 70 characters is what is needed. 55 to 70 characters, and with meta description what is prescribed is 150 to 160 characters, or maximum 160. Don't go beyond 160 characters. So you can see the meta description which was over here in the gray color text is the same text. It says iPhone 6 colon by iPhone 6 16 GB online. If I go again over here, it says iPhone 6 colon by iPhone 6 16 GB online, right? It's the same thing, same meta description. Now, what from the SEO point of view, what Google says that my focus keyword should be at least minimum, so minimum or maximum at most, rather, I would say, just once my focus keyword should be used. Let's say the focus keyword which was used by the search engine guy as iPhone 6 16 GB online, or Apple iPhone 6 16 GB, let's say this was the focus keyword. Same focus keyword would have been used over here also, right? So iPhone 6 16 GB online by iPhone 6 16 GB online is present in meta description, and there is addition to it word Apple, but by Apple iPhone 6 16 GB online is also present in title. So the focus keyword comes in the title and focus keyword comes in the description. And the character limit, I've already told you, it is 150 to 160 character limits. Every space is counted as a character also. And over here in the title tag, it's the 55 characters to 70 characters maximum which Google prescribes. Other thing with title tag, guys, is since it's shorter in nature, it's recommended that you always have your brand name at the end of every title tag. Let me show you the Excel sheet which I use. Over here with the Excel sheet which I've used, you can see it does tell me how many characters have I used over here in my title tags. So you can see the main backend, so the brand name, sorry, the brand name actually comes at the back, at the last point of the title tag. The brand name comes up here, right? So you have the overall home page, inner pages URL, and for every web page you have the targeted keywords being mentioned, and for every targeted of all those three keywords we have the focus keyword. This focus keyword is made part of the title tag and also the meta tag description. Now the content writing part for the title and the meta description, either the content writer does it or the SEO guy has to do it themselves, right? So no matter whosoever does it, but have to really make sure that it is relevant, it makes sense, it's right English. So the English sentence formation is also something which really needs to be looked at, right? So this is one of the great Excel sheet which I use. In case you guys want this, you can email me across for asking me for this particular Excel sheet. I can send that across to you, right? So you can see the brand name is there for each and every title tag being mentioned right up here. All right, so that's with meta description, the title tag, and with the meta keywords, like I told you. They are using plenty of keywords, but I prefer to have 3 keywords for every particular web page. 3 keywords for every particular web page has to be listed out here. All right, so that's with meta keyword, guys. All right, so like I told you, title tag length has to be kept between 60 to 70. So you can have it 55 also, but not lesser than that, not lesser than 55. And title tag is the most important factor in on page, since this is the very first thing which search engine crawls. Crawlers will get to know about a particular web page with the help of a title tag only, right? So that's about title tag. This is how the title tag looks like on the browser also. I've already shown you also the title tag, the way it looks like in Google Chrome and the way it looks like in Firefox is similar, not much difference. All right. So title tag for every web page, guys, another thing which I want to tell you, has to be unique for every web page. You cannot have same title tag being used for multiple web pages. Don't ever try to have same content being there for all the web pages. Make sure that you are using unique content, different content for every title tag. And make sure that maximum only once the focus keyword is used in the title tag. So I did tell you, if you're using more than once, it's going to be called as a keyword stuffing. So in between a 60 or a 55 to 70 character thing, you're using same word multiple times, which is 2 times also, is going to be considered as a keyword stuffing. Just use it once. And title tag for every keyword should make, for every URL should make sense. And brand name has to be used at the end of every title tag, like I told you. Another thing, guys, the pipe symbol. There is this pipe symbol which has to be used between two words in a title. Now, how this pipe symbol comes in, if you're using a laptop, the button which is above enter, you need to press that along with shift. The button which is above enter, which is the forward slash thing, the forward slash button with shift and the forward slash button, the pipe symbol comes in. This pipe symbol, guys, has to be used whenever there are two words in a title and they are being separated, right? Make sure, another thing, guys, about title tag is that make sure focus keyword is there in title tag, and it is also present. The focus keyword also has to be present, has to be used in the meta description, the major content, and also the URL. I'll show you in the next video how they are being implemented also, and how do we get to know whether the focus keyword present over there in each and every location, whether it's title tag, meta description, meta keywords, URL, content, is adding on value to your SEO campaign. So more number of places my particular focus keyword is going to be present without stuffing being there. So mind you, the stuffing is not to be there, but it has to be present at all the places. Then Google or any other search engine will value it and will make my website rank higher, my main web page rank higher for that same focus keyword or for the other two meta keywords also, right? So it's also better when you're forming title tags. So let's say you say that I am not a good content writer, and how do I create content for the title tags? Then you can always try to learn from your competitors, but don't copy their content. Don't copy their title tag. Now you know how to actually check for the title tag in the source code. You can simply go into the web pages of your competitors' website and do a control U and check for the what kind of title tag have they prepared. You can get certain sense of that. All those competitors who are ranking on the higher position, even learnings can be derived from them also, right? So title tag has to be a solution, not to be a problem, right? So I hope it makes sense. Now the next one, like I told you, meta description. Meta description is that content which was appearing in the gray color text. Now this is the second most important tag which is considered important for search engine optimization campaigns. So this is more about what the web page is all about. So, or what are the great features which you're offering. Let me show you the kind of changes, the kind of things which are presented over here. If I go to the same example, you would see the kind of content which is there on the title tag. It's all about what the web page is all about, and this meta description is all about what all unique features and offers which are there. So you can see it says free shipping is available, COD option is available, EMI option is available, and that too across India. Something which is enticing the end customer to look into it and then click and then go to the website. So good number of meta description, great meta description always leads to much higher CTR. You know, people are looking into it, the impressions are getting counted, but more clicks will come only, more impressions would lead into more clicks only if the better meta description is being written. So if somebody is reading free shipping, COD, EMI options also available, that will entice. So if you have something unique about your product and services, that should be formed part of the meta description. And with the title tag, it should be all about what the web page has to offer, right? So that's with meta description. And so unique feature, benefit, exciting offers, like I said, don't stuff in keywords. Only and only have just one keyword being your focus keyword being used only once in the meta description. Also, like I said, for the title tags, in similar way for meta tags also, each page to have their unique meta description. Don't go with same meta description being used for multiple keywords. It's really going to be like stuffing using duplicate content, and that is not at all recommended. All right, so that's with meta tag. You can also see I did mention it. They need to be between 150 to 160 characters long, and don't repeat the same sentences which are already used in the title. This is another thing. So if you're trying to use same sentences which are already used in the title tag for a web page, don't do that. That's not something which is recommended. Both the descriptions, both the tags has to be in different language altogether. So your copywriting, your content writing skills are going to be used in that. Also, like I said, description tags, meta description tags should be able to inform, engage, unique, compelling, and clearly communicates the call to action. Like I did explain it to you with the help of example, which Snapdeal has done. The EMI option being available, the COD option being available, the free shipping. Let's say you're coming up with certain promotional stuff, then you can also enter that across within their meta tags, right? Now the next thing, guys, is alt tags. Now what exactly alt tags are? Alt tags are the tags which are linked to every image. Every image has got a particular tag attached to it. And the way you can see within the code, it looks like this. I'm not going to go to the overall code and show you so that you don't get scared. Over here, I can show you, or maybe I'll go to the front end and then also show you. The image source is being written, the URL of the image source along with the alt keyword, the alt tag. Over here, the keyword which we are using for every web page, that needs to come in for an alt tag. Let me go into the same uh, example of Snapdeal. So the image over here is this iPhone image. If I take my cursor on the image, can you see? Okay, right now it's actually not taking me to the alt tag, and they have removed that. All right, now you can see it says by iPhone 6 128 GB. This is the alt tag to the image. If I take my cursor to this, it says iPhone 6 plus 16 GB. You can see these are the keywords which are being put in for these images. And these are the alt tags. These are the alt tags which are coming in. It says iPhone 5s 16 GB gold. Now for the second, another one, it says iPhone 5s 16 GB gold, right? And the last one, it says, all right, so somehow the alt tag is not presented. It's not being built up for this one. But all of these are these ones, you have the alt tag. How do we implement that? We'll actually see that in the next video in a practical way. This is the most theoretical way how actually we can see the alt tags. There is no limit to the characters for the alt tag. All in all, it's the focus keyword which has to be used for the images so that the search engines can actually scroll, could actually crawl the images and on the basis of the alt tags which are there. So they need to be told about the images. Search engines also need to be told about the images used on the web, and alt tags is the syntax used in the HTML. Like I've already shown you that syntax. And search engines refers to alt tags to read and index the pages and consider to rank against relevant query, right? And also, alt tags are displayed on the site when you hover the images with your mouse. So I have shown you when you actually take the alt tag on the image, they are being displayed when you hover the image on over the mouse, right? So that's with alt tag, guys. This is the third most important tag. Now the next thing being meta keywords. Now what are meta keywords? Meta keywords are those three keywords only which we have already defined, which I've already shown you. How do they look like in the backend? Let me show you again. So for the Snapdeal thing, the meta keywords, right, are these. We have taken that. So this was one, this was two, this was three. They had more keywords, but what I recommend is to always have meta keywords which are 1 to 3 so that you can rank your web page very easily. All right. So that's with meta keywords. And use keyword phrases instead of single keywords. I've already spoken about that. So having longer key phrases, longer keywords is something which is most appropriate for the success of your SEO campaign. Keywords needs to be unique words and each keyword phrase should be found on the web page. If they are not present on the web page, then they're not talking the same language as you want them to talk, right? So it should not happen that the web page is all about iPhone 6, 16 GB, and the meta keyword is all about Samsung Galaxy, right? So that is something which shouldn't be done. And also use commas between keyword phrases and with no spaces. I did see show you that. So having commas to separate them is something which is needed. And keyword length maximum should be 10 words. Not Don't go beyond 10 words. It would be way too much. All right, that's how you can see the meta keywords. I've shown you also the live example. That's how meta keywords. So meta keywords, alt tags, meta tag description, the title tag part. This is very important once you're done with the keyword mapping and the keyword analysis. So we started with knowing on page what exactly on page optimization is, guys. Then we went ahead and also understood the benefits of doing on page SEO, followed by doing keyword analysis, understanding what sort of keywords should be taken and what keyword accounts for what, and how can we change gears between the targeting of keywords. After keyword analysis comes in the URL mapping or the keyword mapping part, where we understood that for every particular web page, a specific keyword has to be defined. I made you help understand this with the help of certain examples. Then came in the title tag part, wherein once the keyword have been decided, where exactly these keywords are going to be placed. So they're going to be placed for the title on the title tag on every web page. Every web page will have its own specific title tag. Every web page will have its own specific meta tag description. So we'll be using that. And every web page will have its own specific alt tags for the images which are displayed on the web page. So for whatever images, let's say even if there are 5 images or one image on the web page, every image does have its own alt tag, and alt tag needs to be the keyword driven tags, right? And meta keywords are those set of keyword sets which we are trying to target for the particular URL. All right. So once that's been defined, the next thing which comes in is unique content. As it's being said, content is the king for our website, right? It's only the content which makes a lot of difference to the overall SEO campaign. So if you are trying to please the search engines, if you're trying to rank your website on the top, make sure that the content is doing really well. The content has to be good, unique. It should not be copied from any source, and it should be creative. So also make sure whenever you're writing the good unique content, make sure that your keywords are being part of it. And keyword, when it's being part of it, it's 1% keyword density, guys. When I say 1% keyword density, what it means, for every 100 words, only one time your word. So out of 100 words which you're writing for your content, only once the keyword should be make part of it. So you've written 100 words. Out of 100 words, 99 words are different, but one of the word is keyword. So that's how the keyword density thing works like, and it's 1% which has to be maintained. Moreover, the quality content also helps to get more inbound links to your website. So we'll talk about more about the links part. But if you are just trying to get a lot of backlinks for yourself, for your website, then try to focus quite a lot on the content part. If your content is really attractive, really unique, people will start copying or taking content from your website and would give you credits for that. If they will give credits to you, then you will get inbound links automatically. So formatting is also very much important for search engines. Whenever you are writing content, make sure that they are placed perfectly with good headings being given, proper uh, you know tagging being done, or maybe the proper font size or font text, the font style, and overall formatting is being done perfectly. Even though search engines don't really focus a lot on the font type, but it's always better from the search end customer also point of view. Well, it's being said that one of the optimum page size, for every web URL, it's 500 to 3,000 word. If you're looking at competing for a keyword, trying to rank your website for a keyword which is highly competitive, then it's always recommended to have at least 3,000 words. If for higher competitive keywords, write 3,000 words for every web page. And if it's a normal, generic, low low competitive or a medium competitive, then low would be 500, or for somewhere a medium competitive keyword, somewhere close to 1,500 to 200 or 2,300 words kind of a thing is something which is recommended. right? So that's the optimum page size, guys, between 500 to 3,000 words. All right. Next thing, guys, after all those tags and having the unique content being there, comes in header tags. Every web page has its own headings. It's just like writing for a newspaper. Every newspaper have a particular headlines on the top, followed by certain paragraph content written in the paragraph, then a subheading, then some more content, then another subheading, and then some more content. It's being said that there is an H1 tag. I will talk about implementation of it in the next video. An H1 tag is being given to the very first headline, and the focus keyword is being defined. It's being said that the focus keyword should be there in the H1 tag. If the focus keyword is there in the header, then it will add a lot of value to the SEO campaign, right? So heading tags also helps the human readers and search engine spiders to understand the content better and focus on those themes, right? Next thing being, there can be more than one heading tag, guys, which should be used carefully and only where it makes sense to highlight. So as you can see in the image, the H1 tag over here is the most important one, which is there on the top, and then you have H2, H3. The overall size of those headers keeps on decreasing. The most important one being H1 tag, which should have the focus keyword. Then the other meta keywords, the second meta keyword, the third meta keyword, they should be part of the H2 or they should be part of the H3. So more oftenly, people use H1, H2, and H3. They don't really go to the H6. But if you are doing a 3,001 or 3,000 words kind of an article thing, then you should go for at least up till H6, right? So that's the overall part of header tags. Let me show you how does it look like in a web page. So this is one of the header tags. This particular page does just have one header tag, guys, which is iPhone 6 16 GB. If I scroll further down, there's just content, which is right up there and certain images. All right, so that's with the header tag, guys. Header tags needs to be from H1 to H6. You can also see over here, one of the web page, what they have done, they've got header tag candy shop as one of the headers, and then they have got other second keyword and the third keyword being part of the H2, which is chocolate candy, and then the H3 being milk chocolate, dark chocolate, or H3 being the red or the black Liborsi, right? So the H1 tag has to be thought really well, and there is a huge importance which lies on the overall on-page optimization. Use of H1 tag as the headline of the page, and H2 tag is used majorly for the subheading. Separating out, so majorly headers are used for SEO purpose also, for making the search engines know what particular word accounts for what particular weightage. Also for the end customer, it makes a lot of sense to have these headers so that they can separate out and they can skim through the overall content. If they're skimming through the content, they can just read the major words within the paragraph, and they can also just keep reading the H1, H2, and H3. Do not use H4, H5, guys, if you don't have a lot of content for you for to be written across for a particular web page, because it would very much look like that you are doing a lot of stuffing intentionally, just trying to please the search engine. Till the time you don't have a lot of great content, don't go with H4, H5, and H6, right? All right. Now the next thing, guys, is called anchor text. Now, like I said, any text which is clickable, you can see this is the home page, guys. So, sorry, this is the web page where this content which is written. You really need to check out this website. It's owned by Chicago dentist who cleaned my teeth with peanut butter flavored cleansing wash. So this is one of the web page where you can see in the front end, none of these words are actually hyperlinked. When I say hyperlinked, there is no link to it. If I click on it, they are not clickable. But this particular word, Chicago dentist, is clickable. This particular text, which is always hyperlinked, is called an anchor text. That's how this is being created. When someone will click on Chicago dentist, he or she will actually get redirected to this particular word, this particular URL, which is Big Mill Dental, right? Big Smile Dental. So that particular visitor, when after clicking onto this particular text, which is the anchor text, After clicking on the anchor text, would actually go to the bigsmiledental.com. So it's very much visible in clickable text, which is hyperlinked with that is the anchor text. And this is very important to establish unique theme for each pages. For every page, they are very much needed, and it also helps to build relevance and helps in link building. So we'll be doing link building at a later stage. Let me show you how the anchor text also looks like in a live scenario. So you can see over here for the same Snapdeal page, learn how is the anchor text since it's a clickable text. Click here for details is an anchor text since it's a clickable text. We'll understand how can we also create it for our website in the next video. If I scroll further up, there is no other particular text which is clickable. I hope most of you are clear. And this particular text, which is view other sellers, is also an anchor text, right? So that's with anchor text, guys. Now let's move on to the internal links creation. If I talk about internal links, it's almost like linking one of your web pages to the other web pages of your website. As you can see in the image also, you have the home page, then you have the category pages, category A, B, and C. If let's say you have certain content posted across on one of the post page, and the content which is there on this particular post has got 3 different internal links. One of the links actually makes the visitor go to the other post, or it makes them go to the other post of a different category or a different category altogether. So there are 3 internal links. Let me help you with the live example again. Let me show you that. So if I go on to, let's say this website, searchenginejournal.com. Within searchenginejournal.com, let's say if I open this particular one, this particular article or the blog, when I scroll further down, you can see this particular huge text is the overall anchor text. When I click on the anchor text in a new tab, let's see what happens. If the new page which is opening up is of the same domain, which is Search Engine Journal, then it would be an internal link. But now after clicking on this, it's opening in a different, it's a different domain altogether. So it's not an internal link, guys, it's an external link because it's opening a different web page altogether. It's not the search engine journal. Let me show you where is these internal links. So that is a backlinking which is being given by search engine journal to brightcove.com. This is an off-page activity of brightcove.com. I scroll further down and let's say it says see all search engine journal marketing think tank webinars. If I click on this, and what happens, the new after clicking on this particular link, a new web page opens up, but this is the web page within the website only. The domain, the main domain remains same, but that there is a different page. This is an internal linking. It's very much said that internal linking helps in overall success of a particular SEO campaign, right? You can see that this is the internal link, and also with the other one, which is see all search in marketing nerds podcast. If I click on this, I am very much expecting the same domain, right? It's the same domain, but a different web page. Again, this is an internal link. The end visitor goes to a different web page, and that different web page is of a same domain. If it's of the same domain, it's internal linking. If it's of a different domain, which was the part of this, the blog brightcove.com, then that is an external link. So coming back to the internal links part, internal link is a link to another page of your website from one of the other page of your website only. I hope you are clear on that. You have understood that. It also, the benefits of having internal links is that the SEO campaign works properly because search engines really like having internal links. The crawler will actually keep on jumping from one page to another with the help of hyperlinks. Overall, this process helps in building authority of pages. The overall authority of in your home page, category page, internal pages builds up, And also they are very much within your control. It's not that tomorrow, if you are giving a external link to someone and tomorrow that particular web page gets deleted, then it's not in your control, right? These all internal links are in your control because they are all part of your website only, right? It's very much like internal links are very much like voting for yourself. I am voting from one post, I'm giving votes to another three posts of my website. Also make sure whenever you're trying to do an internal linking procedure, have right words being used within the anchor text so that it also makes the search engine understand that the new page which is going to open up, also the search engine and also the end customer, they should get to know that whatever web page they're going to open up, it is going to be somewhere related to this particular word they have, which they have used in the anchor text. So the usage of anchor text, the particular deciding upon the anchor text while doing the internal linking is also important. The anchor text has to match with the new web page which will open after clicking onto it. If it's going to open the podcast page, my anchor text should actually say about watch all other podcast. Or if it's all about the webinars, the anchor text should say that it's all about click on this to get to know about other webinars of our website or of our brand, right? So that's about internal linking. This is very much important, and how you can actually create that practically. Again, we'll cover that, the practical stuff, in our next video. So stay tuned for that. So after anchor text, header tags comes in the internal links part, and the other part of which is of search engine optimization, on-page optimization, is creating search engine friendly URL. Now, URL can be created with various ways. You have the right of deciding on how the particular URL is going to look like, except for the domain. So you cannot change anything about the domain, guys. So let's say with this particular URL, you cannot change anything about the domain, which is Search Engine Journal. You can just only make changes to the part which is underneath that. Always and always try to make sure the words which you are making part of it, of this overall search engine URL, of this URL, for making it search engine friendly, you have to make it you have to make the keywords part of it. So the keyword for this particular page would have been Marketing Nerds Podcast. If you remember the focus keyword which we have taken, the focus keyword has to come and be part of the URL, right? So let me go ahead and show you. So URL naming convention is what is needed, and name should ideally include the meaningful words. Also, if there are two words where there's a space between two words, they need to have a hyphen. In between two words, always try to use a hyphen to separate them. One should not ever use underscore, spaces, at the rate symbol, or the exclamation mark, or a hashtag, or whatnot. These always try to make the search engine friendly, search engine URL unfriendly. So for having friendly URLs, hyphens is something which is more friendly for the search engines. Plus another third point which has to be kept in mind while creating search engines these URLs for making them search engine friendly, is to have them shorter than 2083 characters. If you are going beyond that, it's going to take good amount of effort to rank them up. 2083 is, which is also pretty huge. Also, again, just as an example, what a good search engine URL looks like, it's like this. You have a domain which is example.com / the main category hyphen the keyword of that main category / So let's say this is for one of the one of the product page of your particular e-commerce website. So how do we reach to that particular product page is having the domain.com / category hyphen the keyword associated to it / the subcategory hyphen the keyword associated to that subcategory. Then / the product name, which is the primary product, hyphen the keyword associated to that product page. Right, so that's all about the friendly, how to get the search engine friendly URL, guys. Right, we'll see how do we create them, but from the theoretical perspective, I hope you are clear on the internal links, the search engine friendly URLs part, you are clear on the anchor text part, and the header tags, title tag, meta tag, alt tag. We'll see how do we implement all that in the next video. All right, so the last point about on-page optimization, guys, is removing broken links. How do we remove broken links and what exactly they are, first of all? So let's say when someone clicks on a particular page and it doesn't lead to a working page is called broken links. Giving you the same example, which we have already uh, understood before. So let's say this was one of the URL, all right, one of the anchor text. If I click on this particular, it will take me to another page of my website. Let's say tomorrow somehow this web page is not working, doesn't work. It will create a non-performing, a non-functionable page will open up, and this particular link will become a dead link or a broken link. It's always said that keep a tab on or keep a check on the broken links and remove them as and when that happens. So let's say if it was a third party website, you know, like in the previous example, this was a third party website when somebody had clicked on the blog home part, the one of the links on the search engine general. When somebody clicked on it on that URL and this particular web page opened up, then let's say tomorrow they discontinue this, you know, Brightcove discontinued this, then only what will happen, this Brightcove will actually have got nothing to lose. Only the search engine general people will have broken links on their website. How do you get to know how many web broken links are there? Because Brightcove will never let search engine general that we have removed the URL. There is a particular tool to get to know on various on day-to-day basis you can check, and that's called brokenlinkcheck.com. You can simply enter your website into this and do a run and then get to know about it, about the broken links. All right, so I type in, all right, so all right, some problem. Oh, okay, just a second. All right, so it's 2DGQ3. I type in the captcha and try to look for the broken links. All right, so now it's actually diagnosing. It's gonna check for the overall. So if you need to, okay, this particular website has got plenty of keywords. That's why it's asking uh, that if you need to scan more than 3,000 pages, check subfolders. So I have to type in the subfolders separately. I can take another website and then can show you. Let's see if I do it for my website. All right, so it has started working, guys. It'll show me all the broken links which are there. So by the time it does, let me take the slide and show you. So like I said, broken links is all about when one clicks on a page, on the link on the particular page, and it doesn't lead to a working page. It's called broken links, and they are very important just to diagnose that whether the links are working or not. Broken links, actually, you know what happens with broken links? They breaks the journey. You can read that out. They breaks the journey of the search engine spiders, and hence they can't travel to all the web pages of your website, which is really not a good thing, right? So if there are plenty of broken links on your website, it will always break the journey of the search engines, and search engines will not like it. Search engines won't be able to crawl and index the other pages. It adversely affects the health of the website and lowers the potential of a website to rank on the organic results. So like I've given you brokenlinkcheck.com. That's the tool from which you can check the overall source. And once you get to know about broken links and their source, you can simply go ahead and remove them, right? So that's the email, guys, where you can also just send across your queries and you can visit our website. Plus, let me just wrap up on what we have done so far. So we have started with on-page optimization, the reasons and benefits of doing on-page SEO. So that was the on-page optimization brief, the reasons, benefits of doing SEO on page. We went ahead and worked on the keyword analysis in pretty detail. We understood all that, followed by URL mapping and keyword mapping. How many keywords needs to be mapped across to a particular URL, right? So you can see with the help of the pictures, the pictorial formats are also being mentioned. Some more examples were being taken so that things are much more clear. Followed by title tags, what exactly they are, why are they needed, what sort of character limits is being required for that, where can you see all that, whether they should have a pipe symbol, the brand name at the end, and also they should be unique, all that stuff. After that, the meta tags part, where the meta tags are mentioned in the search results, followed by how many character limits, and uh, they should not be same, followed by the alt tags part. If we take our cursor on the top of the image, then where does the overall text, whatever text comes in, that is the alt tag part. Followed by meta keywords, which we have understood 1 to 3 keywords per web page, unique content to be there for every web page, header tags from H1 to H6. So we'll do the overall implementation. We saw where exactly we can see all those stuff, the anchor text, the internal linkings if we link one page to the other web pages. Then also we understood about the search engine friendly URLness. So all those URLs of our website should be search engine friendly. And last thing about removing broken links, right? All right, so what we are going to cover with practical part of on-page optimization, the tags which we have understood, we're going to implement all those tags once we have created them in the Excel sheet, where I have shown you that Excel sheet. You can similarly create an Excel sheet by yourself, or you can just contact me uh, for that same Excel sheet format. We can just mail that across to you. So and you can use that. Once you have created, using that Excel sheet, you have created all the title tags and meta tags. How are you going to implement them? That's what we're going to cover in the practical session. Now,
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
there is a very essential, we're going to use a WordPress based website for that. And there is a very essential plugin for a WordPress based website. And that plugin is called SEO Yoast. I repeat, there's a great plugin in a WordPress-based website which is called SEO Yoast. Now, what are plugins? Plugins are like extra functionalities. If I have a website right now and that website comes up with certain default functionalities, but that default functionalities are not really doing the purpose, are not really helping me with everything which I need, then we need to add top up onto that. We need to really accessorize our website. It's very much like I buy a car today, and within the basic model I get certain features, but what if I'm not happy with those features? I need to add certain more features. I would go to the car accessories showroom and buy in certain more accessories and plug it inside. The similar way the plugins also works like accessories. I have got a website. There are, let's say, 10 default functionalities, but I need a couple of more functionalities. So SEO Yoast is one of the great plugins which gives us a lot of functionalities about uh, implementing our SEO activities, our overall on-page activities to be precise. So we're going to cover all that. Let me just walk you through what are we going to cover in the entire video. First of all, we would understand what exactly the Yoast plugin is all about, a small brief about it. Since we are going to be using it, so it's very much needed that we know about that. And I would be logging into the WordPress panel of my website so that you can also relate it to how your website also looks like, which is always definitely going to be same. If your website is also in any of the CMS and specifically the WordPress based website, there is a reason to using a WordPress based website, because majority of the website owners these days use WordPress as one of the great CMS. Now, what CMS stands for, guys, is Content Management System. It's not just WordPress, it's also plenty of other CMS like OpenCart, Joomla, Magento, and whatnot. So, or Typepad. These CMS are generally online softwares which are used at the back end of the website to manage the content of the website. So I have got a lot of stuff on my website, whether it's pertaining to images, whether it's related to the content, the text which is being written, or it's related to, let's say, the videos which are over there. So, or the contact us form of the menu, or a lot of other things. All that particular properties on my website can be managed very effectively in a way, in a non-technical fashion by the CMS, which are called content management system. And WordPress is a fairly renowned CMS, guys. So I have got my website, even Intellipaat website is also based on WordPress. And like I said, 85 to 90% of the websites these days are based on CMS. And if we talk about CMS, the most popular CMS is WordPress. That's the reason why we have chosen to go ahead with WordPress. And if you have a website in other CMS, still there are various plugins for those different CMS as well. So SEO Yoast being the most popular one, we would be taking them. And once I'll open the backend panel of my website, I'll show you the how the front end panel looks like, how the front end of my website, the web page looks like, and how the back end looks like. If I make any changes on the back end, similar changes would actually appear then and there on my front end. It's very much like creating a PowerPoint presentation. It's very much similar to updating your Facebook status on your profile. So in case you are a non-techie, you don't really need to get scared. In the last video also, I did tell you, you don't need to be a technical person. You don't need to be a coder to perform search engine optimization activities. So I'm making your work pretty simple. I'm making your work pretty easy. And also really not letting a lot, not making you dependent upon the web developer. So all in all, if your website, the website which you're handling is pretty huge, then definitely a web developer is needed. But if it's a smaller website and it's based on CMS, then you don't need to be, you don't really need to rely on a web developer. You don't need to be dependent upon a web developer. You can simply work independently by yourself, and no knowledge of technical coding stuff is needed for that. So that's how I'm gonna make your work simple. And I would be opening one of the web page of my website. So I'll be opening one of the web page of my website, which is going to be an individual blog post. I'll show you how am I going to put meta keywords in that blog post with the help of SEO Yoast. So SEO Yoast is going to help me put all those tags which we have worked on, also help in creating internal links or the search engine friendly URL, or we'll also speak about how to remove the broken links in a non-technical fashion. We did that in the last video also, but I'm going to take that in much more detail, right? So the blog post, which is also a blog post, is also going to be considered as a different web page overall. A different web page has to have a unique title tag, has to have a unique meta tag description, also needs to have a specific focus keyword and certain meta keywords, which are going to be like almost 3 keywords, which should be there in meta keywords. So we'll take all that, and within those meta keywords, like I did mention in the last video, out of the 3 meta keywords, it's always essential to have one focus keyword. I repeat once again, out of the 3 total meta keywords which we are trying to focus, which we are trying to get our website on the top, for one web page on the top, out of those 3 keywords, we would be needing one focus keyword which would act as a primary keyword for that page. That primary keyword, we need to make sure that it should be mentioned at least once in the title tag. That same focus keyword or the primary keyword should also be mentioned at most in title tag, and at most in once in meta tag. And similarly, out of those 3 keywords, uh, the focus keyword should also be present in the title tags once, and with the header tags, at least in the H1, the very first meta keyword should come in the header 2, the second most meta keywords, and in the header 3, the third most meta keyword should be typed across. So that's we're going to really look into. For one of the blog posts, we'll do the practical part. And also, after looking at that, after implementing that part, we'll also see how can we really go ahead and place alt tags for all the images which we are going to put over there. So I'll show you how to get image up for a blog post. And for that image, while we are uploading it, while we are getting that for a particular blog post, we need to make sure that the focus keyword is also embedded in the alt tag. And how the alt tag is going to be edited, I'll make you see that. So once we are done with that, we would move on to the header tags. A lot of content is needed to optimize a particular web page. But in my particular example, I'll be just using certain dummy text or certain content to show you and make you understand how this overall process looks like, right? And within that text, I'll show you how can we simply go ahead and take certain words and make them part of the header tags. And once we'll make certain text part of the header tags, maybe the H1 and also the H2 and H3, we need to make sure that the H1 does have the focus keyword and the H2 should have the second meta keyword. The H3 should have the third meta keyword. I hope I'm making sense right now, guys. I'll still just go ahead and make things much more clear by doing that in a practical fashion. So just hold on to that. The other thing which we'll talk about is how can we create anchor text. In the last video, I have told you the text which is clickable is an anchor text. But what if, I mean, theoretically, it's pretty good to know the text which is clickable is an anchor text. And how do we create a backlink is something I have told you in the last video as well, that we would be taking certain text and hyperlinking it. But how do we actually do that? How is the link being created? We'll take that in a practical fashion. So how to create the alt tags, how to create the header tags, alt tags for all the images, header tags within the content, and the anchor text when we are doing the internal linking part or the external linking. So if I today decide that I'll be giving a backlink to a third website of mine or a third party website of someone else, then I need to take certain word and need to make those words hyperlinked. And when these words are hyperlinked, they would be referred as anchor text, right? And after understanding and creating a hyperlink on the anchor text, I would make you see how the internal links are going to be created, as well as along with internal links, I'll show you the internal link cross-linking along with an external link being provided to a third-party website. It's pretty important to understand how this overall process works so that you can do it by yourself and get your hands dirty. Till the time you don't get your hands dirty, it won't make really sense to give instruction to the developers. So from the first part, in the very first go, it's important to do it yourself and then give instructions to your content writer or your designer or your developer or your junior SEO or whatnot, right? If you know it by yourself, then you can go ahead and just speak very confidently to your clients. I would recommend, if you guys are learning SEO for the first time, please do have a website of yours. The recommended thing is to have a WordPress based website. And once you have a WordPress based website, you can implement all these things. Whatever we have spoken so far, in the very first video, it was a lot of knowledge, a lot of education about the search engine industry, which is good. But the second video, the third video, the fourth video, they all have been about doing an SEO audit. And for an SEO audit, if you have a website of yours and you know your competitor's website, it would be really great. And the third video was all about on page. That is the time where exactly you would start working on the campaign. You would take out certain, let's say, 5 keywords or 10 keywords. I would want each one of you to take out those 5 keywords, 10 keywords, implement all those on-page optimization techniques. And as we'll move further, we'll also do the off-page. Once you'll start implementing the on-page and off-page in synchronization on regular basis, you will automatically see the ranking for your targeted keywords from the day you started, and after a month or a two, there have been a shift, there have been a change in the positive manner. Why I'm confident that things would move in the positive manner? Because I'm talking about all those activities which search engines really recommend, search engines really appreciate, search engines like. If we're going to implement all these things, there is no doubt that things will always be in the positive side. It would be all positive of on-page optimization which is going to happen. There is no black hat or illegal stuff which we're going to talk about. Now, what is the difference between black hat and white hat? We'll study that at a later stage. Just to give you a small brief, white hat is all like things which are prescribed by search engines. We should be doing all that, and things which are never ever liked, and Google or any other search engines consider them as spam. And any search engine optimizer using those spam activities would get penalized for that. Any SEO professional working in a black hat SEO technique fashion, their website, those black hat guys' website will always get penalized, and they would never ever be able to rank up. This has been seen, this has been experienced, and it is a fact. So the choice is yours. How do you want to go ahead? Whatever we are talking about right now, they all are white hat. So white hat is a great techniques, and black hat are the bad techniques. There's also a thin line of difference between white and black. People would say there is a gray hat technique. So gray hat techniques are something which are not easily recognizable Google, and they are some sort of black hat also. But I would also not going to tell you about gray hat SEO techniques. What are we going to focus is only on white hat SEO techniques. All right. So like I said, after working on the anchor text part, I'll show you how the cross-linking thing happens, how the internal links and external links would be created. And within the internal and external links, we would be using certain features within the WordPress CMS. And it's going to be an easy task. You don't really need coding. You don't really need to learn certain tags. Any HTML language or any other language is not at all needed to uh, get that implemented. Once that's been done, we'll focus on how can we go ahead and create search engine friendly URLs. So in the last video, we have spoken about how the search engines really look at the URLs. How can we make sure that the URLs which are being created are going to be liked by search engines, and what all parameters do we need to take into consideration while writing these search engines. Now, you might ask me, how can we go ahead and write these search engines? This is again something which is a development task. Maybe a developer is needed to create a URL, but not really. Whether it's all those title tag, meta tag description, or meta keywords implementation, or whether it's the alt tag, header tag, anchor text. Similarly, the URLs formation is also going to be very easy when we would be using the SEO Yoast plugin. So you don't need to know the coding part, and the aspects which I did tell you in the last video, that 2083 characters is what is maximum for a URL to be search engine friendly. Also, the meaningful words, no special characters, and also keywords being placed in the URL. That's another thing. So we have spoken about that. Having meaningful words and keywords within the URLs make them search engine friendly. Plus, in the last video, I did also tell you for having URLs search engine friendly, you need to separate two words with the help of a hyphen. The space between two words needs to be uh, showcased with the help of a hyphen. So just for an example, words like meta keywords. So if I have to write in these particular words within my URL, I cannot have a space in between. It's not at all, there is no feature for that. And also it's not recommended to have things like underscore or at the rate symbol or hyphen or hash or and symbol or an asterisk symbol or a bracket. All these things are not recommended. The space between two words, which is meta and keywords, needs to be defined with an hyphen. So how can we place that? We'll see that practically. I'll walk you through. And the last thing is going to be all about what broken links are. So we have spoken about what broken links are. If somebody has changed a specific URL which we were giving a backlink to, then if that link gets expired, it becomes a broken link for us. Just for an example, today if I have my website, and from my website I am pointing out a backlink, I'm giving a backlink to search engine journal website. Now tomorrow, after, let's say after 2 weeks, search engine journal website decides that they're not going to continue with that URL to which I have given a backlink from my website. Now, if they remove that URL, somehow it becomes a broken link for my website. It will affect the search engine optimization of my campaign, of my website. I have given a link, I have given a backlink from my website to another website, and that website removes that page. It is not going to affect them, but it is rather going to affect me the most from the SEO perspective. So we'll take that also into consideration. We'll also uh, start with working on a particular tool which is used for finding out broken links, and how can we, after finding broken links with the help of that tool, how can we simply go ahead and start editing and start removing that broken links from my website. So let's get started and understand the SEOs part and do the practical part. All right. So what exactly is Yoast, guys? A small brief about Yoast. It was actually it's a Dutch website optimization and usability company. The name is Yoast, and it was founded by Mr. Josti Walk, and these guys actually created a very famous WordPress SEO plugin, like I've already told you, SEO Yoast, and this is the renowned and the topmost plugin. There have been a couple of plugins, guys, SEO Yoast and All in SEO, which have been competing against each other. But the best part about SEO Yoast is that they have exceeded their market share I mean, with great numbers in the past couple of years. In the last couple of years, All in SEO, which was just fighting neck to neck with SEO Yoast, All in SEO and SEO Yoast were fighting neck to neck. SEO Yoast has really exceeded in the numbers of likings and also the downloads. And there is no doubt about SEO Yoast has the best functionalities when it comes down to optimizing a website. All the great optimizers they rely quite a lot. They use most of the features which SEO Yoast provides, and we're going to talk about most of those features as well. So these guys blogs about SEO and user experience. And if you want to check about those particular stuff, you can also follow them, their website. You can keep a tab on, keep a check on what do they write on daily basis. So you can refer yoast.com. The URL is mentioned right out there. You can learn more about these guys by going on to their website. All right. So the next thing, guys, is all about starting with installing the WordPress SEO by Yoast plugin. So let me take that practically. So what you would see if you are on the back end of your website and you have to install this plugin, you have to go to the plugin section first, click on add a new plugin, and after you do that, there is going to be a search bar where you would have to type in the words WordPress SEO by Yoast or SEO by Yoast. This is the kind of image which you're going to get where it will ask you to install the plugin. You just need to go ahead and click on install. Once you install that, it would take probably 5 to 6 seconds. It would ask you for activate, and once you also click on the activate button, you can simply start working on the SEO plugin. So let me show you with the help of an example. So I'm just opening my website. I'm making you see the front end of my website, and I'll also make you see the back end of my website, which is the WordPress based website. I'll show you the WP admin and how am I going to make changes onto it. So that's my website, guys, which is my agency, yourcreations.ca. All right. And it's a WordPress based website. I go ahead and click on a new tab. I open a new tab and I open the backend. So the way you open a backend of a website, a WordPress based website, is the domain first of all, then forward slash WP WP hyphen ADMIN, WP admin. I repeat once again, this is my URL, this is my main website. If I have to go to the backend of my WordPress website, the default URL through which you can go into the backend of a WordPress based website is by placing a forward slash ahead of the main domain. So this is my main domain. And after my main domain, I would press in the forward slash, and after that, WP hyphen admin. Once you press that, the backend of your website would open up where it's going to ask you for the username and password. So I'm assuming all of you would be having your username password of the WP admin of your website. Simply go ahead and type in the username and password. So guys who are already known to this thing, the WordPress thing, so just you might have to take some. I mean, you really need to practice on some patience, because I'm assuming that I've got all set of audience I have to take right from the scratch. Right, so I log in with the help of a username and password. I have entered the username and password of my WP admin and just log into the backend panel. All right. So what you can see right now is the backend panel, and this is the CMS, guys. This is the WordPress CMS. where you can see all the content of my website is actually dissected and categorized and managed. So these are the blog posts. All blog posts are mentioned over here. These are the overall images in the media section. Then there are certain web pages of my website which are present over here. Then certain comments which people have commented on my web pages. If I click on this, all the comments are going to appear up. Then certain templates, I mean, a website does have certain templates on which they are made up of. Then there are certain sections on my website which are related to projects. I have shown some of my projects over here, so I can make changes onto them very easily by going over here. There are certain galleries, which when I say galleries, these are certain sliders. I've got my team members' name entered into it, the staff and whatnot, my clients' testimonials, my clients' partners, the appearance part, and now the comes in the plugin parts. So you can see plenty of other things at the bottom, but plugins is the thing where we have to go in and get the SEO Yoast plugin installed. Right. So like I told you, this is an extra functionality if you're looking for a website, if you're looking to add on certain extra functionality to your website. Uh, More than to what you're getting in the default website. So there are certain default functionalities. I want to add on the SEO functionality. I would go to the plugin part, and after going to the plugin part, I would go ahead and click on Add New. Right. So why I'm not clicking on Install plugins, because I'm here to add new plugin, not check for the existing plugins. Right. So once I click on the Add New plugin, you can see a search tab on the right hand side where I need to enter what I hope all of you would be knowing that. So WordPress SEO by Yoast or SEO Yoast, whatever I type in, or I can type in WordPress SEO by Yoast. So let me type in SEO Yoast to make it pretty easy for me. All right, so now it's going to search for SEO Yoast plugin. All right, so what you can see, the very first plugin, which is right up here, the Yoast SEO, that's the one, which is by Team Yoast only. You can see the number of installs are more than 1 million active installs. So you can just imagine how much popular is this. There are plenty of other plugins on the bottom, so you really don't need to get bothered with that. So but this is like huge. This overall plugin thing, there are plenty of plugins which are available. So don't get yourself confused by looking into the other plugins, guys. There are 212 plugins which are related to SEO as of now. So this is the most important one. Now what you can see over here, it says installed. Right, since it's being already installed by my website, so that's why it's saying installed. I have taken a website where this was already installed. If you're doing it for the first time for your website, it would say install now. It would say install now. You would just really need to go ahead and click on install now. After clicking on install now, it's going to ask you for another thing, which is activate. It would take probably, I believe, 8 to 10 seconds or maybe maximum 15 seconds to get that installed, and another 10-15 seconds to get the activation part done. Within 30 seconds, 30-40 seconds maximum, the SEO Yoast plugin will get embedded in each and every web page of your website. Whether it's the media part, whether it's the blog post part, whether it's the page part, whether it's the projects pages or the galleries or the staff pages or the testimonial, for every particular thing on your website, which can be optimized, whether it's an image, whether it's a particular slider, whether it's a blog post, or whether it's an overall home page or the internal page, they all will get the SEO Yoast functionality. All right. So what I would do, I would take you through one of my blog posts, and I would show you how the SEO Yoast plugin gets installed over there. And we can simply go ahead and make use of that plugin by uh, just punching in right keywords, right title tag, whatever we have actually decided. We have got that written in our Excel sheet. So I say that again in case you guys need that Excel sheet, which I have taken in the last session. You can simply email us. I would show you that same Excel sheet once more before I go into the post part, where we would have been. All right, so let me show you that same Excel sheet where we have created the tags, guys. So this is an example of one of my clients. I believe it always makes sense to show you from live campaigns. So this is one of the live campaigns which I have. And in the last video, I have shown you this particular uh, Excel sheet where we had done the URL mappings first. We had done the URL mapping by first getting the overall URLs of my website at one place. You can see the homepage URL and the other internal pages of my URL have been mentioned in this particular Excel sheet, right? You scroll further down, all the internal pages are being mentioned over here, right? And the home page. For the home page, in the last particular video, we have seen how do we do the keyword mapping. So I'm not going to take that. It's if you want to get to know in detail how we got the meta keywords in place and how we got the keyword mapping done, or how we did the keyword analysis, just refer to the last video, which was the third video. So you can see these meta keywords which were being typed in by the SEO professionals. As in, let's say if you guys are working on an SEO campaign, either you write these meta keywords, you decide on them, or any resource of yours who is working underneath you would actually write in these keywords, select one of the focus keyword. All you have to do is either do it yourself or get it done by someone, and then make sense, and then just try to watch on the quality aspect. So if you're watching from the quality aspect, you would have to check whether the title tag that is being created, first of all, there are three meta keywords only. Out of those three meta keywords, you have to make sure from the quality aspect that there is only one focus keyword being taken out of those three keywords. Another quality aspect was to actually look at the title tag. Is it complying the length character limit? And also looking at the meta description from the character limit. Another quality aspect was to check whether the brand name really comes in at the end of the title tag. So you can see in all the title tags, the brand name has come on to the end. So your content writer or your SEO guy has to write in title tags and meta description within the character limit, making sure the brand name comes at the end. Also making sure that two different words, the space between two words are being depicted with the help of a pipe symbol. So you can see the pipe symbols have been used quite a lot over here by me and my team. And also with the pipe symbol, another thing was all about making sure what is the content written in the title tag and meta description. Within that meta description, it's all about the offers. It's all about something which you are really offering great, right? So if you have some certain great offers, something unique for the end customers to look at, that should be part of meta descriptions, and the title tag has to have what the web page is all about, right? So once this step is being done, we would be going ahead and implementing, copying these title tags, the meta descriptions, and the meta keywords, and pasting them in our website. That's what we have done. We have opened the website. I've installed the SEO Yoast plugin, and all the SEO Yoast plugin, like I've told you, works for all the web pages. Whatever web pages we have taken over here, every web page will have a functionality with the help of SEO Yoast to post in our title and meta description. So let me show you for one of the page, which I've already optimized a bit. So if I'll go to my blog post, let me show you. So these are the overall blog post, guys, and then the very first post, which is over here, I would go ahead and click on edit part. All right, so once I click on the edit part, this is the backend. This is the backend of a particular page, that same blog post page, and this is the URL. If I click on view post and open it in a new tab, all right, so you would get to see the front end. This is the front end of that blog post page, all right, which says the heading being how to make your local business rank higher on Google, then an image of my agency, then certain particular text, right, the paragraph. Same thing you can see on the back end, right? Now you would be able to relate how things work on the back end and how things work on the front end. If I to decide to remove this particular image, I can simply go ahead and delete it and update it, and it will be not there, right? So pretty simple stuff. Even a small kid can actually do that. Now I'll show you how the SEO Yoast thing comes into play and where can all these tags be altered. If I scroll further down on this particular page, guys, which is this blog post, you would see Yoast SEO. This is something which is going to be appearing, which will appear for every particular web page. right? It will appear for every particular web page or the blog post page. So for this blog post page, the Yoast SEO is there. I was mentioning that this has been done a bit optimized. It has been optimized a bit by me already, so that I can make it look very simple for you. But if you are coming for the very first time, you have installed the plugin. These all tabs over here, whether it's a focus keyword or the SEO title or the meta description, they all are going to be blank, guys. They won't have any content. They have been entered by me in the past. That's why you are able to actually look into it. I have done it deliberately. I have deliberately tried to open this kind of page so that you can relate to it very easily. These, if you would be logging in for the very first time, these overall tabs, overall boxes are going to be blank, and you would need to take content out of these particular Excel sheet which you would be preparing and enter things over here, right? You can see for this particular page, the meta keyword, the number one meta keyword is this, then separated with a comma. The second keywords come up here, and the third keyword come up over here, right? Comes up over here. Out of these three meta keywords, the very first meta keyword, guys, comes up as a focus keyword. So I did tell you out of the three keywords, the uh, meta key out of the three meta keywords, one of the keyword has to be chosen. Only one keyword has to be chosen as a focus keyword. You can see that's being placed over here. Now, on the bottom of focus keyword, you can see this particular SEO Yoast plugin is making things very easy for you. It is actually giving us the overall usage of status, as in where is the focus keyword being used, whether the focus keyword is being used in the article heading or not. If yes, it would turn into yes and say yes in green colored text, and it would also mention how many times. So it says one time. One time the focus keyword is being used in the article heading. Similarly, in the article title, which is this, whether the keyword is being used, it says yes, and it is one. We always need one only. We don't need more for either for the article heading or we also even for the title. Because I did tell you, if you'll have the focus keyword been being used multiple times or even couple of times, not more than one time, it should be used for the heading, title, and the URL and the content and also the meta description. For the content, probably you can use the the same keyword multiple times, but with meta description, it has to come one. With the page URL, the focus keyword has to come once. For the page title, it has to come only once, and also for the header tag, the focus keyword has to come in only once. So it has given, just because I have placed the focus keyword at all the places by myself, let me tell you, the SEO Yoast plugin doesn't work on its own. You have to manually go ahead and punch in details from that Excel sheet where you have got these title tags and meta tags and meta keywords worked on. You have to copy from there. Maybe you can ask your junior SEO to go ahead and implement all that. It's a pretty easy stuff. It's a copy paste once you're done with the creation. Once you're done with creation, open your website on the back end or the back end of your website, get the SEO Yoast plugin installed and start implementing these title tags. Pretty easy, not much of a rocket science. Same focus keyword, you can see it's being written in the SEO title. It's also mentioned in the meta description. Now, if you see, if I go beyond the character limit of an SEO title, I did tell you it is 55 to 70 characters. Let's say I write in something. I write in my name. So you can see it does give me a warning that you are actually going beyond the character limit. It says it's pretty long. The title display in the Google is limited to a fixed width, right? I did tell you 55 to 70 characters. If you go beyond 70 characters, this is going to warn you, right? So this is pretty easy, guys. This is actually working for you. You really don't really need to go ahead and put a lot of effort on whether it's going beyond to what is being prescribed or not. You don't really need to count on each and every character. It will simply tell you. Similarly, for meta description, I haven't really written a long meta description. Otherwise, at least 145 to 150 characters should be written. As of now, 75, but it should be extended furthermore. So let's say I type in learn how to rank your website on local search engines. So what you can see, I haven't repeated that same keyword, that same focus keyword which is over here, couple of times. The other text which is over here is something different, and my focus keyword, which is a pretty long keyword, guys. I did tell you the long keywords with a lot of key phrases in it are uh, very specific and very much prone to the conversions. From the conversion point, they're pretty good. So that's why I've taken a very long conversion related keyword. I know it's always going to get me very much targeted traffic. I have used that, I have written that keyword in the very first line. So it's important if you are having, let's say, two lines, a couple of lines used in the meta description. If you can make sure that the keyword is being placed in the very first line, that'll really add a lot of value. So I can see, learn how to rank your website in local search engines. Uh, I say call now to get great offers, or maybe just call now. That's what I type in. So I'm helping that reader to make a decision on on making a decision to click on my search result, because I'm giving an input on how can you get your website rank on the local search engine. You can call us and you can learn that apart. So I can also mention some more things like get discount by calling in today, or use a particular coupon code. Some more things like these can be used. I have done that. I have punched in the keyword, the focus keyword in my meta description. I've got the focus keyword in the SEO title, and it's obviously there in the meta keywords, right? So I believe this is pretty easy to understand. If I scroll further up, you can see, okay, let me go back PowerPoint and show you that step by step. All right, so that was all about installing WordPress SEO by Yoast. We did that practically. I believe you all are on the same page with that. I mean, you are actually, you've seen the you're seeing the video, you've seen the practical part, and you are on the same page as to what I'm saying. Now, this is the individual blog post. These are the certain snapshots which I have taken, which I've also shown you, right? So the WordPress SEO used did look like this in the very first go. Like I did tell you, nothing comes in, nothing appears for the first time in the boxes. So you can see them as blank. The focus keyword has to be decided by you. The meta description has to be decided by you. The SEO title has to be decided by you. So if you are the SEO professional who's working for your website, or you're making your team work on it, at least the decision has to come in from your side as well, along with your team, on what focus keyword needs to come in for a particular page. And that same focus keyword, the title, SEO title, the meta description, all needs to be punched across, right? So as I mentioned on Yoast activation, this selections get placed on all your individual posts. I did mention that. It's not only one particular page for which this is going to be implemented. It would be all the web pages, all the blog posts where this would be, the WordPress SEO by Yoast plugin would be implemented, right? So in the admin area below the editor, we have seen that. So the editor part was on the top for a particular page, and below that, below the editor part, we had this WordPress SEO, right? So like I said, always have a focus keyword. A focus keyword is needed first to get started. So my way of doing that is always to first of all work around on the keyword analysis, keyword mapping, and also getting the tags being created with the help of that Excel sheet. So I repeat again, if you need that Excel sheet, you can email us across, and then we can provide you that. And this is a really exciting Excel sheet. So it's been programmed in a fashion that it'll also intimate me if I am going beyond the character limit. So I'll show you that again. If I go beyond the character limit, the number of the so it says 64, 63 character limits. If I go beyond that, it will actually turn into red. So even this particular Excel sheet counts first of all, and after counting it does tell me whether I'm going further, more, I'm exceeding the character limit, right? So that's with the SEO Yoast, how it looks like in the initial uh, space when you go in for the first time. Now, if I have got the focus keyword in place, I did tell you about that. We have seen that in the practical way as well. So the snippet preview comes in like this. I have deliberately, hidden the website URL because that's one of my client's website. I don't want to go ahead and showcase that. All right. So the focus keyword which we had decided was actually a longer key phrase, longer keyword with a lot of key phrases. So how to create Android widgets, that was the focus keyword. You can see similar keyword, that focus keyword was being written in the key SEO title, how to create Android widgets, right? The pipe symbol being used and all that. With respect to meta description, also the meta description just does have the focus keyword only once. I'm not a fan of having the focus keyword being used multiple times, right? Not even couple of times. You can see how to create Android widgets. Even if you have to use something, but then you can just have the synonym of your focus keyword, but make sure the written text, the written content, or the statement should make some value, should be right English. It should not be like a keyword stuffing has been done and the value or the meaning out of that particular text is not coming out, right? So the focus keyword, I repeat again, is part of the SEO title, is part of the meta description. That's why it does tell us that. I did mention that the in the article heading, you can have the keyword being used once. In the title, which is this, the keyword which is going to be used, the focus keyword would be used once. Similarly, in the meta description, it will be used. But I did mention the last time, within the content, you can use it multiple times. It's all about keyword density, where I did tell you keyword density is all about how many times your keyword is being used for every 100 words. So if I have written 500 words, then I can use them 5 times. 5 divided by 500 into 100 would actually mean it 1% keyword density again. For every 100 word, it's going to be 1%. So similarly for 500 words, it's going to be 5 times I can use the same keyword, which will actually lead to 1%. Had I been training on the SEO aspect maybe in the year 2012, 2013, then it wouldn't have made sense to have 1% keyword density. At that point of time, Google wasn't that really strict, and 2 to 3% keyword density was being used that time and was not being looked as a spam activity. I repeat, it was not being looked as a spam activity earlier on, but today, if you have 3 to 4% keyword density, so just be aware something bad can happen. You can expect something bad to happen to the rankings, the search engine rankings. All right.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So I move further, and you can see that's this particular SEO use tool does give you the search engine preview also. How is my web page for which I have done the on-page optimization, how it's going to look like in the search engine results. So if my particular web page is going to be ranked for the focus keyword, this is how it's going to look like. The title tag being on the top and the overall URL will come in next, followed by the meta description. In the last video, I had shown you where does the title tags appear in the search results and where does the meta description appears for the overall search results, right? I move further after showing you in the search engine result preview. This is the focus keyword. That's what I did show you, right? So the focus keyword is the essence. It's the most important part of the overall post or the page. So you would be doing overall on-page optimization on the basis by keeping focus keyword in the middle. So this is the focus keyword, and this plugin, the SEOs plugin, like I did mention, it shows you the number of times the focus keyword is being used in all the elements of my page. The elements of my page have been the heading. So within the heading, it's been used once. Within the title tag, it's been used once. That's why it shows green that first of all, yes, it is being used and how many times being once. Also, the same focus keyword, we have made it a point that it is part of the page URL also. So until and unless you don't have your focus keyword being part of all these aspects, the on-page optimization is not being done perfectly. That's what you have to really see. Similarly, the same focus keyword has to be placed more number of times in the content. Depends totally on the number of words which you have written in the entire page content. If you have written 500 words, great, 5 times. If you have written 600 times, then somewhere close to 5 to 6 times. As and when you would increase the page length, the content on the overall page, you can add in the keyword multiple times. If I'll have the 1000 word, maybe I can have 7 to 8 times. Just to be on the safer side, I don't want to go beyond 1% keyword density. If it's 1000 words, 1% makes it just 10 times out of the entire 1000 words. But to be on the safer side, I don't want to go beyond those one for 10 times the keywords being used out of 1000 words. All right, meta description also, did mention, just once the focus keywords has to use. So I believe it. I have been repeating this for the second time, but it should really get into your head now on what are the right ways to get the focus keyword embedded in the on-page optimization tactics. All right. Now comes in the article headlines. So when we talk about the article heading, this is the main heading of your post. The main heading of your post needs to have the focus keyword. We have to make sure the relevancy of the article has to be there with the focus keyword. There should be a sync between between the two. So the relevancy of articles for a particular key phrase increases with the presence of key phrase in the heading. If there is a presence of key phrase within the heading, the overall relevance will also improve, right? So we have seen that in the practical way also, and I'll show you again. The next part was about the SEO title, right? We have seen that the major focus keyword, which was how to create Android widgets, that was being placed it very much initially, and also the pipe symbol was also being used, right? So SEO title, if you set it, so I mean, majorly it has to be the SEO professional who has to set it, is the one that appears in the search results. It's the one which appears on the topmost of the search results I've shown you. So for good SEO, it should have the focus keyword. That SEO title needs to have the focus keyword. You can set a default one using the templates shown in step 2. So we'll see that. So focus keywords should be closer to the beginning of the SEO title. I did mention that within Eve, that holds true not only for the SEO title, guys, but also for the meta description. Whenever you will have the SEO title and also the meta description, try to have the focus keyword being written in the very first go, beginning to the in the very beginning phase, right? In the initial words. Number 2 point, as we know that there is a character limit. The number B point, the second point says the SEO title should be or the must be 70 characters long or lesser than that. As that the maximum display limit, so that the words which are being displayed in the search engines, they should uh, really comprise of the words which you have written. It should not be that you have written plenty of words and they don't appear in the search engines, and search engines don't like more than 70 characters. That's one of the parameter, guys, with respect to the on-page optimization of a website or a blog page. All right. Now comes in meta description. So focusing more on the meta description part. So the focus keyword should be also part of the overall meta description. You can see the focus keyword was how to create Android widgets, which was being made part of the overall meta description which is being written. Within this, the character limit also gets counted within the SEO Yoast plugin. So it does say that it's limited to 156 characters and just 7 characters left. So it's a great number between 140 to 156 keyword. If you're writing in, then it makes a really lot of sense. So it should not ideally exceed the 156 characters, because that is the limit used by the search engine. Search engines don't really appreciate that. In this instance, there are 7 more characters left as shown in the green counter. You can see that. In this particular example, there are 7 more characters left. The number C point says this is sometimes displayed as post snippet in search results. We have seen that. So some say that it is not relevant. There have been a lot of debate, guys. Many search engine optimizers feel that the meta description keyword, the meta description tab, sorry, not the keyword. Meta description tab is not relevant. It's no more a great thing to actually add on to every page. It's a waste of effort, but that's not the case. Officially, Matt Cutts have defined, Matt Cutts have been the head spam of Google. In one of their videos, in one of his videos, he has mentioned that having a meta description adds more value to your SEO campaign. Right. So if you are actually making things work in your favor, why not? I mean, you should not leave any stone unturned and make sure that every aspect is being done perfectly. So, like I said, now Google now displays any random part of the article. It was happening that Google started displaying any random part of your website, of your particular web page. Google used to pick up something or the other from your article content and used to depict it in the meta description. But slowly and steadily, we have seen the meta description, if they are being set up for your website, they are the one which are being given preference, and in also in crawling. So whenever a crawler comes onto a website, the title tags, meta tag descriptions are the ones which are being crawled for the first time. I mean, they are the most important ones, along with meta keywords, and also the content, the header tags, and the alt tags. So, however, it is still relevant because if you have the focus keyword in the description, meta description, and someone does a search using that exact keyword. So, if when somebody is doing a search on the exact keyword, how to create Android widgets, then there the chances of your website coming on the top are higher. So all in all, I would say usage of meta description is an important thing when it comes down to on-page optimization. So not just the SEO title or the article heading or the focus keyword, so setting up the focus keyword, making sure that focus keyword is part of the heading, the title, and also the meta description. All right, so moving further, after that, I'll show you this, how this is being done. So I did mention the focus keyword which is being taken, that can be made part of the of the URL, which would make it a search engine friendly URL. So you can see this example in this particular example over here in this presentation. The focus keyword, which is how to create Android widgets, which was there in the heading or in the title tag or on the meta tag description also, that was being made. So the first part of the URL, the main domain would remain same. You cannot edit that, but the part which is afterwards, after the main domain, that is something which can be changed by us if we are the admin of the website, if we are the owner of the website. So you can see the distance, the space between two words, which is how, and two, there is a space between two words which is being depicted with the help of a hyphen. So how hyphen to hyphen create, then a space being depicted with an hyphen again, Android and then hyphen, then widgets, then hyphen again, with Android widgets, right? So rating bar again, that's the last word, but the main focus keyword is being used within the search engine, within the URL, which makes it search engine friendly. Let me show you with the help of an example on for the live website which we were taking. So the major focus keyword in this particular example was how to make your local business rank higher on Google, right? So if I open the URL part, which is also called a permalink, guys, you can always make changes to the permalink. The main website page, the main URL with the main domain within the URL will always be static. It's never going to change, but you can edit the tail part of it or the bottom, the later part of it. You can edit that. I can just remove that entire thing and write in whatever, but this is not going to be the keyword. The keywords are not going to be there. So I would go ahead and write in my focus keyword. That's what I have pasted. I've copied it from my focus keyword, and then I go ahead and mention the hyphens between the words. So you can see very well I am putting in hyphens by myself. That's the practical part, guys, which I wanted to make you understand, and I believe most of you are getting much more confidence now, and you can simply go ahead and make changes by yourself on your WordPress based website and get your campaign working in the most effective fashion. So you can see I'm typing in the hyphen word in between the smaller key phrases which are there. So in between the smaller key phrases, I've got the hyphen word. I press in OK. So that's what it's been edited, and you can see if I go further down, it says the page URL does have the focus keyword, right? So the focus keyword needs to come in the URL to make it search engine friendly. All right. So that's the URL part. As now moving further is the keyword density part. I did mention that focus keyword has to be used certain number of times within the content. Now, I can't really teach you how to write in content because that is something which is being taught from the very basics. I mean, your education, how your overall education has been done, and how good writer you are. That is something which come on and so on. But if you are okay with writing and you want to understand about how to shape up your writing from the SEO perspective, only and only you really need to understand is the keyword density part. If you are a writer, if you are a content writer, if you can write in some decent content, then you can simply make use of the keyword density parameters for making your content search engine friendly. And let's say in a scenario too, if you're not a great content writer and you're trying to do search engine optimization, you're trying to optimize your website, you have no other uh, way to just hire a content writer or get seek assistance. But I would say even if you're not a great content writer, still try practicing by writing in things, and you can take help from your competitors' website, as in what kind of content they have also written. Again, if it's really not your ball game to write in content, I would tell you hiring a content writer is the last piece of thing which you can do, because you can't really compromise with content. Content is the most important thing when it comes down to search engine optimization. So keyword density, like I said, it's being calculated on the basis of number of times the keyword has been used on the out of the total 100 words. So if we, let's say, or maybe the out of total words. So if there are 800 words in totality in your content page, in the total content of a particular page, and out of those 800 words, it's just 4 times the same focus keyword has been used, it would be counted as 4, which is number of times the keyword being used, divided by the number of words, which is 800 into 100. That would make it 0.5%, which is pretty decent. In between 0.5% to 1%, but don't go beyond 1%, so that Google doesn't make you feel that you are a spammer. Google can actually look into your website from certain, in a certain different fashion. They might start suspecting you, and they might put you in a thing called sandbox. There is this thing called sandbox, which is like in a suspect box. They might suspect you. They might look into your website very closely in a manual fashion. If it goes into the sandbox, Google sandbox, then manually people will actually come onto your site, which is from the Google team, and they would keep an eye on it probably for a month or a two and see whether if you're doing a lot of keyword stuffing or not. So just to avoid that situation, don't go beyond that keyword density which I'm talking about. So 1 to 2% is preferable, but my point is to just keep it 1 or less than 1%. So just beware of just stuffing the keyword as an irrelevant post. You cannot outsmart Google's bot. You can never ever do that. Right. So the next part, guys, after knowing about keyword density, is the header parts, which is the headings. Right. So I'll just show that. So you can see the heading 2 part is being mentioned over here. And within the heading 2, the main keyword, which is how to create Android widgets, is being made part of it. Right. So I'll go further and make you see with my example as well. So you can see this is the main focus keyword, which is how to make your local business rank higher on Google. I scroll up further and you can see the main paragraph, the main content of my website is written in a smaller text, smaller sized text, and the text which is written in bigger sized is the heading. So if I let's say select the paragraph text, you would see it does represent it's a paragraph, right? I can name it as a heading 1 or a heading 2 also, whatever I want to. So these are the header tags. That's how you create. You don't need to be a coder, like I did tell you. You would not you didn't have to code in anything while you were editing the URL and making it search engine friendly. Similarly, you don't have to post in any code. Don't have to punch in any code to make a particular text. Let the Google know that this particular text is a header tag. So I would take this particular text and name it as a heading 1, right, or a heading 2 or a heading 3, right. That's my particular decision. The very first heading which comes in has to be heading 1. Obviously, there is a way to actually place that. Heading 1 is going to be the very first one. Then certain content, maybe you can have place images within this, and I can, let's say, type in any word. So I can write in Nick Bartla's SEO session, uh, and I can take it, I can select it, it's part of the paragraph. By default, I can make it as a heading 2. So you can see the text size of heading 1 and heading 2, there is a slight change. It's much bigger in size. The heading 2 becomes a bit smaller. Similarly, heading 3 is much more smaller in descending order. That's it. It's been recommended. The heading 1 should have the main focus keyword, and you can see that how to make your local business rank higher. That's the same focus keyword. My main focus keyword is being part of the header tag. I can also write in something more. Not just the focus keyword has to be there. How to make your local business rank higher on Google as revealed by. So that's what I can type in, and this is the header 2. I can go ahead and update that. And if I look at the meta keyword 2, I can make that part of my heading 2. So let me show you the meta keyword 2, which is ranking high on Google. So let's say ranking high on Google, I can take that. So Nick Bartlett's SEO session talks about aspects on ranking high on Google. So you can see the meta keyword comes in, meta keyword 2 comes in header 2, and the meta keyword and the focus keyword, which is one of the meta keywords only, comes in header 1. So I go ahead and update that, and automatically the overall SEO is happening, the on-page SEO. Earlier it was okay, now it has turned into good. Earlier it was a yellow thing, now it has turned into a green signal. So that's what our objective is, to actually make it turn all these lights from red, yellow, orange to the green. You can see in the page analysis, right? So it does tell me what all things I have done perfectly. So it says you have never used this focus keyword before. I have not used this focus keyword in my other web pages. So all these things have been done right, and still some words, some more things have to be really, uh, made perfectly. Earlier, I had more number of things which were not done perfectly, and just 3 more things. It says meta description contains my primary keyword, or which is also my focus keyword. It does says the meta keyword in the specified meta description. Consider how does it compare to the competition. So could it be more appealing? So I can absolutely take that. And it says the page title contains the keyword phrase, which is absolutely there, and that too at the beginning. So which is really considered to improve ranking. It does tell me the page title is more than 40 characters, like I tell you, and less than the recommended 70 characters. So that's why the green symbol again. It says the keyword density is 2.35%. Even if I take it 1%, so I can change it, it would be again perfectly great. It is 2 times. So the keyword appears in the first paragraph. So this is the first paragraph. Within the first paragraph, my main keyword is actually appearing. All right. And it says the images on this page. So I'll come on to the image part. The alt tag is definitely there. So I hope you can see, and the page does have one outbound link, and the page does have the keyword key phrase appear in 1 out of 3 subheadings in this copy. While not a major ranking factor, but this is beneficial, but it is. And also it says the keyword phrase appears in the URL for the page, right? So that's the overall thing, guys. And if I scroll further up, let me show you the alt tag part now. Now, what alt tags are, guys, once we have done the heading 1, heading 2, once we are done with that, we can upload certain images and punch in alt tags for it. So this is an image which is already punched in, which has already been uploaded. I can simply go ahead and upload one more image. So let's say I go ahead and click on add media. And then there are certain images which are already present. Maybe I can take one of them. All right, so let's take this one, and which is my image, guys, somehow. All right, so if I scroll further down, you can see the name of the image is very much mentioned here, and it does says the alt text. If you can see, this is the alt text, guys. And let me see what was the meta keyword 2. So if the meta keyword 2 was all about, so I make some change. Ranking high on Google, that was my meta keyword 2. I go ahead and add a media, and let me show you. So this was the image, and I type in ranking high on Google as within the alt text. This is the alt tag, guys. Alt text or alt tag means the same. There is no difference between alt text and alt tag, right? So once I puts in that, I can put in some more description. So all right, so that's the description which I mentioned, and the image comes up over here. That's the alt tag, guys, and I can simply go ahead and update that. All right, so it gets updated furthermore, and the overall on-page optimization for this particular page is getting strengthened up. All right, so now you can see even for this existing image, this is an image which is already there. I go ahead and click on edit pencil bar. So what I did, I'll just repeat that. I am taking this image and I want to make sure whether the focus keyword in the first image is there on the very first keyword, first image or not. I take the first of all the focus keyword, which is how to make your local business rank higher on Google. That's my keyword. I copy that and I go into the image and click on edit. I would see the alternate text, which is already I have mentioned over here. The alternative text actually comes in automatically when I click on the edit button, and I have mentioned it previously, that's why it's coming. Uh, if you're doing it for the first time, this would be blank. You would have to punch in the focus keyword. You can go ahead simply and click on update. All right, so that's with the alt tag, guys. Pretty easy stuff. You can have more images, and then with the more images, with much more images, you can simply go ahead and update them and get them optimized. All right, so moving further to my presentation. All right, so that's with the header tags. I did tell you about that. I'm having H1, H2, H3, and up till H6 if the content is quite a lot. All right, that's with the image SEO. I did mention about having the description and also the alt text. So my image has to be optimized with the help of the title also. So we didn't mention the title in our previous example. We can take that and also mention the alternative text and the description. So you can see this is often overlooked. So many people actually in SEO overlooks that. So if you have to really separate yourself from other website optimizers, make sure that you are doing perfectly for the meta description part and also the alt tag parts. Many SEO professionals don't do that. So when you upload an image, you have an option to add the alt tags and the descriptions. Make perfect use of it. Within the description, there is no particular limit to it, but still just 100 to 150 words description with your main keyword, which you're also mentioning in the alternative text. You can take that. If there are a couple of images, if there are 3 images, you can make sure that you distribute your meta keywords amongst those 3 images. Like I did in the previous example, the first image was all about having the alternative text to that image was the focus keyword. The second image, which was my image, my personal image, you have seen how I look like, right? So I have got the second meta keyword linked to the second image, which was my image, right? So that's with the image SEO, guys. Moving further, now I have also shown you the page analysis part. What all stuff, what all suggestions, input does my SEO Yoast plugin gives me? This is something which is really exciting about this particular plugin. Now this plugin is actually teaching me and telling me what all stuff can we change about our page, right? So the page analysis section gives us in all those green, yellow, red, orange uh, lights, and we have to make sure that maximum green lights is what we have to really target. So before you publish a post, you have an option to analyze the SEO for your post. So for this, you have to go to the page analysis section and look for all of that. So that's the overall point, guys. All right. So before I move on to the last slide, I also want to let you know about the internal linking, which works in this fashion. So the text which is over here, if I have to create the anchor text, what I would be doing is looking at certain text, certain content, which I can link it to my another page of my website. So let's say this is my website, and one of the services which I'm offering is search engine optimization. All right. So I take that. Now this is the internal page of my website, which is talking about search engine optimization services. I can copy this and I can see the text, which is one of the text which is mentioned over here is search engine optimization. I can simply take that. I can first of all select that and go ahead and click on insert and edit link. This is how about creating an edit hyperlink, guys. Go ahead and click on insert edit link. You can see I'm punching in the URL which I have taken previously, which was the other page of my website. So what is happening? This is the blog page of my website, which is also part of yourcreations.ca, and the other web page which I am linking from my particular page is also part of yourcreations.ca. And this is the anchor text, the text which is getting hyperlinked. I can just mention that whenever someone clicks on this text, he or she should get to this page. This particular page would open in a new tab. So I mentioned that and I click on add link. There is a reason for it, because I don't want that same web page should get changed. I would want multiple tabs of my website to be opened up, right? So I click on add link. It adds a lot of value. So you can see this particular text has got hyperlink. This particular text is also called an anchor text. And since this is pointing out to another web page of my main domain only, which is the same domain, yourcreations.ca, this particular page is also on the same domain, and this particular page to which the user would actually get pointed to is also the same domain. That's why this is called an internal link. That's how the internal linking happens. So I'll go ahead and update this. Now let's say I wanted just a sec. So this was the text which I have edited. All right. So if I scroll further down, you can see my name. So let's say I now want to make another linking, another cross linking, but this time from this particular website, which is yourcreations.ca, I'm not going to have an internal link being built up. I want to give a backlink to my main website, which is nickbartla.in. Let me open that. So this is my website. This is my another website, guys. I want to give a backlink to the home page of this website. All right. This is the relevant text. I would go ahead and insert and create a link again. And the URL which I'm typing in is of a third-party website. It's not the same website. There is no domain with yourcreations.ca, right? The link text is this, and I'm going ahead and making it open link in a new tab, and I click on add link. Now this is an outbound link, guys.
This is an external link or an outbound link, right? I would go ahead and click on update. This is called outbound link. All in all, that was an internal link, that was an outbound link. Internal and external link, whatever you can call that, inbound and an outbound link, or a cross-linking functionality. They are very much needed when you're doing an on-page optimization. All right. So that's about the links part, guys. All right. So also, I did mention that we're going to talk about search engine friendly URL. We did that. The last one being removing broken links. Now, the way to remove broken links, we did speak about that in the last session also. And let me show you how we can do that. I would take in this particular broken link check. So there are pretty many broken links on my website, which I have to change. I would simply go ahead and type in my website name, website URL over here, and click on find broken links. All right, so XCXD6, typing in the captcha and clicking on find broken links now. So it's going to take some time to actually fetch out the entire broken links. Once we'll get that, so you can see the processing has started. Once even the very first broken link will come in, I'll show you how we can go ahead and get to know where exactly the broken link is appearing on my website. And we would simply take that web page and go ahead and delete those broken links. I hope all of you are aware of the broken links part, what exactly they mean. Let me help you in understanding it furthermore. So if you remember that we had created an external link, I had created an external link on this particular text. I have placed a link which is to my main website, another personal website, which is nickbatla.in. And tomorrow, let's say I decide that I'm going to close this website. I'm going to close this website and I'm going to open a new website, let's say, maybe nickbatla.com. So I decide that I'm going to just go ahead and simply remove the .in website and I'm going to have the .com part. All right. So this is my another website actually. So what will happen if this website would get deleted? Somehow this link would become a broken link for yourcreations.ca. For Your Creations website, now this link would be a broken link since I've deleted this website and I've got this new website which is nickbatla.com. Either I first of all get to know about these broken links with the help of this particular tool. This particular tool will tell me that on this such and such page, which is this page, this particular URL, on this particular URL, there is a broken link, and that broken link is this on this particular word. Either I would go ahead and edit this and have the new website if I am aware of that, or I would go ahead and simply remove that. Broken links actually breaks the journey of the search engines, and also the end users also don't really like that part, right? The end users also don't like broken links being there, and search engines are also not great fans of broken links. So let me go back to the broken link part. It's actually doing so good that there have been any broken links so far. All right. So these are the areas which we would be addressing. So what exactly we mean by online reputation management and the relation between SEO and ORM? We have already spoken about that. What exactly is ORM and the relationship between SEO and online reputation management? So there is a direct correlation. Then there are certain listening tools. When we mean what exactly we mean by listening tool is that if today I am a particular, again, a hotel owner, I want to know what people are talking about me day in and day out, then it's not easy to go ahead and get to know about so many comments which are getting posted across on internet by just doing a search on Google. No, it's not only a handful of website where people can go, where your customers can go ahead and write across about your brand. There are millions of websites. It's very difficult to catch hold of all the negatives and the positive reviews or the neutral reviews about your brand. So for that matter, there are certain tools which are provided across in the internet industry. There are third-party providers. Free tools and paid tools both are there, which can be used across by search engine optimizers to evaluate and see how is the overall graph in terms of the reputation of a specific brand, of their specific brand. So a couple of good, great listening tools are Google Alerts and Social Mention, which I'm going to show you how do they really work and how exactly we can use them in terms of getting to know about a brand. Right. So then we'll talk about certain tactics through which we can really go ahead and rectify the negative reviews. So if there are certain negative reviews across for our brand, then how can we go ahead and get that removed, right? And how the overall use of content can play a vital role in order to rectify the negative reviews. All right, so before I move further and talk further more about the basics part, let me just pay some attention to this particular part, which is tactics to rectify negative reviews. Let me speak about a specific example, guys. What really happened? This is a real time example, which I'll tell you, where the negative online reputation management aspect came in. A couple of months back, I went to a hotel in one of the tourist destination, which was in Kerala in Kochi. And what really happened when I stayed there, I wasn't delivered great service. I wasn't being delivered great proper service. Food was not being delivered on time. The laundry man was not coming across on time and not giving me the kind of service which I had expected. Now, since I am a very particular person, I didn't thought that such kind of stuff can happen. I had huge expectation from that hotel because I had selected that hotel after reading good reviews about that particular hotel. But unfortunately, this hotel wasn't really doing well at on that particular day. I kept informing them, but nobody from their entire staff listened in a very serious manner. I decided to check out the other day, and while I was checking out, you won't believe the hotel management, top management, was very much, in trouble. Because why was that? Because I had gone ahead and posted a negative review on the website, which is very popular in the travel domain. That's called TripAdvisor. The moment I had posted across a negative review, which was an honest opinion or an honest review by me in TripAdvisor, the hotel top management got to know. They might have been using some listening tools, right? That's the reason why they got alert. They got an alert that there is a negative review about their brand on one of the channels, which is TripAdvisor. That very moment, the hotel management guys went ahead and contacted me. They contacted the reception guys, the people who were there at the reception, and asked whether this particular guest, which was me, still there in the hotel or not. And the reception guys told that yes, absolutely, he's here and he's checking out. They rushed through to the top management guys rushed through and came to the reception, and then they went ahead and started, inquiring from me what exactly was it that which made me furious and which made me wrote that negative review. I told them everything, and the hotel management, top management guys started collecting all the information from me and got their staff also over there who didn't really help. When they got to know that it was the staff who was at fault, they started apologizing me. Now see, what this was one of the tactic to rectify for the negative review. So what I was talking about, the negative review. So in the offline space, not in the online space, they started doing all that. In the offline manner, they started apologizing, and then they said that they can do anything in order to make that review go away. But I wasn't really happy. I was still not happy with their apologies, and then I decided that I will let that negative review be there across on that particular site. When I decided that, then the number two tactic which they applied was that they started telling me that they can offer me some discount, or maybe they can make my stay free, or a next stay can be free from their side. I wasn't really excited about that deal also. So that was a tactic two, which was offering a freebie. Number one tactic was to apologize. Number two tactic was to really go ahead and offer some freebies. When I decided that I would let that negative review being there, number three, tactic which they applied was to they went ahead to TripAdvisor and they replied back to that negative review which I had posted across. They apologized, and then they mentioned that absolutely their staff was at fault, and they would make sure that whenever I visit next, they're going to give a much better service and they're going to compensate for that. So that was tactic three. Now, this is something quite very much, you would say, quite genuine and quite, something which you would say, absolutely, this is something which is expected out of the hotel management guys. Now, once this happened, all of a sudden, they thought of another tactic. So after three tactic, which is replying back to the replying back to that particular negative review on the same online space, number four thing which they did was to actually started encouraging their new customers. They started giving them 5% or 10% discount if new customers who are coming across to their hotel post across a great review about them or their honest opinion. They were very much particular about what new customers are going to type in, right? So because they knew that if they will have this negative review there for long, and it would, and if that negative review will highlight across, will get a lot much popularity, then their business can be in trouble. So for that, for overshadowing that negative, one single negative review, they started collecting a lot of positive reviews from real customers. So that was tactic four, and which is a great tactic, right? So they started collecting all those great positive reviews, which was, let's say, for 50 new positive reviews and one single negative review. So it hardly made a difference to whosoever was reading that reviews, because they were not, the whosoever started reading those reviews was not majorly looking at the negative review, because more number of positive reviews and just a smaller fraction of negative didn't really made a lot of dent into their entire business, right? So these are 4 5 tactics, guys, to rectify the negative reviews. You cannot do anything more. Another thing, guys, what they did, what they realized, this negative review started, it started ranking higher on one of the major keywords, major keywords like trip to, reviews of, let's say if I'll go on to Google and then type that across. So let's say if somebody had typed across a keyword like reviews of hotels in Kochi, you would believe for that particular hotel, that negative review, despite of getting overshadowed by 50 positive, that negative review started coming onto the top. Now this become a pain for that particular hotel, guys, because this kind of keyword would have been typed across by a website by an audience who's a potential audience, right? All those people who are actually the potential audience were not really impressed with that negative review ranking across on the top, and they decided that they won't go with that hotel. They rather started going on to lodging, into another hotels. This really went the business of that hotel go down, and it was impacting. Now where does the SEO team came in and got this actually entire fought with this entire thing? The SEO team, which was working within the hotel entire staff, they did a very great technique in order to rectify that negative reviews. They created 20 to 50 new blogs and microsites. When I say microsites, mini websites. And what they did, they smartly went ahead and created a lot of content on these 40 50 new blogs and websites. And the content which was presented across on these particular website and blogs was related to this keyword. They started doing on-page and off-page optimization for these small little website. It's a pretty time-consuming task and also a pretty long task. But what really it helped them with that with this particular keyword, those 50 websites, all of those 50 websites, they started ranking higher, and that particular negative review started getting deranked. That was a great fifth tactic to go ahead and uh, get that negative review not impact your particular business. So what happened? The first 40 50 overall search results were of the new websites, which were getting optimized very rigorously, with a lot of great on-page and off-page being done across. With a lot of great on-page and off-page being done across for that particular keyword for of those small little blogs and websites, that negative review started ranking down. So this is a great way of actually managing across your overall reputation. All right.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
I'll talk about further more stuff, guys. Let's get started with these slides, which I have to showcase you across. So what is online reputation management, or what is reputation management? We've already spoken about that. all the great stuff or the bad stuff, whatever you want to call it, the positives and the negatives, builds up the overall reputation. And the way you manage that is all about the reputation management. So online reputation management, if we talk about, it's a process that businesses and individuals both follows that involves recovering the online image as well as building a positive one also. So if in case there are a lot of negative reviews, then how can you go ahead and recover that negative review image, as well as how can you go ahead and create a positive one with a lot of positive reviews, like the one with the example which I've given you. They started collecting a lot of positive reviews from various other customers, so that the positioning overall changes, right? So that's with online reputation management. Earlier, what used to happen, uh, okay, this particular picture, guys, I'll tell you about what earlier used to happen. Before that, this particular slide says that is the online reputation management should be followed by maintaining that image, which involves monitoring and responding to what is being said about your business online. People might be talking a lot about your business, right, on all these social platforms, on all these Web 2.0 sites. It's very much important that you maintain that image which you want to portray across to your end customers. And for maintaining that image, you have to do a lot of monitoring. A monitoring or listening, whatever you want to call it, they both mean the same. You have to check. You have to use a lot of listening tools and social media monitoring tools in order to get to know what people are talking about your brands, good, ugly, bad, neutral, positive, negative, on various other on a lot of networks. Once you get to know about that, then you go ahead and segregate them into positive, negatives, neutral, and then start responding back. In case you don't respond back to any, even a positive review, it gives a bad impact that your brand, your particular business is not careful about what customers really feel like. If customers are really trying to go ahead and appreciate something about your business, then you should go ahead and acknowledge that. Acknowledging that, responding to that is something very much important. So are your customers praising or complaining about your business? It's very important to find out. You need to do a lot of social media monitoring stuff. We'll talk about that, which are tools help us in doing that. So before the internet, so I was telling you what used to happen earlier, right? Before the internet, people used to talk about a lot of negatives and positives about products and services whenever they used to connect, whenever they used to meet and greet each other at various different places, whether it's an event happening or a party or a social gathering or a workshop or a seminar, or maybe at a workplace or at a entertainment space, whatever it may be. So people used to gather and then they used to share across their overall opinions. Now, when the internet thing came in, where in the early years of internet, it included a lot of message boards and chat rooms. They were not Web 2.0 websites initially. That they were not websites like blogs and forums and question and answer websites and social media sites. It was majorly the message boards and chat rooms where people were talking a lot about how do they feel about specific brand, about a specific product and service, right? The entire journey went ahead, and then after that, people started creating online demand for businesses, right? So things like creating, doing public relations, maintaining relations with the overall public, also doing search engine optimization, website design, online monitoring, market research. If you talk about all of that, this all is being encompassed into online reputation management. So after the internet, after the initial years of internet, when Web 2.0 thing came in, plenty of digital marketing activities started happening with respect to social media campaigns, online advertising campaigns, paid media marketing campaigns, social media monitoring, websites getting designed and getting optimized, and also online PR happening. All that became part of online reputation management. So, right, people started. It was only us who started using internet a lot much, and the rise of digital marketing came in, and within digital marketing, the rise of online reputation management came in. So online marketing is a reversed marketing, right? You would agree to that. If this is so, if I today promote across my brand through internet, that is online marketing. But if I don't do it myself and my customers do it for me, if my customers start saying something great about me, about my product, about my, let's say, training, then it becomes a good overall platform for me. It becomes a user generated content, a word of mouth starts happening for me. And it is a fact that if I talk something great about myself today, people will not believe a lot about that. If somebody else talks good about me, then there would be the trust factor will actually scale up high. A customer listens to a customers rather than customers listening to a salesperson, right? A salesperson will never ever say something bad about his brand or its product or its service. But if you talk to a customer and you are a customer yourself, then absolutely that overall bond is going to be something very different. A customer always goes ahead and listens to a customer and believes the customer only. So that's what the overall word of mouth thing comes in, and the user generated content plays in a very important role. That's why I said that online marketing is a reversed marketing where consumer promotes the product and services through reviews rather than the company. All right. So like I said, 78, like I said, I'm repeating that thing over here again in this particular site. 78% of people trust the recommendations of the other consumers, whereas only 14% of people trust the advertisement. So trusting the advertisement is something very difficult. People have that notion that whosoever will promote across their brand, they will definitely talk something great about it, right? But if other people are talking something great about your product, absolutely it will the trust factor would improve absolutely for sure. So this is as per the Nielsen Trust in Advertising report, guys, as per that research. So, and they don't care about your ads, they care what friends think, right? So customers are always looking after what their friend says, what their colleague says, what people across about them say. They don't care about what your ads say, right? So ads are just for the information purpose. So key tactics involvement. So customer buy from people they know, right? They want to know you, so be open, be genuine, be trustworthy, right? Build in a community where people, where customers, your potential audience can interact. They can be prompt, they can be caring. Help members to support each other. So building in a community where customers can come over, interact with each other, and you go ahead and help them as well. And you should have that attitude of giving assistance to each and every member so that they get full support. Also build your influence. If you are an influencer within the entire community which you have built across, and you provide useful informations, ratings and reviews, then absolutely things will work and word of mouth will work in proper fashion for you. The online reputation management will happen in the right direction. So positive reviews by customers can counter the negative criticisms, which I've already told you that in the same example which we have taken with the hotel example, right? Similarly, do encourage your clients to talk positive. So what did that entire hotel did? The example which I've taken, they started giving 5% discount, 10% discount to all those new customers who were coming in, if they go ahead and write in a review for that particular hotel on TripAdvisor or any other websites which they were looking after, right? So the motivation factor has to be there for the end customer also to go ahead and type in. So you're not bribing, you're just encouraging them. You're not bribing them to go ahead and definitely post across a positive review even if they had bad experience. You are encouraging them just to go ahead and take that opportunity, get that 5% or 10% discount only if they go ahead and post across their own honest opinion. You're not encouraging them to go ahead and type in something which is not a fact. Otherwise, that would have been a manipulation, and somewhere or the other, people get to know that these reviews are manipulated, and nobody will start looking into these reviews very seriously. All right. So in some cases, the power of negative criticisms, guys, may kill your brand, and that too silently. You won't even get to know if there is a lot of negative criticism, a lot of negative reviews being there about your brand. It would kill the business entirely. It is going to be a lose of money. All right. So interact with people, appreciate their competition. Like I mentioned, get them a particular community being built up and make them interact with each other, support them, help them, influence them, provide them a lot of great inputs, a lot of useful information so that they can go ahead and engage in that specific group. So this particular slide tells the same example, which is the difference in the old media and the new media. Earlier, it was only the television, newspapers, and also static websites which were giving information with the help of advertisements. And every old customers were just connected in a very small fraction. So if I mean, they used to just interact whenever they used to meet across at various different places. But now, with the upcoming of internet, you don't need to go ahead and physically meet a lot of different customers don't need to know each other also, and then also they can go ahead and share across experiences and help each other. So with the help of various other user generated content sites, various other social media sites, everybody is connected fairly well, and the reputation management, the word of mouth travels very fast. The overall impact of word of mouth in today's world is exponentially very high. It's actually multiplied. If it travels in the positive direction, it travels much way faster. If it travels in the negative, then also it makes a huge loss to the organization, and that too at a very fast pace. Or it's tomorrow's consumers are today's digital natives. You would absolutely agree to that. So you have to be very careful about what your customers are going to see about you. The customers who are potential people, potential audience, which is going to be for your brand in future. So 95% companies also use LinkedIn to find out and attract employees. So what people are talking about your particular organization on LinkedIn is very much essential, because if there are a lot of negative reviews about your particular brand on LinkedIn or various similar other websites, then very less employees would be interested to go ahead and join in your organization, right? So why and what exactly people are saying about you, how would you identify that? So we'll come on to the listening tools in a while. So increasingly, a product's quality and what a brand stands for is determined by Google. I hope everybody would agree to that. Today, what Google is depicting across is forming up the entire brand image, right? So product quality, what a brand stands for, everything is getting determined by Google only, because word of mouth is getting built across by a lot of websites which are ranking across on Google search engine or any other search engine, right? So if somebody types across a specific keyword about a particular brand on Google, what all negative and positive comments come across, that is forming the entire image and giving a perception about the quality of that brand. Similarly over here, so it's just easier now. This was an example, guys, of a particular brand called Comcast. A technician was actually sleeping on the couch when he came in to actually fix in something. So this particular thing actually went viral when somebody used to type in a particular keyword called Comcast or Comcast technician sleeping. This went viral. So whenever somebody used to type in Comcast guy sleeps, everything which was over there was all negative reviews being there. So it's very difficult to go ahead and get that thing deleted and get out of that particular negative framework. All right. So next thing, guys, is to actually create a digital plan if you want to go ahead and maintain your overall online reputation. For building up your online reputation management of your brand, you need to have a digital plan in place. Very first thing is to identify who is your audience, where exactly is your audience, what is the age group, what is the overall geographic location, what are their likes, dislikes, and so on. So pick up the 5 top audience groups. There may be only one, there can be only one also, but pick up at least five, maximum 5. Then just ask yourself, what do you really want to tell them, this entire set of audience, whether it's male, female, this age group or the other age group, this kind of profession they are into, this that kind of income level, so forth and so on. What do you want them to actually know about your particular brand? So pick up 5 top messages you want to go ahead and tell them. Then you decide on how am I going to tell them, whether you're going to tell them through a newspaper or through an online channel. If through an online channel, which are online channels are you talking about? Are you going to tell them through an event, through a press release or whatnot? So that's step number 3 when devising a specific digital plan. Step number 4, what exactly you're going to ask is what content I'm going to create. So the overall message which you're going to pass across and through what medium you're going to pass across, on the basis of that, you would actually gel well both the things and then decide on what content are you going to be creating. So it's going to be very informal or in a formal fashion, or what sort of information in an educative mode or whatnot, right? So the another step is to identify how often are you going to post. Are you going to be very aggressive on that, very on day-to-day basis, on daily basis, or on hourly basis? Are you going to post across that content? You have to be careful what your end audience is going to like. You don't have to be very pushy so that they feel that they are getting spammed across. So you have to take a balance of all of that. That has to be an overall, that this or overall decision comes in after understanding your audience behavior and overall psychology of your audience. Right. So next thing is to ask yourself which all social media sites does your audience use, and similarly those sites would be used across by you for passing across the content and the message which you have got created and to be showcased across to your end audience, right? So which all social media sites would you be using? Then comes in to the question is to decide which tools would I be using to measure my success. Am I doing well in terms of my online reputation management and my digital plan? So what are those five major tools which you would be deciding upon? So there are various tools which gives you a lot of insights, like Facebook Insight is one of them, Google Analytics, Google Alerts, Sprout Social, social mentions, how what people are talking about your brand on blogs, comments, or how many number of fans, likes, visitors, the number of engagement, the kind of engagement which is happening, and other tool like Simply Measured, so forth and so on. So you can go ahead and use these tools in order to find out the impact and measure the overall plan which you have created and implemented. Now, your reputation management strategy looks something like this. So you go ahead and first of all listen and monitor what people are talking about your brand. And then you go ahead and after listening to all that, you categorize and then you start responding to all the positive and negatives. Once you start responding to all the positive and negatives, then the overall engagement thing happens. And within the entire framework, within that entire reputation management activity, you go ahead and measure on different intervals, which is the most important thing. Right, so that's the overall management strategy. Now if you look at into different four quadrants, first is to listen out what people say, then is to actually do go ahead and talk to people like they are people only. No, don't go ahead and talk to them as if they are your prospects, they are your I mean, you're going to go ahead and sell them something. So go ahead and talk to them as people only, and then go ahead and engage those people and build up relationship as if you're also amongst them. Then the last part is to actually go ahead and measure where and what is being said. Have the overall tone and manner of what people were talking about your brand has changed in the direction which you wanted or not. Right. So there are various tools, guys, social media monitoring tools. I'm just going to name them and I'm going to show you Google Alerts and Social Mention, the topmost tools, which I'm quite a fan of. So develop a listening process and some of the great tools for checking out what people are talking about you. Google Alerts, Social Mention, alerts.com, Yotify, all these are great tools. Then you have Technority, which is a search engine and a monitoring tool both, which does a lot of, which is actually a search engine for bloggers, guys. Whatever you search across on Technority, every single search results are picked up from various other blogs, right? Similarly, you have Twitter, which is a microblogging site. You can use the search bar of Twitter in order to find out what people are talking about your particular brand, or you can use a Twitter handle which is being used quite a lot for your brand, and then get to see what is happening, what kind of conversations are happening across your brand. Another tools like blog lines, social mention, I'm going to share across with you. So these all are great other tools. Friend feed helps you to find out, it's a social media networking site. Wiki alarm, as you can see, this is a great tool, guys, which gives you a specific intimation if somebody has written something about your brand on Wikipedia. It gives you an intimation, it gives you sends across a notification in your inbox saying that somebody has written across something about your brand on Wikipedia. There are various other tools for social media listening, like How Sociable, one of them, Commentful, which actually looks at various comments, follow-ups on blog posts, and a lot of other similar content such as on Flickr, dig.com, and various other uh, platforms. So another great thing is to first of all you need to establish an engagement policies which defines how would you respond back to the positive and negative things said about you and your brand. Then you need to determine who will respond, when they'll respond, how they'll respond. So all the five W's in one H. This is very much critical because you want to minimize the negative comments, negative word of mouth which is being happening across your brand, right? So get people to retract from because you want to reach them out, and you want to see positive mentions to be coming across, as positive connections are definitely sales opportunities, right? So the most profound tool for establishing an engagement policy is actually engage. Be present within all the communities where you see your end audience is, right? So whatever your fans, your customers are posting across a lot of content across on various sites, and interacting across, whether it's microblog sites or various other blog posts. So you do need to go ahead and participate in all these platforms and create a dialogue, right? So you need to create a dialogue, engage, and get the overall momentum changed in the manner, in the direction which you want. So this type of community building will do a lot towards keeping a positive online reputation getting built across, right? Same stuff, guys. So these are other various social media sites like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, where people go ahead and talk a lot about your brands, right? Then you have similar sites like SlideShare, where you can go ahead and post across a lot of content. So various other consumers, customers do share and comment across on SlideShares kind of websites, HubPages, Script, Wikipedia, Postgres, all of them being similar kind of sites. Then you have Tumblr, Technorati, which I've already spoken about, Knoll, Blogger, Flickr, Delicious. We have taken these sites previously also in our previous some of our videos like Delicious and Flickr, right? Then you have Ning, Typepad. These are some other blogging sites, blogging search engines. Wikio, FriendFeed being one of the social media sites. StumbleUpon being one of the social bookmarking sites where people do go ahead and type across a lot about various other products. Similarly, you have Multiply, Plaxo, Mixbox, another great sites which are social media and also blogging services, right? Social networking sites. Then you have Boat Tracker, which is a great online search engine which provides only information about the forums. So there are various forums where people go ahead and type in across and share across their uh, experiences. So Boat Tracker is a great search engine which gives only search results picked up from various forums. It doesn't pick up any thread, any specific content which is from any website outside a forum, right? So Vimeo is another great video sharing site. Then you have Vidler, another online video sharing site. Friendster being one of the great social networking. Then you have Google Book Search, Slide Bloom, Bright, Kite, Jaiku, Plug, so forth and so on. Academy, again, a great social networking site for business people. Ziggs.com is another great site, just like LinkedIn. And then UR.com, NetVibes, Ustream. So you should go ahead and measure that. And very soon, this form of rating will only be available for the organization. So that's with the measurement part, right? So there are various other tools like Cloud. Cloud is a great tool, guys, and also a Dictomatic, which gives you information and rating on how is your entire brand performing on a scale of 1 to 10 or on a scale of 1 to 5 with respect to the positive and the negative comments being posted across. Right, so the formula is for identifying all that online reputation will be built across absolutely as there would be new inventions and new particular products. The last thing which guys I want to talk about is that ignorance is just like throwing away money, guys, right? So if you are being ignorant about what people are talking about your brand on various social media websites or various user generated content sites, then you are somehow ignoring and somehow ignoring that money which could have come across into your entire business. So don't go ahead and ignore that money. So bad customer experience, unsolved issues, or bad reputation is very much a synonym of lost revenue. So don't be ignorant about all those negative stuff, guys, which your particular brand is coming across. So I've already told you what exactly the reputation management has an impact on the SEO and how SEO can be used in order to go ahead and get these negative reviews being tackled. You know, you can tackle all those negative reviews.
So now there are various types of digital marketing. So there is search engine optimization, there is content marketing, social media, pay-per-click, affiliate marketing. So there are so many different types of marketing. So I'm just going to concentrate on some 5 of these, and I'm going to just tell you how you can start earning from it and how much you can earn from it. Let's start from it. Okay, so first and the most popular one is a content writer, because any website you take, whatever you want to do on Google, it is a content. So let's say in Wikipedia, you're going to Wikipedia because it's written, even though Wikipedia is a non-profit organization. For example, not just Wikipedia, there are so many other websites. There is medium.com. There is Quora. So basically in Quora, you don't get paid for writing an answer. But if you're in Medium or if you're in any other website, you're writing content. So basically what you do is you create content for the product or service which you're trying to sell, or it can be just a content which is on your website, so that content should rank on Google. Once it ranks on Google, you get more traffic to your website or to your blog or to your content. And once you get more traffic to your blog, basically you can run ads over there, or you can sell your product via that particular blog. So it's basically creating and promotion of content assets built specifically around the product at hand. For example, let's say you want to sell a mobile phone and it's a new product. So for your company or as an individual freelancer who is working for that company, who has taken a contract, you basically create promotional content to run on their website. For example, I want to know more about that mobile phone before buying it. So I cannot directly go and assume this phone is very good and just buy it, because I want to know more about it. So when I search for that, your content should show up. Once it shows up, I get into your website, I start reading it, and obviously the content is basically trying to convert me as a customer. So the content helps in generating brand awareness. That is, your new product has arrived. It helps to get your brand across the internet. Then if that content is really good, you get more traffic. Through the traffic, you can generate leads, and those leads become your customers. So it can involve various types. It can be blogs, it can be electronic books, it can be white papers you write for a certain technology or anything or a product, infographics, videos via YouTube or social media platforms. It can be anything, but this is basically content marketing. As a content writer, it would be mostly writing blogs and writing white papers or ebooks. But if it is content marketing, in this case, the channels will include all of the below channels which I've mentioned. Okay, so now as a content writer, you can earn, but how much do you earn? So according to payscale.com, on average, you can earn 205 INR per hour. Yeah, so that's what you can earn, 205 INR per hour as a content writer. But this varies because it basically varies on the niche you are writing it. For example, you are writing on sports, or you are writing on kitchen accessories or anything, cosmetics or whatever it is. So it depends on the niche you are writing and how much traffic does that niche generate. Now, what are your skills? First, you should have writing skills. Obviously, your English should be good. Like, it should be simple and informative. Second, keyword research. That is, only if the keyword which people are searching for is in your content, only then your content will be ranked on Google, only then they can see it. So only if it ranks, they will read it and you will generate revenue or sell your product through it. So your keyword research skills should be up to the mark. And SEO skills, you should have SEO skills. You don't need to be a master in SEO, but you should have SEO skills. So you should optimize your content in such a way that it will surely be in the first page of Google. And then analytical skills. So as a content writer, you should know what to put first, because the first 30 seconds, let's say, or first 20 seconds, when somebody reads your content, they should read it and stay on the page to read much more, because they should not skip. That would be bad for your website. Next comes an SEO expert. So the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in search engine results pages. So here we saw content writer and a content marketer. So in this case, it's a particular part of that, but it's not just content. It's not just content which an SEO expert concentrates on, or an SEO specialist concentrates on. So basically, the process is to optimize your website, whichever website you have. So they optimize it to rank higher in the search engine results. So let's say you're promoting a course, or you're promoting any product. So basically, the search engine expert, the SEO expert, will tweak your website with keywords and with content which basically lets it rank in the first page of Google. Only if it is in the first page of Google, people will get into your website. Also, it should be in the top 3 or top 4 links. That is even better. So this basically increases the organic traffic your website receives. Organic traffic in the sense, basically the free traffic or whoever comes into your website, they can be new or old customers, but it should increase only if a lot of your content or a lot of your pages are on the first page of Google. Only then you will get more customers. So the channel that benefits from SEO includes websites, blogs, and infographics. So using search engine optimization, if you're having a website or if you're working for a company who's having multiple websites, in that case, you can basically use SEO to make them rank on Google, or it can be blogs or it can be infographics, doesn't matter. Again, there are various ways to approach SEO, on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So if you want to learn more about SEO, go ahead, check our website. You can check our YouTube channel for SEO content. Just type in SEO Intellipaat and you will get a lot of content from it. Okay, so as an SEO expert, your skills should be link building, content marketing, obviously content marketing, which we first saw, meta descriptions, user experience. So first, link building, basically your website or your content. Let's take the example as your website. So now your website should get a lot of traffic. So that is the main objective. So the link which you create for your website, which you will paste across multiple social media platforms or multiple websites, or basically link it through YouTube channels. So whatever you do, your link should basically contain something which attracts the customers or attracts the users of that particular social media site, which makes them click on it and get into your website. Then content marketing skills, which we already saw in the first part, which is over here. So as a content marketer, you should basically be able to make your content rank, and an SEO does that. They basically analyze your content and basically provide keywords to make it rank even further at the top. Then meta descriptions. So meta descriptions basically don't affect the website or your content directly, but they have an indirect effect. So you may ask how. The thing is, if you open Google, so you'll get a link, and under that you'll get a small description, right? So just search for something, let's say cars. Once you search for cars, there will be multiple links, and the links will have a certain title, and under that there will be a description. So the first thing you do is you read that link, and then you read the description. So once you read it, you'll understand whether it is it is what you're searching for or not. So that particular meta description and meta title should be unique, and it should be up to the point, so that the customers who are searching for it should know this will basically solve my query and click on it. Only if they click on it, you can proceed with the other processes. And once they click on it, the user experience is a must. So they should not be popped up with multiple ads across your website. So if that happens, they will immediately get out of the website. It should be neat, it should be clean. They should be able to navigate through your website easily, and the content which you have or whatever you have should be easy to read or easy to see. It should be visually appealing. Only then it'll get popular. So these are the skills for an SEO expert. And according to PayScale, an SEO specialist can earn up to 307 rupees INR per hour. Okay, now the third way is to sell ads. So now let's say you're having a website and you write blogs, or you do whatever you want, whatever it is your niche. So the process of monetizing your website's traffic by running by running advertisements on it. So let's say you have a website which you basically use for writing blogs or for your personal purposes. So now what you can do, once you start getting a traffic of, let's say, 500 to 1000 people every day, in that case you can start running ads. Once you start running ads, you can start earning money through it. So there are some platforms which you can take up to do this exact task, which is, let's say, Google AdSense. There is Easyhawk, Media.net, and Adversal as well. But Google AdSense is the most popular one because obviously most of you would use the search engine Google, and when you use the search engine Google, they obviously suggest Google AdSense because it's their own basically ad selling platform, and they will basically promote it. So now once you take up Google AdSense, it'll run ads on your website. Once you start allowing ads to run on your website, it'll allow ads on your website, and through those ads you can start earning money. So basically per 1000 views, for each 1000 views in your website, You can earn up to $0.5 to $2 depending on the niche you are writing for. For example, if it is sports or if it is cosmetics, if it is fashion, so depending on that niche, you will start earning money. Also, you will get more money if the customer click on the ad. If they just view it, you will get only this much, that's 0.5 to 2. But if they click on it and get into the website, you'll get more money. Next comes affiliate marketing. So I've already shown you 3 different ways. And finally, I will show you the websites where you can start applying for these kinds of jobs. So first, let's understand what are the jobs available. Then affiliate marketing. This is one of the most direct way of marketing or direct way of earning in digital marketing. So performance-based advertising where you receive a commission for promoting someone else's products, services, or on your website or on your YouTube channel, which is the second point. So other methods is also social media accounts. So for this, your social media account should be a bigger network, or if you have a YouTube channel, it should at least have thousands of users, thousands of subscribers. So what exactly happens is you promote a product or a service through your social media platform. You do it via Facebook or you do it via Instagram or YouTube. So once you do it and once they buy using your link which you have provided, once they go in and select the product and buy via that, once that is done, you will get a commission for the product which was sold through your advertisement. So this is how a lot of YouTubers earn. So you would have seen a lot of ads running on YouTube videos. Like for example, if you go into the video, not the ads which are running on top of the YouTube video, those are Google AdSense. So that most of the money goes to Google. The ads which are running inside the video, so paid promotions, so they are basically affiliate marketing. So you can also do that by building your network. So if you are a marketer, your main asset would be a larger network. So build your network every single day on any social media. Build your network. You can basically start off with affiliate marketing as well. So basically you work for a company when it comes to affiliate marketing, that I'll talk about in the next slide. So now the main objective is to receive a commission via promoting someone else's product.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now, basically how it works. First, let me tell you this point, that is most affiliates are companies who can invest on a lot of ads. That is, basically you work with a company. So now what that company does is it gets that product's information and they run ads to sell that product. So once that product is sold, basically that company which is selling the product will give a commission to this affiliate company. So most probably it is run as a company, but if you're an individual who can use your medium, for example your social media or your blog, to sell their product, in that case you can also become an affiliate marketer. So now how it works. You show an ad or a link to a particular store via your social network or your blog. Once the customer clicks on the ad, they get sent to that website. Once they are in the website, they buy something from that website. Once they buy something from the website, the affiliate network records the purchase and details of the transaction. That is, the company which they bought from will record the transaction information. Once the purchase is confirmed, then what happens is it is a valid sale. So once it is valid, the transaction is credited, and then for the amount sold, for example, let's say it is 1,000 rupees, the product's cost, and your commission is let's say 10%, and you get 100 rupees for selling their product online. So this is how affiliate marketing works. For example, if you watch popular YouTube channels like let's say Mr. Beast or PewDiePie or Jacksepticeye, in that case you would see a lot of them promoting their own product or their like paid promotion. So they provide a URL in which their name or their YouTube channel's name is available. For example, they provide joinhoney.com/MrBeast. So basically when you click on that link and buy that particular product via that link, they get paid a commission. So that is exactly how affiliate marketing works, and you can earn via that. Finally comes social media manager, which is one of the most popular job trends right now, because there are a lot of influencers on social media. It may be TikTok, but there's no TikTok in India, but there is TikTok in other countries. So TikTok, Instagram, there is a YouTube channel, and there is Facebook pages. So there are so many different social media right now that is a particular person can handle or manage one particular another person's who's really popular. They can manage all of their social media. It can be Facebook, it can be Instagram, it can be it can be YouTube. So they manage all of their social media, and that is their task. So social media marketing is done to promote the brand and the content on social media channels. So if you have a product, or if you have a company, or if you're a person who's popular and basically wants to do affiliate marketing via social media, you can use the social media manager to do that for you. So they basically manage your profile, they post images, they basically understand what your audiences need and post that accordingly. So due to increase brand awareness, drive traffic, and generate leads for the business. So let's say you're selling something. The social media manager's main task would be to make sure that this particular product reaches to a lot of customers and the traffic or the follower count increases for your page, and also that basically generates more leads for your company. So these channels basically include all of the social media sites: Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat, Pinterest, Reddit. So there are so many social media sites which you can go ahead and manage their sites for. So now these 4 are the main skills for a social media manager: copywriting, graphics design, behavioral psychology, and analytics. So as a copywriter, you should be able to write an ad which basically attracts the customer. So only if your ad writing skills or copywriting skills is very good, the customers will be attracted, or the users will be attracted to buy your product. Next is graphic design, because you want to post images which are basically attracts the user, because image is the, let's say if you are posting text, most of the users won't read. If it is a video and if it is long, or if it is an ad, most of them won't view. But if it is an image, you get a lot of attraction. So once when the image is attractive and it basically compels the user to wait and see and check what is in that image, for that you need graphics design. So as a social media manager, you can have that skill, or you can still hire someone as a graphic designer and do that. Then behavioral psychology is understanding what your followers need and posting content accordingly, or posting products accordingly. So that is basically behavioral psychology. And also analytics, so to understand when to post what. So for example, if the traffic is maximum at 9 p.m. every day, in that case, why would you post something at 9 a.m. when there is literally no traffic? So you'll have to understand the social media manager knows when to post something and drive traffic accordingly. And according to pay scale, the average salary for an hour for a social media manager is 330 INR. Okay, so since we've seen these 5, there are still a lot of topics and a lot of ways to earn money online. But as this is just digital marketing, so these are the ways. There is also pay-per-click. That is, for example, you're running ads on your website, and you will get paid money for if someone clicks on those ads. So as I told you, it happens with Google AdSense. If they view, you'll get less money. If they click, you'll get more money. Okay, so we've seen this. So I just discussed the top 5 ways you can earn money online. I did not talk about different job roles which you can get, which can help you get into companies. So these can get into companies, but you should have multiple skills to get into a company, not just a particular niche skill. So now coming to the websites for freelancing. So there is Upwork, Freelancer, Fiverr, and People Per Hour. A freelance job is one who works for themselves rather than a company. But whatever it is, even if you work for yourself, most probably you will get contracts from companies, or you will get contracts from individuals, and you work for them and you get paid in return. But it is your wish to choose which product or which project you're going to work on. So some of the popular ones are Upwork, Freelancer, Fiverr, and People Per Hour. So I would suggest you, if you have any of these skills, digital marketing skills, go ahead to one of the websites, or go ahead to all of the websites, create a profile, put in your skills, and basically you can go and check the available jobs, and you can bid for it, or you can basically wait for it if someone will ask. So basically someone can ask you to do their work, or you can basically bid on a job which has been put up. That is, you can basically tell, I can work for these many hours for this much of money, and if they like that, they'll give that job to you, and you finish that job within that hours and give it back to them, and they'll pay for you. They'll basically pay for that particular hours which you have worked on. So these are the top 4 companies, guys. If you have any of these digital marketing skills, or even any other skills, for example website designing, or like full stack development, or anything, you can go ahead and use these sites.
So coming to the first point on this top digital marketing interview questions and answers set, it states briefly explain digital marketing. Well, one thing before even we get into the answer of this, make sure you do not get carried away, because the question specifically says briefly, right? So make sure you keep it as concise as possible while answering this. So digital marketing is one of the world's most important domains right now in the case of online space, because this is exactly where we're trying to, put all the methodologies, terms, techniques, where we're scaling brands, products, and we're bringing a closer interaction between the customers and the people who are providing these for us, right? There are many things that when it comes to digital marketing, there's SEO, email marketing, social media marketing, and many other domains, many strategies, and of course this is an ocean in itself. So this is something that you can use on understanding how you should answer this question. Coming to question number 2, it states, what are the types of digital marketing in the industry? Well, again, this is another question. Make sure you do not get carried away with the question. Understand that there are many types of digital marketing, and it is okay if you cannot state all the types, but at least 5 should help you out. We have email marketing, we have social media marketing, we have SEO, that is search engine marketing, then we have affiliate marketing, content marketing, search engine marketing, which is SEM, and of course PPC, which is pay-per-click advertising as well. So these are the mainframe, I'd like to call the foundational aspects of digital marketing types, and there are many others, and with every single day that we're trying to cater to a wider variety of audience, there are more methods that are being created as well. Coming to question number 3, it states, please define SEO in brief. Well, SEO actually stands for search engine optimization, as you might already know. So what this is, it is a structured approach. It's a technical approach that we take in helping us drive a higher quality and of course a higher quantity of traffic onto the website as well. So our website may be of a brand, it might be of a product, or it might be of a service that we are offering. So considering all of this, you want more people to land on your website, right? You want the traffic rate to be increased. So this number that we put in, what we call as the incoming traffic rate, to increase all of that and to make sure that the people coming in are actually genuine, they're not spam bots, and they're they're of high quality in a way that when they come on the website, there's a good chance they're going to make a purchase and leave. So to cater to all of these things and to make sure that we do it all organically, we use SEO. So organically means we do not have to pay any sort of money to the search engines to get the website up in the rank, but we do it organically as well. So that is how you can approach this question. Coming to question number 4, it states, what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic to any website? Well, as we mentioned, right, since digital marketing is not a one-time solution for all the problems out there, so each individual problem has its own solution. So whenever someone asks you saying what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic, it is very subjective, because it really isn't possible to tell you the top 5 and say, hey, this will work for you, because that is wrong. So how do you answer this question, right? So make sure you pick up the top 5 methodologies which are well oiled. It means that there's a good chance that no matter what domain you're in, these 5 methodologies have proven to work before, and it should work for you as well. So we have SEO interlinking, we have content marketing, we have paid advertising, volume based catering, and of course email marketing as well. So these are some of the top 5 ways you can actually go on to increase traffic to any website regardless of what they're doing as well. And of course you can mention any other top ways to increase the traffic as well, but at least in my opinion, mention 3 or 4, and if possible do talk about them as well. See, there's a lot of things when it comes to paid advertising that you can talk about. There's a lot of things when it comes to interlinking, content marketing, and more as well. Coming to question number 5, it states, what are keywords? Why are they considered important in this domain? Well, keywords, as the name suggests, literally are the thing that people search for. So these are the words that people type in to search for something on a search engine or anything, right? So if you are implementing SEO in your strategy and your website has to appear whenever someone searches for this, it means that this is the keyword that you're catering to. If someone searches in Google saying Nike women shoes, and if you are a person who's selling Nike women shoes, then you have to do everything you can to make sure you rank up higher on the Google search engine's first page, right? So if you do that, there's a good chance someone's going to come to your website, land on your website, make a purchase and leave. So that's how this works. The most important thing about this is this. With keywords, you can actually analyze it into a good amount of depth. You can go into the details of it. Keywords are used. Keywords can be exploited if they're done correctly. And at the end of the day, if you do everything right, you will turn in more revenue if that is the base requirement of your digital marketing campaign. And of course, it makes sure that you're putting your brand out there as well. So coming to question number 6, it states, where all can keywords be used to drive more traffic to a website? See, keywords can be used in a lot of places, right? So you can answer probably this question in multiple different ways. And if you just pause the video right now to think of an answer, I'm sure you guys will come up with a lot of ways, right? But the most important ways where keywords have a lot of impact is, when you have content which cater to the keyword in terms of the web page title, the web page URL, the meta description, the content you actually put on the website, and of course, all of the headings as well. So if you use the keywords in these 5 places, right, there's a higher probability of driving in more traffic, because all the algorithms that work in the search engines, they'll crawl through these, they'll understand that you're catering for the keyword, and they'll want your website to rank as well. So coming to question number 7, it states, what are the 2 main ways of categorizing digital marketing? The 2 most important ways that we talk about marketing and digital marketing is inbound marketing and outbound marketing. See, inbound marketing is completely based on the customer, right? So you have a customer, or you have a set of customers that you're catering to. So you'll write blogs for that, you'll create social media channels, you'll talk about your product there, and you will just keep the entire scope, the entire focus on your customer and work on what's required to get your product out there. Now, when we're talking about outbound marketing is a little different, because here what we're trying to do is that we're trying to find the need for product requirement and how we can actually go on to provide it. Now, inbound marketing might cater to a smaller set of audience, but outbound marketing is definitely a huge audience as well, right? So think about putting billboards up. In the case of conventional marketing, you have televised advertisements, you have magazines, and all of these conventional methods which can be considered as outbound marketing, right? Even though inbound marketing, there's 90% of chances that it can cater in a more bigger audience compared to outbound in today's online world. But at the end of the day, there are subtle differences that exist, and it's just in the subtleties that we have these main ways of how we can categorize the working and what sort of clients, what sort of prospects the methods bring in as well. Coming to question number 8, it states, what are some of the most used digital marketing tools today? Again, there are many tools out there in the world of digital marketing, but then there are these top tools which, of course, you as a person watching this video should know, right? So there's Google Analytics, we have Ahrefs, we have MailChimp, we have the GKP or the Google Keyword Planner, we have Kissmetrics, Keyword Dictionary, SEMrush, Mossbar, and we have many other tools that we make use of digital marketing as well. So at least pick up on, let's say, 3 or 4 tools, or maybe 5 tools, and maybe give an introduction about one tool, and talk about it to show that you actually know that as well. So if you're on this video, I'm sure you guys might have used one of these tools. So whatever tool that you know out here, make sure to mention about that. Coming to question number 9 next, it states, what is pay-per-click advertising? Well, one thing you really have to understand is that pay-per-click is something which is extremely popular in the world of digital marketing. It is one of these methodologies where we actually have to spend money and we have to pay the advertiser, to actually put up the website. And whenever there's an advertisement that gets put up, and there's a small amount of money that gets transacted every time there's a person who clicks on this advertisement that's shown on the website. So, for example, if you probably are reading a blog somewhere, or if you're just browsing around on the internet, you will I'll see an advertisement panel, right? So someone has paid that website owner to put up that advertisement, and as soon as you click that, there's a small transaction that happens in between the website owner and of course the person who asked for the advertisement to be put up as well. So it literally, as the name suggests, it's pay per click. So every time there's a click, there's a payment that happens and money moves around in a very small amount, of course. So considering this is actually very popular because this brings in a lot of different prospects at the end of the day, and it works. This is one of the most important methodologies that's widely used in digital marketing. Coming to question number 10, it states, what is black hat SEO? See, one thing you have to understand about black hat SEO or any other techniques that are used in SEO is that all of these techniques are aiming to get a higher ranking out of these search engines. So again, black hat SEO is one of these methods as well. It's this approach which says no matter what, let's get the rank. So there's a lot of unethical things that get done here because every search engine out there has its own guidelines that you have to follow. So if you're not complying with these guidelines, it means that it is unethical. You will be using a lot of methodologies which is not approved by the search engine people. And of course, when you keep doing this, right, think about link spamming, think about adding hidden links or fishy links and all of this. So when you're doing all of this, it will give you a huge surge in the ranking immediately. But of course, the surge that you get is short lasting. It is definitely not long lasting because all of these search engines have extremely intelligent algorithms working in the back, and they can pick it up, and of course they can start deranking or delisting the website as well. So you might be wondering, why would they even require that short surge in ranking, right? So that is actually done to make sure that they might be catering to a quick sell and a quick get out. So in that policy, they'll come in, they'll get the website to rank, probably have the product to rank, get the word out there and be done with it. So in that case, they're establishing their brand in a very rapid way. But to grow it, I would definitely suggest either using white hat or any other ethical method in digital marketing as well. And then there might be a follow-up question for after the black hat SEO question, which is, okay, so what is white hat SEO, right? See, white hat SEO on paper is one of the most used SEO techniques across the globe out there, because here you will be making use of a lot of techniques which is ethical, which is present in the guidelines of the search engine itself to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong in the perspective of the search engine. So there's a lot of things that is involved in white hat SEO. It's website optimization, it's creating good quality content, adding backlinks, a lot of things where you will be doing everything legally, you'll be doing everything ethically to make sure that you get a very good rank as well. Of course, you will not see a huge surge in rank and of course the landing traffic as black hat SEO, but this is a slow and steady growth, and this anything slow and steady, it usually tends to outlast something which is very highly rapid paced, right? So in that particular case, that is white hat SEO. And then there's one more type which is called as grey hat SEO. Grey hat SEO, as the name suggests, grey is a mixture in between white and black, literally, right? So in this case of SEO, that's the same as well. So it's basically a mixture of both white hat techniques and black hat techniques too. So the person, a grey hat SEO developer, what this person will do is he or she will make use of techniques from both the sides of the table. So one day you're working on something which is ethical, which is in the guidelines. The next day you might be working on spamming a little bit of internal links or doing something fishy there, using the best of both cases to get your website to rank. Now you might be wondering, why shouldn't everyone try this, right? See, there's a huge hit or miss that happens in grey hat SEO. Half of the time the algorithms cannot pick up grey hat, and most of the times they do, of course. But if it hits, then you'll get a huge surge in rank and the search engine thinks it's ethical. If you do not, it means that you'll start getting delisted and deranked. So it is a literally flip of a coin. But then if it works really great, or it doesn't work at all. Of course, considering all of this, it's really best to stick to white hat SEO. Coming to question number 13, it states, can you state some methodologies that can be used to improve conversion rates? See, whenever we're talking about conversion rates, right, it's the ability of you catering to your audience with beautiful content, an aesthetically pleasing website, and providing good functionality as well. Now, if I have to go through 10 pages to buy a product, I definitely will not do it. This is the common consensus from thousands of people. That's why the e-commerce sites that are very popular today are keeping it as simple as possible. With probably 2 or 3 clicks of a button, you can purchase something. So to keep that kind of a good user experience is definitely something that will help in improving conversion rate. When we talk about conversion rate, it's basically when a person lands on the website, they're a prospect, right? They're just looking around. When they start adding things to their cart, and once they actually make the purchase, they're a customer. So this entire goal of taking someone from a visitor and making them a customer is what we talk about when we think about conversion rates. And of course, it's always vital that there are new methodologies put in, but a good user experience definitely helps to drive the conversion rates. And then the 14th question states, what is Google AdWords? AdWords is actually, as the name suggests, it's advertising words. It's a short form. It's an advertising service that gets provided by Google, and it is one of the most widely used advertising service as well. Because here, what we're trying to do is it works very similar to PPC, and it's one of the world's most widely used PPC systems as well. Since it's Google, of course, everything is structured, everything is brilliantly made. It doesn't cost a lot, and you can have your budget set up. You can work on how you'll be working on payments, what sort of content that you have to display, how it has to be displayed, when, what, why. So you'll get a lot of flexibility for a small amount of money. It definitely isn't small if you're if it could be tough if you're a small time company, but at the end of the day, the returns that you get from AdWords is huge. So in that particular case, Google AdWords add a lot of value to the digital marketing campaign. Coming to question number 15, it states, what is the difference between SEM and SEO in brief? One thing you have to know about SEM is that the basic difference lies in how it works. SEM stands for search engine marketing, while SEO stands for search engine optimization. With search engine marketing, what we're trying to do is we are purchasing advertisements on various search engines, and we are forcing our website to rank. So we are paying the search engine and asking them to get us to rank. With SEO, that's not the case, right? With SEO, everything is organic. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get use of all. So what we're trying to do is we make use of all of the top of the methods that we have, all the tools, all the techniques, and we're organically trying to bring in traffic. That means that we literally are not paying anyone anything. Of course, I mean the search engine, and we're bringing in a lot of traffic that way as well. So considering that, SEM and SEO work very differently, but at the end of the day, they have a common goal of bringing in more visitors to the website, having more landing rates, and a higher rank on the search engines too. Coming to the 16th question, it states, what social media channels are popular today in terms of digital marketing? See, whenever we think about social media, there's many forms of social media, right? There's social media for everything, and there's one new social media probably coming out every month. So considering all of these, there are a lot of big guys, right? See, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Snapchat. In today's world of especially influencer marketing, Instagram is showing a lot of potential, and influencer marketing is an ocean of its own. And I'm sure if you're here, you might have already watched an influencer marketer pitch an item for you, or in fact, you yourself could be influencers as well. So considering all of that, there are many types of social media. For example, LinkedIn is used for jobs. Facebook is a very good pipeline where you can actually learn a lot of things. You can market your products very subtly, bring in a lot of people, have a lot of discussion groups and all of that. And Instagram is where you can showcase your product and be trendy and all of that. So answer this question based on your knowledge about how much you use social media and how best do you think what each social media can cater to. Coming to question number 17, it states, why has digital marketing grown to be this huge compared to offline marketing? See, whenever we think about digital marketing, right, it has shown nothing but exponential growth over the past few years, and there's many reasons, right? So again, do not get carried away with this question, because you can probably talk about this for half an hour straight. So keep 4 or 5 points in mind and make sure to talk about that. One thing about digital marketing is that you can directly cater to the customer's need if the customer is 1 kilometer away or 1,000 kilometers away, no matter what, right? It gives you that extra outreach. And of course, when you have a good exposure to the product, what happens is that you will understand your audience better, you will get better feedback, you will know how to work with it. With conventional marketing, right, so you'll probably put an advertisement on a newspaper, and of course it will reach a lot of houses, but at the end of the day, you will not get a feedback from these people saying they just read a newspaper, they see your advertisement and they're done. So they have no way to give you good amount of feedback immediately, and you cannot analyze as well, right? So if 10,000 newspapers got printed in one particular locality, doesn't mean that 10,000 people read your advertisement. So there's no way to track it. That advantage you have in digital marketing. And of course, you can be a person who's selling a product or having a brand in one part of India, and you have most of your clients in the USA as well. That's how it works with digital marketing. And most of the cases, you are basically open to the entire globe. And consider the newspaper example. Same, once you have it printed, once it goes out, if there are any changes that needs to be done, change in pricing, change in discount, or change in anything minor as well, it cannot be immediately done, right? But if you have a website with digital marketing, this change can be done immediately to make sure that you're not putting across maybe a wrong message or an incorrect message to your audience as well. So considering a lot of these points, digital marketing, there's a reason why it's popular, and I'm sure if you guys are on this video, I think you will know why as well. So coming to question number 18, it says explain AMP in brief. See, AMP is actually a short form. It's an abbreviation for what we call as accelerated mobile pages. So how AMP came about is that it was actually a brainchild of the people at Google and another very important social media platform, that's Twitter. AMP is actually an open source library. What it does is that it helps users to come up with a very simple web page without having to put much efforts into it. So what this does is this gives you quicker loading, and once you make use of AMP, what you're trying to do is you're making sure that your website doesn't take a long time to load, and that it really does not have to go through multiple platforms to be optimized for, and you really don't have to optimize it for every single website. So at the end of the day, the goal is to keep it simple. The goal is to load it quicker and to make sure that no matter where you view it from, no matter what browser you view the website from, it has to work fine. So to do all of that, we make use of accelerated mobile pages. And then coming to the 19th question, it states, how can you assess the impact of social media marketing? See, one thing it's very important that you have to know about digital marketing is the amount of money that you spend. You can track everything with metrics in today's world. There is nowhere that you'll have a blind investment and you will not know what you're getting, right? So in the case of social media marketing, you can check the number of followers. It can be Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, the number of likes you get, and how many leads, how many people are interested in the comment section to buy your product. You can have direct engagement, again same in the comment section, or they can DM you as well. In that particular case, you can talk about what they're happy about the product, why they're not happy, if they have issues that you would like to resolve. Content sharing with each others, of course, brand outreaching where you're trying to put yourself out there, subscription offers, and there's a lot of things in social media marketing. You can probably fill up an entire page, and maybe you don't even have to think about it, but you can give 20 different metrics on how you can track social media marketing, right? So this is a pretty straightforward question, but it's very important that you actually talk about them as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to the 20th question, it says, why is email marketing considered as the most effective way of digital marketing out there? See, with email marketing, there's millions of mails that get sent every single day, right? So it has the outreach, it has the potential, and it has a good way of bridging the gap that exists between customers and providers. So keeping this in mind, there's a lot of things that goes in on the back end that proves that email marketing is one of the most efficient way, one of the most effective way in which you can actually reach your customers and drive results out of it as well. So considering all of that, it actually is a very nice way to convert your customers pretty quick. Question number 21 states, what is click-through rate? Click-through rate, this question can be also reframed as what is CTR. CTR stands for click-through rate. So it's basically the number of times someone actually landed on your website by either clicking on a promotion, clicking on an event, or clicking on any sort of advertisement as well. So this click-through rate will tell you about if your advertisements are working, if your promotions are working, if people are actually clicking on it to get on your website or not, and if they do, how many people are doing it as well. There's a lot of other metrics that you can track about how long they're on your website, what's the scroll depth, and a lot of things as well. But the basic thing about click-through rate is that if you have an advertisement as a barrier, or if you have the advertisement as a gateway, how many people are crossing through those gates. Coming to question number 22, it says, how is return on investment calculated, or how is ROI calculated, right? Again, a very simple question, but return on investment you really have to know is that it is a literal difference between sales amount and the investment in marketing. So whenever we talk about ROI in the case of digital marketing, what is the amount of money that you put out? What is the amount of money that you took out of the company to hire digital marketing experts, to buy digital marketing tools, to pay for search engine marketing or any other kind of marketing channel channels, pipelines, and tools, and what is the actual sales that you made, or what is the actual outreach that you're getting. So once you calculate this difference, you will understand that that this is the amount you spent, X amount you spent, and Y amount is the return that you're actually getting back as well. It's a pretty simple thing, but there's a lot of companies who are very, very keen on holding a good return on investment, and with digital marketing it doesn't take a lot of skill to actually get good return on investment, considering the person whoever is working on the pipeline is an expert, of course. Coming to question number 23, it states, what is the difference between page sessions and page views? So the simple differences between a page session and a page view is that whenever we talk about a page session, it's when a person actually lands on a website every single time. That's a session. If a person is on the website, a session is created and they're either viewing one or more pages that are present on the website. That's a view, because they're actually interacting with the website and they're not bouncing off, right? So to track all of those metrics, we make use of page sessions and page views. Coming to question number 24, it says, what is the difference between Google AdSense and AdWords? So AdSense basically help the companies create all the spaces that's required for AdWords on their website, where they should put it up, what they should do, and how they should do it right. And AdWords, of course, they're advertisements, right? So in the entire Google's ecosystem, AdWords is the most famous PPC out there, the way you can put out advertisements. But if you have to think about talking about AdSense and AdWords, make sure you talk about how they work together as well, because working with AdSense means you'll be using AdWords, and working with AdWords only adds advantage if you are making use of AdSense as well. So having this kind of relationship between AdSense and AdWords is definitely something that you should talk about. But the basic differences is that AdSense helps in creation of spaces, while AdWords helps in posting advertisements. Moving to the 25th question, it says, what is your interest towards the field of digital marketing? See, with this question, the interviewer here is trying to assess what is your level of understanding in digital marketing, what is your level of commitment, and of course, the way you should answer this is, I cannot tell you one answer that's going to be right for you all, right? So you have to talk about your interests, your commitment to the field of digital marketing, and of course, your passion towards digital marketing as well. It can be something that has inspired you to pick up digital marketing, or that there's a problem that you are very good at solving, you have a knack for digital marketing, and people really like whenever you try to market a product, or you're very subtle with it, or whatever the reason is, right? So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use the foundational approach that I gave to go on to answer this question. Coming to question number 26, it says, what is the difference between do follow and no follow links in SEO? Do follow links, as the name suggests, will actually tell the search engine and its crawlers to follow through and come on the website and crawl around and find all the details that's required to provide indexability. Whenever we talk about no follow links is when you tell the search engine to not follow, and to make sure that you will not use any of that to whatever links that you have put in your no follow part of the code, right? It means that you're telling the search engine to not actually consider all of that for ranking the website. That's the basic difference that exists in between do follow links and no follow links. There's another difference is that do follow links, yes, considering how they work, affects the ranking of the websites. But if you have put in a no follow link, no matter what you put there, you're telling the crawler not to get into that. So it really will not hurt your rank or influence it in any way. Coming to question number 27. It says, how can a platform such as YouTube be effectively used for digital marketing? With YouTube, I don't think I really have to stress a lot, right? Because it is one of these amazing digital marketing pipelines where there's millions and millions of people every single month. So whenever you think about it, this is one of those places where you can cater through videos to the people out there. You're watching this yourself on YouTube as well, right? So you will understand that we have a direct relationship with you guys. You will have a goal to the campaign. So we, of course, will have a goal to our own campaigns, and we'll be meeting that as well. So to drive healthy traffic to your websites, to get your rank up, and at the end of the day you will need a lot of good content as well. So it doesn't mean that no matter how aesthetically pleasing your video is, if your content is not good, it doesn't mean you will rank, because at the end of the day, in YouTube especially, content is extremely important. Your website should be good, it should be elegant, your videos must be informative, and only then, when all of these three things come together, you will have a successful YouTube campaign too. So whenever you're asked about this, of course you can add on more points and then talk about how you think YouTube is very effective in today's world of digital marketing as well. So coming to the 28th question, it states which platform is looked at when candidates want to post or refer to job related advertisements. Whenever we think about anything related to jobs, the first social media that comes into mind is LinkedIn, right? Because this is one of the most famous social media out there for active job seekers, professionals, and whatnot. So, if you're wondering if LinkedIn is the only place, well, no, there's a lot of other websites. There's InstaHire, there's Naukri, there's Shine.com, there's many other places, including Indeed.com as well. So, all of these guys have the same goal of bringing together recruiters and, of course, bringing together candidates and giving them a common platform to express what they want and what they're getting out of the jobs as well. So of course, whenever we ask this question, I think it's a pretty straightforward question, and the answer would be LinkedIn, Naukri, Indeed, Shine, and all of these other famous social media platforms as well. Coming to question number 29, it says, how can you measure the success of a social media marketing campaign? See, whenever we talk about success of a social media campaign, it means that we have something solid to prove it by, right? For example, analytics. So you'll be using multiple metrics in the case of digital marketing to actually showcase that, something worked or something doesn't work. So you have to be a numbers person, and you can prove a lot with numbers too. You can check the number of clients, the number of leads, what's the traffic that's coming in, number of sales, how many conversions from prospects to customers. And of course, once you have details in depth about your website, about your entire campaign, about what your image is, on the social media marketing platforms, basically you will get this direct correlation of what's happening, what's required, what are you doing, is it working or is it not working. So with all of these, you will have one close idea of understanding whether you're either close to your goals or you're moving away from your goals, and what is keeping you there as well. That's the most important part of how you should measure success with social media campaigns. And of course, with today's innovations, there's multiple tools out there that will help you do so. Coming to the 30th question, it states, why is an anchor tag used as an SEO practice? See, an anchor tag basically is the text that we use whenever we have to hyperlink anything, right? So basically, a hyperlink is a link that's embedded in the text, and as soon as you click on it, it takes you to the link that you have hyperlinked. So an anchor text is very, very important here, because this is how the content actually gets ranked on multiple search engines, right? So whenever you put out a website, it doesn't mean that it will always rank on Google or it'll always work on other search engines as well. There's DuckDuckGo, there's Yahoo, and there's many search engines apart from Google too. So in that particular case, hyperlinking is this connection, is this anchoring that states, what you can actually have a way to assess of how your content ranks on multiple search engines, and it gives you the functionality of clicking on text and opening a new link as well. Coming to question number 31, it states, what are some of the disadvantages of digital marketing? See, one important thing whenever you're answering this question is that start by saying that there's multiple advantages, right? Because at the end of the day, with digital marketing, the advantages, no matter how small they are, they will outweigh all of the disadvantages out there, right? So, but then doesn't mean that it doesn't have any disadvantages at all. There are many disadvantages too. So, whenever you're talking about disadvantages, it is just that it will create a very high transparency in case of pricing and competition, because as soon as you put out a price out there, your competition already knows what you're selling it at, and they can drop their price and you can lose a client as well. And then when we're talking about globalization means you will be competing with the entire world out there. So that will bring in a lot more competition too. And of course, with digital marketing, there is always a threat of cybersecurity. There's always a threat of privacy issues that will have to be worked on too. And it's not only just this, it's just that, whenever you're working on digital marketing, it can get really expensive to hire experts. And of course, it can get definitely expensive to buy all the tools, buy all the, understand all the methodologies. And at the end of the day, setting up a marketing pipeline, especially at the starting stages of your company, or if you've never had a digital marketing platform before, is going to be expensive. So, you can talk about these 4 points. These 4 points are extremely important in understanding the disadvantages of digital marketing. Now, coming to question number 32, it states, what are the limitations with respect to the number of characters in Google AdWords advertisement? This is a very important question, and this gets asked a lot. See, the most important thing is that they have asked you for two things. One is the number of characters in Google AdWords basically, and what are the limitations that you can put in, right? So whenever we talk about headings and subheadings, understand that you can have a maximum of 30 characters. But whenever we're talking about descriptions and subline texting, there you can have about 90 characters in length. So 30 for the headings and the subheadings, and for the descriptions it has to not exceed 90 in length. So 90 characters specifically. So whenever you ask this question, it's a straightforward question with an extremely straightforward answer, so put it out that way. Coming to question number 33, it says, can you name any 5 email marketing tools that are widely used? Of course, I'm pretty sure you guys can name at least 3 or 4, right? So this question should not be of a high difficulty to you guys. It says multiple tools out there, multiple email marketing tools specifically. You have ConvertKit, Autopilot, HubSpot, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, and many other tools that are used out there. And of course, if you have used any of these tools, make sure to talk about your experience with the tools, what you think about the tool, to what level of proficiency you have used it. All of that will always add a lot of advantage to your candidature in the company as well. Coming to question number 34, it says, can you define the life cycle of a shopper on a website? See, this is a very simple question. It can be considered as a sales funnel as well. So, right. So whenever someone comes on your website, as soon as they land on your website, they become prospects. Prospects is when they are actually looking around on your website. It's not as soon as they click on your website, it's basically as soon as they start clicking inside your website. As soon as they click on the website, they can actually bounce without doing anything, so don't be confused. Now, once they start interacting with your websites, they're looking to see if they can buy something or there is something that's interesting to them. And once they're interested, they'll actually give you a little bit of details, maybe that you're giving a subscription out, you're giving a discount out or something, or they're adding it to the cart and they want to purchase it. So once they start giving you their details and once they start putting items into their cart, they go from prospect to become converted as a lead. Now, the entire conversion, right? Whenever we talk about conversions, as we have talked about multiple times in this video, it's basically talking about them going from prospects to lead. And of course, once they make a purchase, after the sale is done, they become customers. So taking this interest in converting prospects into customers is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the life cycle of a shopper on the website. And then coming to question number 35, it states, what are some of the bidding options that are available out there right now? Whenever you have to consider about paying for marketing, right? But there's two main important things, two main important bidding options out there. One is the CPA, as we call as cost per action, and then of course, as we discussed before, we have CPC as well. So cost per action, again, as the name suggests, whenever an action is performed on that particular advertisement, it means that there's a transaction happening. And CPC is a pretty simple way of advertising, as you already discussed, because as soon as the person has clicked through, then there's a transaction that happens. Now, the next question states, what are the top 5 C's of digital marketing? Well, the top 5 C's, as we call it, is actually depending on very important factors that play a huge role in digital marketing, right? They are content, their creativity, that's consistency, good communication, and of course, customization as well. So whenever you talk about this, there's no order in answering to these, but do talk 1 or 2 lines about what each of them mean, right? For example, good quality content is essential. You have to be very creative in your digital marketing, because if you're doing everything that someone else is doing, you are not being creative. And then consistency, right? Of course, customers will love a consistent brand, and it will basically help you with your outreach. It will help you with your brand growth as well. And then when we talk about communication, yes, you need to have a good communication pipeline with your customers too. And direct communication is definitely preferred. And customization, right? Customization is very important. Now, so coming to question number 37, it states, can digital marketing completely replace traditional marketing in the future? Well, with this question, what the interviewer is trying to understand is that he or she wants to know how deep you know about the subject, or how well you have used digital marketing, right? So the best way to go on to answer this is to state real world examples and to say, hey, this is where people tried conventional marketing and people tried digital marketing, and this is where digital marketing worked. So real world examples are the way you're supposed to answer this question. And then, whenever we're talking about digital marketing too, so the most important thing that you have to understand here is that, digital marketing is very strong today. It has a lot of perspectives, and it's forever growing to be a good entity, right? So no matter how much traditional marketing is trying to make a comeback, there's no way, in my opinion, that it can overpower digital marketing too. But instead of fighting it against each other, digital marketing versus traditional marketing, so instead it'll add a lot of value if we can make use of both digital marketing and traditional marketing as well. Now, coming to question number 38, it says, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in digital marketing? Again, if you are a good expert in digital marketing, make sure to rate yourself as honest as possible. That is very, very important, right? So if you are a beginner and if you say I rate myself 9.5, you might be asked extremely technical questions, or you might be asked questions in depth that you might not be able to answer. So but that doesn't mean that you have to rate yourself very low. That will hurt your confidence as well. So the interviewer itself, right, in this particular question, he or she is trying to see how spontaneous you are, what's your confidence level, and how well do you know the subject. So completely based on what you're trying to achieve in your digital marketing career, at wherever you are. You might be a fresher, you might be a person, intermediate user, or an expert. Answer it as honestly as possible. That is important with question number 38. Now, moving to the next question, it says, why are you applying for the digital marketing role in our company? See, one important thing that you really have to know is that whenever you are answering this question, which says why digital marketing, you have to talk about how you will fit into their company, right? They're specifically asking you, why are you applying for our company? So talk about their company, talk about what experiences you have or what education you have, and how best you can use those skills to drive that particular company to success. So doing all of this, you will require some basic stuff. You need to know what the company is, what they do, what is the audience they cater to, what's the job description, what's the compensation they're providing, of course, and every detail of the company is going to help you in a way where you can shape your answer perfectly for this this question as well. So I cannot give you one answer and say that this is how you are supposed to answer. This is a question where you can have a good amount of freedom while answering the question as well. Now, coming to question number 40, it says, has your prior education helped you with digital marketing in any way? Again, this is another important question that depends on you. If your prior education actually helped with digital marketing, talk about the latest courses, or talk about the latest program that you finished in college. If you worked on something which is very different from digital marketing, do talk about how that helped you shape your digital marketing career in a way that you are right now. Of course, if you had a direct digital marketing career or learning in college or school or something, you can tell that directly. But if it doesn't, don't just say no, education hasn't helped me with digital marketing. That's not the right way to answer. The right way is to say, even though you never started out with digital marketing at the start, but there are a lot of other things that definitely put the thought in your mind about how you can work your way towards becoming a digital marketing expert as well. So talk about all of that, and it's very important too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, how can we create new leads for the marketing pipeline? Well, how do you create new leads, right? It's the most important question the interviewer can ask to you. There's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but the most important thing is that you have to understand and analyze the sales funnels and all the techniques that goes into building that tunnel and seeing it through. Apart from all of that, again, there's so many things that you can do. You can start with customizing the content, driving a better user experience, making sure your website is very responsive, or maybe you're driving a very good campaign on social media that you want to bring over for conversion of people. And of course, there's many different ways that you can create new leads, right? Most of the time, it is usually social media marketing or email marketing that brings in the most number of leads for marketing, but it depends on what the company is doing too, right? So there's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but you can use my approach as a foundational one and then work on that. Coming to question number 42, it states, what are the latest trends in digital marketing today? Well, what are the latest trends? Again, it's a very subjective question, right? Because what's today's trend is something that there's a good chance it's going to be outdated tomorrow. But as of now, what's trending is people putting out long form videos. People are actually concerned about the content that they put out for their product. People give you personalized content, and this is something which is extremely important, and I really like it. There's voice searching, there's Google Discover, there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. So there's a lot of ways that companies are trying to get in touch and impress prospects into converting them into customers. And it's just not these 5 or 6 that I've mentioned on your screen, right? You can probably name 10 or 15 things that's trending right now, but you do not have to stress on anything. Just make sure that this is how people are doing it. If you can give a real world example, for example, IKEA is a store that gives you this virtual reality app where you can click videos in your room by placing furniture right there, even though you have not made a purchase, right? So that's something which is going to attract attract a lot of sales too, because someone who's on their phone can literally see what the sofa or the what the cushions look like in their house, even though it's not there. That kind of flexibility brings in a lot more customers. So talk about some real world examples of that, something that's trending right now, and that should help with your answer as well. So coming to question number 43, it states, what is viral marketing? Viral marketing, as the name suggests, is taking up an effective form of marketing in a way where it grows really quick. Whenever we say that video went viral or that concept went viral, right, it means that it grew really quickly and that people really liked it. There was a lot of rapid expansion happening. There's a lot of rapid interaction happening between the customer, the product, the brand, or the people who are using it on the internet, right? Things go extremely viral on the internet every now and then. So every day there can be something that's viral. So in that particular case, there's a lot of competition here. It doesn't mean if you find one thing which goes viral that your entire marketing campaign will stay that way, but it is a very good way to put your brand out there really quickly to friends, to families, or anyone else too. Now that we're living in a pandemic, there's a situation where not many people were wearing masks before the pandemic, right? Because mostly we were wearing it for, let's say, pollution or something. Now masks went viral because it went viral for a very important reason, is that it's extremely effective. Everyone out there needs to wear a mask right now. Now, considering all of that, if you see the marketing that went into it, right, even though much marketing didn't go into it, the demand itself made it viral. So that is another way you can approach viral marketing too, and of course telling that out should add value to your candidature too. Coming to question number 44, it states, what do on-page and off-page SEO optimization methods mean? Whenever we talk about off-page SEO, right, it literally states doing all the things and using all the methodologies and processes which will bring in, it will basically add to your rank. Even on-page SEO adds to your rank, but on-page, as the name suggests, is everything that is on the page. So it literally talks about the structure of the website, the content that you have put in, the way your user experience is driven, how well your website loads, how quickly it loads, does it work really good on a mobile platform. So doing everything on your page and of course away from it is the basic difference it lies in, as you can basically see from the name of off-page SEO and on-page SEO as well. So coming to question number 45, it states, can you explain some scenarios where bad links are used? See, this is a lot of unethical things sometimes whenever making use of bad links. There are many scenarios that lead to it, right? For example, you'll be using paid links, you'll be using links which are unrelated or very far away from the topic. That's not good. You'll be making use of links that are either spammy or they're flagged by the search engine saying this is not right, you're not supposed to use it. And of course, you can start spamming variety of link exchange sites. You can go on to media and you can have this kind of a shout out for a shout out kind of a concept and spam each other out. And of course, it's not just that, right? You can have one single anchor from multiple sites causing spam again. So using these kind of links in these kind of scenarios, it is definitely bad as per the ethics of search engines, at least. Now, coming to the 46th question, it says, what are the necessary steps that are taken to avoid a rank penalty? See, a rank penalty is when a search engine has actually started deranking you or they're putting your rank down for a reason. So how can you avoid this? And doing this will give you a better rank, of course. So how can you do it? You should stop linking yourself to another website which might have a bad ranking. Doing that will definitely help you rank better. Avoid using poison words. Avoid using these kind of catchy, clickbaity words whenever you're using hypertexting. Make sure that there is zero plagiarism on all levels of content creation and content optimization as well. And one important thing is that make sure you do not redirect through your refresh meta tags. And this is a very important point. Point number 3 and point number 4 are probably the most important things that you should do to avoid penalty. But yes, this is a very important question that will definitely be asked in my opinion. So have these 4 points as the foundation to approach this and answer it too. And now coming to the 47th question, it says, what is your plan after joining this digital marketing role? See, one important thing that you have to talk about is how you have the capability and the understanding to know about the company and how you can start working with them at the earliest, right? See, it's not that you just go there day one and by the end of day one, you have done a lot of things. You'll have to start with understanding how things are already there, how well you fit into the company, where you fit into the company, what kind of a structured plan plan that you have to either lead the team or to be a part of the team itself, and then you can work on implementing the plan that you have, verifying it, sitting with your board members or whatever it is. I have multiple iterations. That's the important thing, iterating this and doing it in a loop where you'll find a new plan, you'll implement that plan, try to see if it worked or not, find a new plan, implement it again. So this looping thing that goes on is very important too. So again, use this as the foundation, but answer it to the best of your ability too. Coming to question number 48, it states, do you have any previous experience in the digital marketing industry? Well, this question can be asked both for freshers and experienced professionals as well. For freshers, if you have any experience learning and making use of digital marketing in the industry, you can talk about that. You can talk about certification programs. But then if you are a person who has a work experience before, make sure you elaborate on that, talk about it. But if you're a fresher, guys, one important thing is don't say, no, I do not have any experience. Keep the important aspect of saying no as less as possible. It doesn't mean you have to say yes, even though you have not done it. What I'm trying to say is, do not say no, but talk about, come to the point, but take an out of the box solution, right? So if you're a fresher who might have been a product of digital marketing, or you've marketed something probably away from your career as well as a hobby or something, talk about that, because no matter what you say, anything apart from no, I haven't done it, will add some sort of value to your candidature. It's very important that you know that. And then coming to the 49th question, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to this digital marketing role? See, there are many skills that you might already have whenever you're thinking about digital marketing. So if you have any other skill that you think is going to add a lot of value apart from what you have mentioned on your resume, or apart from the initial discussions that you might have had, talk about that. For example, you might be extremely good at tracking analytics. You might be very good at designing an entire end-to-end digital marketing campaign program, even though you might be applying for a very basic role. You might have the capability to lead a team. You might have extremely good communication skills, very good project management skills, and all of that, right? So whatever skills that you possess which you directly haven't mentioned on your resume or haven't conveyed to the interviewer, this is the chance to do that, because this will add a lot of value to you as an interviewee there, basically, because to convince recruiters is not easy in today's world, but you can make it very easy if you know how tactfully you should answer these questions as well. Now, coming to the final question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, certifications, you will know the numerous advantages that you will have, right? You will be open to jobs. You will be certified by top companies out there. You will be working with professionals across the globe who would have taught you the courses, the certification programs and whatnot. So you will know that you will have a plethora of advantages. But what should you do to convey this to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that if you have had a certification program, that it means you're serious about this particular career, that you're putting your time, your dedication, your effort, your money into becoming an expert and having, making a change in the world out there. And let's say if you're a person who's coming from a background of electrical engineering and now you want to become an expert in digital marketing, you picked up a certification course and you completed it with all the good hands-on projects and the industry level exposure that it provides, it means that the interviewer will know that you have a strong aspiration, you have a passion towards this particular domain, and that you have the capability to learn really quick and learn in a structured way, of course. So this is what you should be conveying. Now, how do you do that? Well, to do that, if you have multiple certifications, of course, name the multiple certifications that you have done in the case of digital marketing. But instead of just talking about what all you've learned and what's the program all about, don't do that. Talk about how you have used it. Talk about the practical experience that you can drive out of these programs. Talk about how best that you have used the program. So talking about that, telling about how you have solved a practical problem is definitely going to add a lot of value to your candidature too.